Chapter 1, Dead? It's better. Divorce? I don't agree. The old lady sat on the leather sofa and called her grandson Fu Shijun. She didn't notice that Lan Xiaoxiao came out of the room at all. She blushed and scolded sternly, "You and that woman have been living abroad this year. Have you thought about Xiaoxiao's feelings? From pregnancy to now, she has been alone. This time you must come back to give birth with her. Produce." Lan Xiaoxiao stood there with a belly more than 8 months old, her face lost its blood for a moment, and her hands clenched it tightly. From pregnancy to now, her husband Fu Shijun has been abroad. She thought he was busy with work, but she never thought that she was to accompany another woman. And he is going to divorce her now. Fu Shijun's voice came vaguely from the phone. "Something happened to Guo Ning, and I must be here to accompany her. Bastard. What are you going to do with Xiao Xiao and the child in her belly?" The old lady was so angry with her grandson's words. "You are irresponsible. I won't allow the descendants of the Fu family to have defects in their character." Fu Shijun laughed mockingly. "Grandma, it's you who are irresponsible. If you hadn't taken advantage of me to get drunk at your birthday banquet and let her, who was also drunk, go to my room, how could she get pregnant?" From the moment he got married, he had already thought about when to divorce. Lan Xiaoxiao was not the person he wanted to marry from the beginning to the end. Lan Xiaoxiao's big belly was about to fall, and her face was as white as paper. After 2 years of marriage, Fu Shijun was extremely cold to her and never let her get close to him, let alone that kind of intimate relationship. She naively thought that she had melted his stone heart. That's why they lingered to the extreme that night, but they didn't know that it didn't come from his heart at all. "In my ear," Fu Shijun's ruthless and indifferent voice spread out of the phone, "you deliberately concealed it until she had a big belly and had to give birth that you didn't tell me that I had a child, Grandma. From the day you forced me to marry her, you should have expected such a day. Anyway, I'm going to divorce this marriage. Children, it's up to you to arrange." The nanny, Aunt Liu, came out of the kitchen and saw Lan Xiaoxiao standing not far away at a glance, with a stream of blood flowing down her slender legs. She shouted in panic, "Blood! My wife is bleeding." The next moment, Lan Xiaoxiao fell to the ground. The moment before she fainted, she suddenly felt relieved. In an instant, the whole Fu family was in chaos. After finally sending the person to the hospital, Mrs. Fu waited anxiously outside the operating room. After 3 hours of struggle, the doctor came out and said regretfully, "Adults bleed too much and have a weak sense of survival. We have tried our best. Only one of the 3 children survived." When Mrs. Fu heard the words, she suddenly fell back. Fortunately, Aunt Liu quickly helped her. Aunt Liu's eyes turned red and she choked. "Old lady, you want to mourn." Fu Shijun, who received the news in the United States, suddenly fell on the sofa and was stunned for a few seconds. Shijun, mourning and smooth change. Guo Ning lay on the hospital bed with a worried face. When Fu Shijun didn't see it, a smug smile flashed in his eyes. It was better to die. Now, she had no worries. Then Guo Ning lowered his head and blamed himself very much. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been distracted, I wouldn't have been hit by a car, otherwise you could go back and accompany her to give birth to a child." Fu Shijun frowned, and his voice was so faint that people couldn't hear the joys and sorrows. "You have a good rest here. I'll ask Zhao Yi to stay with you." When the person was gone, he had to go back to China, but looking at Guo Ning's injury, he couldn't go back for the time being. Guo Ning pretended to be well behaved, nodded, and was very understanding. "Well, hurry back to preside over the overall situation." A day later, Fu Shijun returned to China and saw 1 or 2 small ashes. Mrs. Fu no longer wanted to scold him and asked Aunt Liu to bring him an inspection report. "Xiao Xiao has prenatal depression. She hides it from everyone, just doesn't want us to worry." "Shijun, you're right. I'm irresponsible. I'm the one who killed Xiao Xiao." Looking at his grandmother's self-reproaching and crying bitterly, Fu Shijun felt a stuffy feeling in his heart. He clenched the report in his hand, and the protruding blue veins on the back of his hand showed how hard he tried. It seemed that he couldn't wait to crush the report. Although he doesn't like Lan Xiaoxiao, he didn't think she would die. 5 years later, in a famous business building in the United States, a confident, calm, and beautiful woman spoke on the conference platform. She introduced her design concept in fluent English, with a palm-sized face and exquisite facial features. "It's like a piece of carefully carved perfect work of art, and there seems to be stars twinkling in the apricot eyes. The above is the Xinghai series I designed. Welcome to comment." I don't know who took the lead in applauding from the stage, followed by a large applause. Lan Xiaoxiao. Now, she has changed her name to Lan Ying. She smiled slightly and exuded a confident light all over her body. After the applause, a middle-aged man with blonde hair stood up. "Ying, your design is so brilliant this time. I believe you will get more applause at Fashion Week." Lan Ying smiled modestly and said, "Thank you very much. This time, it is not only my credit, but also my team. They have assisted me day and night to complete this series of designs. You are so strong. It's our honor for our company to have such a strong designer as you. Oh, by the way, our new boss will come from China to get together with us tomorrow, and you will join us then." Lan Ying nodded and agreed. 5 years ago, she came to the United States. After 2 years of study here, she successfully joined the top 5 listed companies in the clothing industry and became a fashion designer. After 3 years of hard work, she has become a design manager who can lead a team from a small designer, and her annual salary has doubled several times, so she and her babies are also bittersweet. But just last month, the former boss suddenly sold the company. As for who to sell it to, Lang Ying only heard that he is China's top tycoon. Because she only cares about design, she hasn't paid much attention to these. But she didn't expect that the new boss would be the person she never wanted to see again in her life, and she didn't know that her peaceful life had been thrown a thunderbolt from then on, which made her unable to cope. Lang Ying came back from work after buying vegetables. As soon as the door opened, the little baby rushed up to hug her leg. "Mommy, I miss you so much. We haven't seen each other for only 8 hours." Lang Ying touched Yeobao's little head, and her face showed gentleness and pampering. "Are you naughty at school today?" No, Yeobao immediately stood up straight and assured, "Absolutely not. She is good." The little guy's round eyes turned twice, his nose was small and straight, and his little mouth was red, like a cherry. He tied 2 small pulls, which was very cute, but there was still a little mischievousness hidden in that cuteness. "Mom, my sister poked the hornet's nest in the kindergarten." A little boy who looked exactly like Yeobao came over to pick up the food in Mommy's hand. Chapter 2, 2 Cute Treasures. Although Yeobao and Shibao look the same, their personalities are completely different. Yeobao is lively and lovely, and often naughty and causes trouble. Shibao is calm and sophisticated like an adult, which is also very similar to that person. Compared with the 2 children, Shibao gave Lang Ying a headache more. Because this kind of Shibao lacks the childish interest that children should have. "What's the matter with you? Why didn't the teacher call me?" Lang Ying is worried about having the 2 children's physical examination. Yeobao shook his head like a rattle drum and said crisply, "We're fine. My brother and I run fast, and even bees can't run away from us." Those star-black eyes twinkled with pride. "Look at how fast she runs, even the bees can't catch up. Mommy praises me quickly." Shibao added, 10 students and 4 teachers were stinged. The director was anxious to send everyone to the hospital, so he didn't call Lang Ying. She wants to faint. This child is too good at causing trouble. Come on, apologize more sincerely tomorrow. She poked Yuebao's little head helplessly with a straight face, "Little demon king. Mommy, didn't he do it on purpose?" That's it. The beehive fell by itself. I was curious and poked it a few times with a stick. Who knew that the bee buzzed out? Yeobao hugged her with a smile, and a soft and cute coquettish offensive made Lang Ying not bear to blame her at all. Lang Ying cooked dinner for the children, packed up the dishes and chopsticks and came out. When she saw the children watching cartoons obediently, she went to the studio to do her own things with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, as soon as she left, Yeobao took out the iPad and handed it to Shibao. "Play games with me quickly." Shibao took the iPad but did not open the game interface. Her little hand kept clicking on it. After Yeobao went to the game account, she looked at the ranking. She was very satisfied with her ranking. As long as she won the next competition, she could participate in the game competition, so that she could win the trophy. I heard that there were many bonuses. With the bonus, Mommy doesn't have to work hard to support her and her brother, so that Mommy can spend more time with them. Of course, you can't let Mommy know about playing games. Mommy will be angry. Yeobao took a careful look at the studio. Xiaoshou held the mini version of the iPad and began to form a team, but found that Shibao was not online. "Shibao, you are about to go online." Shibao stared intently at the iPad, and his delicate and cute little face showed excitement. Great, his idol is coming to the United States soon. Shibao. Yeobao was angry, and Shibao ignored her. Shibao came back to his senses and looked at his sister in confusion. Yeobao waved his little fist and said fiercely, "Come and play the game with me." Shibao didn't like her. Her sister, a two-faced person, was spoiled and pretended to be good in front of her mommy, and was fierce in front of him. "It's okay for me to play games with you, but you have to promise me one thing." "What's the matter?" Yeobao was curious about the baby's look and saw the photo on the screen is a very handsome uncle. Her eyes lit up and she asked curiously, "Shibao, who is this uncle?" "It's my idol." Shibao raised his head arrogantly, and his cute little face was full of joy, and his dark brown eyes were also full of admiration. "Huh. He looks like you, but he looks better than you." Yeobao, a little, tilted his head and thought, "Let him be our father, okay?" Shibao originally wanted to teach Yeobao not to see good-looking people and let them be their fathers. However, the next moment, he also had the same idea as Yeobao. He also wanted the idol to be his father, so that he could learn a lot of ability from the idol and earn a lot of money to spend for his mother. But he knew it was impossible, so he quickly extinguished the idea. He raised his chin proudly about what he looked like an idol. Shibao came to Yeobao's ear and said that he needed her help. After Yeobao agreed without hesitation, the 2 children held their iPads and played games. Lang Ying made a final end to the design of the Star Sea series, and then made a set of clothes for the 2 little babies. The clothes of the two children are almost designed and made by herself from childhood to adults. It's getting colder here. The two babies have also grown a lot this year, and they can't wear last year's clothes. At the break, Lang Ying slept with two little babies in her arms. That night, she inexplicably dreamed of the person who should have been forgotten, so that when she woke up in the morning, her heart was still trembling and her resentment was hard to get rid of. After breakfast, Lang Ying apologized when she sent the two children to kindergarten. Although Yuebao is naughty, her lively and cleverness is also liked by teachers, and she has a good attitude towards admitting mistakes. So Lang Ying was not embarrassed, and the other students who were stinged were not serious either. The parents forgave Yuebao in a friendly manner, but Lang Ying still gave gifts in good faith. After Lang Ying came out of kindergarten, he called his friend An Ying. Xiao Ying, help me take care of the child in the evening. I have to go to a dinner party in my company. An Ying promised, no problem. The new boss didn't get off the plane until 5 p.m., so he didn't have time to visit the company today. General Manager Jeremy called people to the restaurant to meet the new boss. I don't know why Lang Ying's right eyelid kept beating, and her heart was like a drum, with an ominous premonition. She doesn't want to go to dinner. But the person has arrived at the restaurant. As the manager of the design department, if she escapes before the battle, she will give the new boss a bad impression. I want to go to the bathroom first. Lang Ying followed his colleague to say hello, and then walked towards the bathroom. The pattern of the men's and women's bathroom is opposite. When Lang Ying walked into the right, a tall and handsome man came out of the men's bathroom on the left. He was dressed in a well-cut suit, which set off the other party's noble and cold temperament. His slender and straight long legs almost kicked a little boy running towards him because he walked fast. Fu Shijin dodged with a sharp reaction, held the child by the way, and frowned. When he saw the little boy's appearance, a trace of doubt flashed in his deep eyes. For some reason, a familiar feeling appeared in my heart. Are you all right? As soon as Fu Shijin opened his mouth, his voice was as cold and indifferent as ever. He is used to this. He is indifferent by nature, as if he doesn't care about anything, but he is very capable. In the past 5 years, Fu's group has become one of the world's leading companies under his leadership, and his value has also soared and he has become an unattainable business tycoon. However, he was only in his early 30s. He was tall and handsome, with distinct facial features, as if he had been carved by a ghost. Anyone who saw him would sigh that this was definitely the most perfect work of Nuwa Nyang. Shibao couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart when he saw the idol, and put his little hand on his side and clenched it into a fist. Chapter 3, Plundered Breath. Obviously, he had already typed the abdominal manuscript and saw what the first sentence of the idol was going to say, but now Shibao's brain was suddenly blank, and he only looked at the idol with his eyes wide open. Seeing that the child was stupid, Fu Shijin thought he had scared him. He quickly restrained the cold breath on his body and bent the corners of his mouth slightly, trying to make himself look more friendly. Are you all right? He asked again. Shibao reacted and shook his head quickly. Uncle, I'm fine. The little guy's voice was crisp and tender, and he could speak English fluently. His eyes turned and he asked carefully, Uncle, can I have an autographed photo of you? For the first time, a child asked him for an autograph photo. Fu Shijin felt a little strange, and he felt that he was quite in love with the child, so he squatted down and wanted to say a few more words to him. At this time, Shibao saw Mommy coming out of the women's bathroom. He was so excited that he turned around and ran. Fu Shijin's hand, which was about to touch his little head, stopped in midair and frowned. Why did you run away suddenly? Is he a flood beast? The child ran away at once. Fu Shijin stood up, and the gentle layer on his body disappeared, replaced by the usual coldness, and then walked away. After Lang Ying came out, she suddenly remembered that the bracelet had fallen inside, and quickly turned around and went in to look for it. Because of this, she didn't see Fu Shijin or Shibao, who escaped. Shibao ran to a corner and stopped, stroked his chest. It was so dangerous that he was almost found by his mother. Why is Mommy here? By the way, Aunt Yin said that Mommy had dinner at the company, so did Mommy have dinner here? The little guy frowned and looked just like Fu Shijin. He suddenly looked up, and a man in a suit and leather was standing opposite him, staring at him in shock. You, who are you? This child is too similar to the boss. It's just a reduced version. He couldn't help but suspect that this was the boss's illegitimate son. Shibao immediately built a defensive line. Mommy said that you can't pay attention to strangers outside. The uncle looked strange at first glance. He had better run away. While the other party didn't react, Shibao ran away. Lang Ying here hurried back at the urging of his colleagues. Ying, I'm waiting for you. Hurry up. Colleagues are waiting for her at the door. Lang Ying walked quickly and followed her colleagues in. At first, she thought it was nothing to change the boss, but now she finally became nervous. After all, this is a big event for the company. If the new boss is not satisfied, he may be laid off at any time. Although she is confident in her design, she is still worried that the new boss will like her. If she loses her job, it will reduce the quality of life of her children, which she doesn't want to see. Boss, let me introduce to you. This is Lang Ying, the best designer in the company. When Jeremy saw her coming in, he happily pulled her to the new boss Fu Shijing with a praising introduction. The Shanghai series that participated in the fashion week this year is her design. Lan Xiaoxiao. Fu Shijin's pupils tightened in shock. In an instant, his eyes were full of scarlet, and the cold breath all over his body suddenly turned into a fishy storm, and even his breathing became rapid. Why does this person, who had become a handful of ashes 5 years ago, stand here properly? Lan Ying never expected that the new boss was Fu Shijin, who hurt her the most and the person she didn't want to see in her life. With a click in her mind, something seemed to break open. A trace of hatred quickly flashed in her originally clear apricot eyes. She gripped the corner of her clothes tightly and pushed her strength until the blue veins bulged, and her nails were about to break before she calmed herself down. When she just came in, she was blocked by her colleagues. Therefore, she didn't see Fu Shijin at the first time. Now, she is facing her head-on. She hesitated for a moment. Is it too late to slap him? My name is not Lan Xiaoxiao, my name is Lan Ying. She smiled at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were very cold and strange. Oh, Fu Shijin gasped softly, and the next second, the bang cup was crushed by him with his bare hands. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that they couldn't react. Lan Ying was also shocked. He looked at Fu Shijin's black eyes, which seemed to be jumping with fire. Oh, why is he angry? Obviously, she was the one who was abandoned by her, and even paid a heavy price for it. She was the one who should be angry. Blood flowed from Fu Shijin's palm. Assistant Zhao Yi woke up from the shock and looked at his hand with concern. Boss, your hand. Fu Shijin stood up and approached Lan Ying step by step. His strong and cold aura was like a strong wind, shooting at the blue sound like a knife. She slowly raised her head and looked directly at Fu Shijin without retreating. Blue sound? Do you think I can't recognize you if you change your name? Lan Xiaoxiao, you are really good at it. After hiding a trick for 5 years, everyone thought she was dead, and he even often felt so guilty that he couldn't sleep. Lan Ying heard the gnashing of teeth from his voice, and he felt funny. The atmosphere between the two was tense, which made people confused. Jeremy said in a daze, Ying, do you know the boss? As soon as the words fell, Fu Shijin took a cold look. This look was as cold as an arrow, which scared Jeremy out of breath. And the next second, Fu Shijin grabbed Lan Ying's hand and walked out. Let go of me. I'm not Lan Xiaoxiao. You're mistaken. It's hard for her to live a peaceful and comfortable life. She doesn't want to see this scumbag again. Whether for herself or for her 2 children, she doesn't want to admit that she is Lan Xiaoxiao. If she had known that the new boss would be Fu Shijin, she would never have come to dinner, and would even leave and change jobs as soon as possible. How much she used to like Fu Shijin, how much she hates him now. Fu Shijin didn't even give her a chance to struggle. He dragged him directly to the stairwell all the way, and the door was closed with a bang. Well, Lan Ying was thrown against the wall and hit her back so hard that she was about to cry. Fu Shijin is not soft at all. Lan Xiaoxiao, you are so good. It's so good that you dare to play. Fu Shijin has always been calm and self-controlled, but at this time, his emotions reached the extreme and could not be suppressed at all. He pinched Lan Ying's chin. Before he could recover from the pain in his back, he was robbed of breath by his powerful momentum. Lan Ying grabbed his hand and tried to break it away, but it was completely useless, like an octopus shaking a tree. I don't know, Lai. Well, as soon as she said the word no, Fu Shijin tried harder. Her scarlet eyes were filled with rage and reckless fierceness. Lan Ying only felt that her jaw was sore. She couldn't say a word. Her eyes stared at the crazy man, and the corners of her mouth sarcastically. One arc, no more struggle. He didn't die 5 years ago, so is he going to be humiliated by him now? A tear slipped from the corners of her eyes, slid down the delicate face to the neck, and then melted into his blood-covered hands. The salty tears stimulated the wound, and the slight sting made Fu Shijin come back to his senses. Chapter 4, Mommy was bullied. Just as Lan Ying closed her eyes and no longer paid attention to his anger, Fu Shijin let go. She suddenly collapsed on the ground, and a shocking blood stain was rubbed on her originally beautiful neck. And Fu Shijin's hanging hand was dripping blood, and the bright red blood fell to the ground, blooming flowers. Lan Xiaoxiao, you'd better give me an explanation. Lan Xiaoxiao stood up slowly against the wall. After a dry cough for a while, she relaxed and raised her head. Her hair was messy, and a few strands of hair fell on her ears, but it did not stop her beauty at all. Her small and delicate face showed a little stubbornness, and her apricot eyes were full of disdain and sarcasm. Explain? Oh, it doesn't matter to you if I die or not. Or am I not dead, so you are unhappy? No matter how much she didn't admit it, Fu Shijin wouldn't believe it. He simply broke the can and fell down, and scolded him and felt a little refreshed. 5 years ago, she was sincerely disliked, and 5 years later, she didn't want to live in suffocation anymore. Lan Xiaoxiao. Fu Shijin was so angry that he took a few deep breaths to suppress it. He didn't expect that Lan Xiaoxiao, who had always been obedient, had such a great ability to deceive everyone. Now, he still looks like he doesn't know what's wrong. Fu Shijin, isn't this good? You can still think I'm dead and be with the person you like. You live your happy life, and I live my happy birthday. Lan Xiaoxiao thinks it's good. It's impossible. Fu Shijin was so angry with her indifferent attitude that he almost pinched her again. Since you are alive, I can't think you are dead. When I was alive, you didn't treat me as a human being, but now you treat me as a living person. What does it have to do with you whether I live or die? You didn't care about me before, and now you don't have to pretend. Her face was pale, but every word she said was a knife, which made her life hurt. Fu Shijin clenched his fist and was angry to a certain extent. Instead, he calmed down. He looked at her coldly and turned around to leave her with an indifferent back. The sculpture-like handsome face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost. Lan Xiaoxiao, do you know how many people your irresponsible behavior has hurt? You'd better think about how to go back and make amends. Especially the one you are most sorry for. At the end, Fu Shijin lowered his voice and said coldly. The figure of Mrs. Fu, who was very kind to her, appeared in Lan Xiaoxiao's mind. When her family died, it was the old lady who took her to take care of her and treated her like her own granddaughter. The old lady must be very sad to know that she is dying of childbirth. Thinking of this, Lan Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with guilt. But this is not a reason for Fu Shijin to attack her. Why do you blame me from the highest moral point? How good do you think you can be? You are the most irresponsible person who should make amends. If it weren't for you, how could I lose my child? Thinking of the lost child, she couldn't help falling down in large tears. Her eyes soaked in tears were very bright, which made people clearly see the hatred inside. Fu Shijin's heart was hit hard, and the dense pain hit him. His cold face was cracked, and his eyes showed a little sadness. Could it be that only Lan Xiaoxiao is still alive, but those two children are really gone? For a long time, Fu Shijin's clenched hand loosened and said something coldly. I'll give you a day to think clearly. Don't run away. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will find you. He opened the door and left. He didn't notice that a small figure flashed aside the moment he opened the door. For a while after he left, Xibao came out from behind the huge vase. As soon as he entered the stairwell, he happened to see Mommy's eyes wiping tears indifferently. Mommy. He originally wanted to find a chance to ask the idol for an autograph photo again. As a result, he saw Mommy enter the idol's box. Not long after, he saw the idol rudely pulling Mommy out. He was anxious to follow, but was stopped by a door. He couldn't open the door, so he could only listen to the situation inside outside. But the sound insulation was so good that he didn't hear anything. When Lan Xiaoxiao heard her son's voice, she was in a trance and fixed her eyes. It was indeed Xibao. She quickly wiped away her tears and carried Xibao over worriedly. Why are you here? Where is Yeobao? An Yun took the child out to eat. Yeobao is at home. Mommy, what's wrong with your neck? Xibao stared at Lan Xiaoxiao's bloody neck with wide eyes in horror. It's an idol. No, it's not an idol from now on. It's that man who bullied Mommy. Xibao suddenly turned into an angry bird and struggled to avenge Mommy. He is the only man in the family. He has been determined to protect his mother and sister since he was a child, but now his mother is actually bullied. Lan Xiaoxiao quickly held the small body. Don't be afraid, Xibao. Mommy is fine and not injured. Mommy cried. Xibao was so anxious that tears fell down. That's because there's something dirty in your eyes. Lan Xiaoxiao gently coaxed and gently wiped away his tears. Xibao slowly calmed down, but he vowed in his heart that he would avenge his mother in the future. Lan Xiaoxiao thought that Fu Shijin might not have left yet. If Fu Shijin saw Xibao, would he take Xibao away? He didn't forget that Fu Shijin said that he would keep the child and divorce her. No, she can't let Fu Shijin take away the child. The two children are the treasures she gave birth to in October, which is her life. No one wants to take it away. Lan Xiaoxiao led Xibao to stand up. Let's go home. Xibao keenly sensed what Mommy was worried about. So he calmed down sensibly and followed Lan Xiaoxiao home obediently. On the way, Xibao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mommy wipe off the blood on her neck with a wet tissue. Fortunately, Mommy was not injured. But why do idols do this to Mommy? What happened between Mommy and idol? These questions were in Xibao's heart. He clenched his little fist. He must find out all this and not let Mommy be bullied again. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't know the little guy's inner thoughts. She gently closed her eyes and rested. The memory that had been sealed for 5 years all came out when she met Fu Shijin today. She and Fu Shijin arranged a marriage, but she liked Fu Shijin very much. The love of girls era continued until after marriage. In her 2 years of marriage, she put Fu Shijin first and tried to be a virtuous wife. She thought that as long as she behaved well enough, she could melt Fu Shijin's stone heart. So when Fu Shijin suddenly became particularly enthusiastic about her that night, she was so happy that she lost herself with a kiss and gave herself to him completely. But this man was so heartless. He went abroad the next day and didn't come back for more than 8 months. From the joy of finding out that she was pregnant, to the disappointment of not waiting for him to return, to then to the discovery that it was a triplet, the doctor advised her to abort one to avoid the dangerous pain of childbirth, and finally heard his divorce completely desperate. In that delivery, she was locked up from the ghost gate and finally got better. She lived a good life in the United States with her 2 children, but this man appeared again. Lan Xiaoxiao felt a splitting headache. She rubbed her temples. Xibao in her arms moved and stretched out her little hand. Mommy, I'll give you a massage. Lan Xiaoxiao held his soft hand. Mommy is fine. She is almost home. Shouldn't you tell me why she appeared there? Lan Xiaoxiao showed an expression of not wanting to deceive me. The little guy turned the beginning with a guilty heart. How can he fool Mommy? It's so urgent. At this time, he missed his ghostly sister very much. Chapter 5, Erase the Traces of Life. Yeobao, who was watching cartoons at home, sneezed inadvertently. An Yun immediately reached out and touched her forehead. No fever. Yeobao said sweetly, Aunt Ying, I'm fine, but my nose suddenly itched, so I sneezed. An Yun pinched her cute face with a smile. Maybe your mother misses you. Mommy must miss me. Yeobao raised his chin arrogantly. After a while, he heard the sound of the key opening the door. An Yun knew that Lan Xiaoxiao was back and hurried up to meet him. Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao sorted herself out in the car. At this time, An Yun didn't see anything. She glanced at An Yun and asked, Where is Xibao? I'm sleeping. Xibao came out from behind Mommy, drooping his little head, and shouted listlessly, Aren't you? Huh? Xibao, aren't you sleeping? How could you be with your mommy? An Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Lan Xiaoxiao led Xibao in and closed the door. A few minutes later, the 2 children stood obediently in front of Lan Xiaoxiao, as if they had done something wrong. Yeobao looked at An Yun for help. An Yun said that he could not help him. Who asked you to do it? I was fooled. Mommy, I was wrong. Xibao was the first to admit his mistake and had a positive and sincere attitude. Lan Xiaoxiao sighed. He said, It's not that Mommy doesn't let you go out, but that you can't go out alone. What if you meet bad people? She will never forget the fact that Yeobao sneaked out 2 years ago and was almost taken away. Xibao also thought of this matter, and his little face turned slightly white. At that time, Mommy was in a hurry to find her sister. She cried and didn't forget to hold him tightly. Mommy, I'm sorry to make you worry. Yeobao also quickly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Mommy, Yeobao is not good. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 cute and sensible children, held the 2 children in her arms, and kissed each of them. Remember that no matter what happens, Mommy will be by your side to protect you. You can tell Mommy wherever you want to do in the future, and Mommy will take you there. The 2 children nodded obediently. An Yun looked at this scene with satisfaction. Fortunately, she didn't hit the child. She was ready to stop it. Mommy is on vacation tomorrow. Shall we take you out to play? The 2 children opened their eyes wide, and Yeobao clapped his hands happily. Really? Where did Mommy take us to play? How about traveling? Good, good. Yeobao was so happy that Xibao also laughed. They haven't traveled with their mother for half a year. Mommy has been too busy for half a year. Lan Xiaoxiao packed her luggage with her 2 children overnight, but when she bought the ticket, she was prompted that she could not buy it. Xiaoyun, I can't buy a ticket. Lan Xiaoxiao was full of doubts about why it suddenly happened. Let me see. An Yun took the mobile phone and operated it once, but still couldn't place an order. She thought for a moment, I can only call tomorrow morning to ask. Xiaoxiao, you look tired. Go to bed early. Lan Xiaoxiao frowned, and her 6th sense told her that it was not simple. She is indeed off tomorrow, and she wants to take the children on a trip. But this is too coincidentally. As soon as she met Fu Shijin today, she couldn't buy a plane ticket. Lan Xiaoxiao remembered what Fu Shijin said when she left, and her eyes suddenly widened. No way, Fu Shijin's power will develop so much in just 5 years. Even American Airlines can intervene. If this is the case, according to Fu Shijin's methods, she should soon know the existence of the 2 children. In case he comes to rob the child, what chances does she have? No matter what the chance of winning is, she undoubtedly doesn't want to see this situation and doesn't want to take any risks. So she must find a way not to let Fu Shijin know. Lan Xiaoxiao grabbed An Yun's hand. Xiaoyun, do me a favor. An Yun was a little nervous by her serious expression and swallowed. You say, help me erase the traces of 2 children's lives. Okay. An Yun didn't know why Lan Xiaoxiao did this. Obviously, it was not the time to ask at this time. Lan Xiaoxiao seemed to have been worried since she came back. The 2 were talking in the living room, but they didn't know that a small figure was in the room, quietly opening a crack in the door and listening to their conversation. Xibao quietly closed the door again, and then took out the iPad from the drawer. The light emitted by the iPad in the dark illuminated the little and tender face. It is still difficult to erase the traces of life between him and his sister with Aunt Yun's ability, so he has to help Aunt Yun. Mommy must have done this to protect them. Half an hour later, Xibao put down his iPad and lay down again, and soon Lan Xiaoxiao came in. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't sleep well all night. When it was time to go to work the next day, she quickly called to inquire, but was told that the exit was restricted. Fu Shijin, it must be him. Lan Xiaoxiao fell on the sofa and gritted her teeth to scold Fu Shijin. An Yun didn't leave last night because it was too late. When she heard Lan Xiaoxiao mention the name, her eyes lit up. Do you mean Fu Shijin of Fu's group? Do you know him? Lan Xiaoxiao looked at An Yun doubtfully. An Yun is a Chinese neighbor of her former residence. The two gradually developed into best friends because of their like-minded interests. At this time, An Yun's eyes flashed with worship. I have seen him in all kinds of financial reports. He is one of the best business figures and an absolute boss in recent years. It is said that there are also many industries and connections in the United States. Xiaoxiao, do you know this Fu Shijin? Lan Xiaoxiao didn't expect that Fu Shijin's power in the United States was far beyond her imagination. She shook her head and said, I don't know her. An Yun didn't know her story, and she didn't want to pull out those pasts. An Yun was quite disappointed. Let me ask you what's going on. You didn't break the law. Why are you restricted from leaving the country? No need to ask, I probably know what's going on. Lan Xiaoxiao is embarrassed to trouble her friends again. Since she can't buy a plane ticket, she won't leave the country. She can drive to another place. In the most luxurious hotel in the capital of the United States, Fu Shijin had insomnia and couldn't sleep all night. The fact that Lan Xiaoxiao was still alive had a great impact on him. It took him a whole night to digest it. Early the next morning, Zhao Yi appeared with some information. Boss, these are my wife's information. Zhao Yi has just come back from the shock. He has read these materials and has to sigh in his heart that it is really too dashing for his wife to leave the boss. Today's Lan Xiaoxiao is very different from the previous Lan Xiaoxiao. In the past, Lan Xiaoxiao was full of Fu Shijin, but now Lan Xiaoxiao is full of career. After reading it, Fu Shijin smiled coldly and threw the materials on the coffee table. She has lived a dashing life in the past 5 years, and Zimo has half of her responsibility when she becomes like that. Thinking of the young master, Zhao Yi couldn't help but feel that he was too much. Zhao Yi's mobile phone rang. He went out to answer the phone and came in a hurry after a minute. Boss, my wife is gone. Fu Shijin's face sank, and there was a storm in his deep eyes. He suddenly stood up and ordered powerfully, find it for me. Anyway, he will never let Lan Xiaoxiao disappear again this time. Chapter 6, Ex-Wife. Lan Xiaoxiao couldn't judge how powerful Fu Shijin was. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, she asked Anye to send the two children to the destination first, while she drove around several cities alone and changed several cars, finally avoiding various surveillance to the destination to meet the children. Xiao Yin, can you help me get a boat ticket? An Yin was stunned and looked at Lan Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you. Lan Xiaoxiao earnestly took An Yin's hand. Now only you can help me. An Yin was really curious and worried. Xiaoxiao, where on earth did you offend Fu Shijin? Lan Xiaoxiao lowered her head and was silent for several minutes before taking a deep breath and telling An Yin, he is the father of Xibao and Yubao. What? An Yin looked at the room where the two babies were, lowered her voice, and asked her in surprise, is the scumbag who abandoned you and your child Fu Shijin? Lan Xiaoxiao nodded seriously. If he knows about the existence of the two children, he will definitely take them away. You also know that Xibao Yubao is my life. Without them, I can't live at all. An Yin became serious at that time and patted his chest. Don't worry, I will help you do it. In less than an hour, An Yin got a boat ticket. I will personally send you to the ship tomorrow. Lan Xiaoxiao hugged An Yin and was full of gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Yin. Although An Yin didn't know the story of Lan Xiaoxiao and Fu Shijin, she knew how difficult it was when Lan Xiaoxiao first came to the United States. At that time, she was still in depression. Because she had to feed two children, she couldn't take medicine for treatment, so she could only relieve herself every day. Once, Lan Xiaoxiao committed suicide. It was An Yin, a neighbor, who found out and sent her to the hospital in time. Later, An Yin was afraid that she would not be able to think of it again, so she accompanied her for several days. During this period, the child's father did not appear. Later, she found that Lan Xiaoxiao seemed to hate the man very much. She did not dare to bring up Lan Xiaoxiao's bad memories, so she made up for the plot of how Lan Xiaoxiao was cruelly abandoned by the scumbag. Now that the scumbag has come, she must do her best to help Lan Xiaoxiao get rid of the scumbag. Early the next morning, An Yin drove the mother and son to a dock, and several ships around him were loading. You can take this boat to Country Y. I have a friend who will pick you up there. You can have fun for a while. An Yin helped to get the luggage on the boat and told Lan Xiaoxiao a few words. Lan Xiaoxiao was very grateful. She hugged An Yin. An Yin patted her gently. I'll wait for you to come back and tell me your story. Okay. Lan Xiaoxiao took the two children and said goodbye to An Yin. Yubao, who was usually naughty and curious about everything, probably felt something. At this time, she also stayed quietly by her mother's side, while Xibao frowned and meditated like a little adult. Looking at the condition of Mommy and Aunt Yu, why do you feel that Mommy didn't take them on a trip, but on the run? Thinking of Mommy asking Aunt Ying to erase the traces of her and her sister's life, Xibao was more sure that Mommy was going to take them to escape from the United States. But why? Is it with idols? Bah, is that man related? Lan Xiaoxiao took the two children back to the cabin and made the bed. This time, they followed the cargo ship to Country Y and would drift at sea for several days. The children are going to suffer. Mommy, I'll help you. Yeobao ran over to help Lan Xiaoxiao clean up. Lan Xiaoxiao touched her daughter's head. Are you sleepy? Go and sleep with your brother. In order to catch up with the ship, they got up before dawn. Yeobao just wanted to say that she was not sleepy, so she yawned. The next second, Shibao also raised her hand to cover her mouth and yawned. Lan Xiaoxiao coaxed the two babies to sleep. She also wanted to squint, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. In order not to wake up the two children, Lan Xiaoxiao hurried over and opened the door. I saw a foreign woman standing outside and saw Lan Xiaoxiao with a friendly smile. Hello, I'm Anya's friend. My name is Lina. I work on this ship. Anyun asked me to take care of you. How are you here? Lan Xiaoxiao understood in her heart and said with a smile, I'm fine here, thank you. We haven't set sail yet. You can familiarize yourself with the environment with me. Okay. Lan Xiaoxiao saw that the child was sleeping soundly, so she quietly closed the door and followed Lina out for a walk. Lina enthusiastically introduced the situation on the ship to Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao wrote down what she needed to pay attention to one by one. A commotion came, and Lina looked at the bow of the boat curiously. The ship is about to sail. I don't know what's going on over there. Would you like to go and have a look with me? Lan Xiaoxiao was not in the mood to watch the excitement and was about to refuse. Suddenly, a row of well-trained people in black came towards this side. Lan Xiaoxiao was surrounded before she could react. Lina looked at these people in panic and screamed, Who are you? What do you want to do? Lan Xiaoxiao was stunned and had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, a handsome and straight man with a cold breath came from the bow of the boat. His face was gloomy, and there was suppressed anger in his deep eyes. As he approached, the strong momentum became more and more overwhelming. Unexpectedly, he found it so quickly. Lan Xiaoxiao bit her lip to calm herself down. Her brain was running quickly. The children were in the cabin, and Fu Shijing couldn't find out. Fu Shijing stepped forward 3 and 2 steps and grabbed Lan Xiaoxiao's wrist fiercely and very hard. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, Lan Xiaoxiao, did I say, don't run away. It's my freedom to go where I want to go, but you. Why do you restrict me from leaving the country? I didn't break the law. Lan Xiaoxiao looked up, and the coldness in his eyes was not inferior to his. Just because you are me? Fu Shijing paused halfway through. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled mockingly as if he had caught something about him. What is it about you? The sarcasm in her eyes made Fu Shijing very uncomfortable, and finally spit out 2 words, ex-wife. She had known for a long time that she was nothing in his heart. Therefore, when he heard the word ex-wife, Lan Xiaoxiao's heart did not fluctuate at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. I don't understand which law stipulates that ex-husbands can restrict their ex-wife's freedom. Lan Xiaoxiao's hand was scratched by Fu Shijing, and even her bones were faintly painful. She struggled for a while, but Fu Shijing tried harder. Fu Shijing frowned. No matter what the law, you must go back to China with me. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled, then grabbed Fu Shijing's hand holding her and bit it hard. Fu Shijing subconsciously threw her out. Seeing that she was about to fall, he stretched out his hand to pull her, but he didn't in time. Lan Xiaoxiao was thrown to the ground by him and squatted down. The tail vertebra hurt so much that her face turned pale. Blue sound. Lina screamed and rushed up. Chapter 7. Throw it into the sea to feed the fish. Lan Xiaoxiao sat for several seconds before she stood up with Lina's strength. No matter how painful her tail vertebrae was, she seemed to have no feeling. She stood straight, her eyes full of coldness and dissatisfaction. Why do you want me to divorce me? Why do you want me to go back to China? You want me to make amends? I don't think I'm at fault. On the contrary, you should make amends to me. She said every word very clearly, and every word seemed to have a thorn. She stabbed fiercely. I pretended to die because I was fed up with your indifference. I don't want to live a puppet life, and I don't want to see you again. I just want to live my own life, a life that has nothing to do with you. The indifference and disgust in her eyes evil was so strange that Fu Shijin still remembered that the woman whose eyes were full of him looked exactly like the person in front of him, but she was different everywhere. Fu Shijin frowned tightly, and the place where she was bitten was hot and painful. He stared at Lan Xiaoxiao with deep eyes. He was so angry that his brain hurt, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. He stepped forward, and Lina immediately protected Lan Xiaoxiao behind her. What are you going to do to my friend? Lina couldn't understand Chinese, but after watching it for so long, she could see that Mingtao was coming. However, the next moment, she was restrained by 2 men in black. Hey, what do you want to do? Let go of me. Lan Xiaoxiao's face changed and he was angry. Fu Shijin, let go of my friend. If you want me to let her go, you can go back to China with me. Lina is Yin's friend, that is, her friend. Lan Xiaoxiao doesn't want to implicate others, but she knows Fu Shijin. What if I don't? She thought she was clear enough that Fu Shijin would not pester her if she had a little conscience. Unfortunately, Fu Shijin had no conscience. He was determined to take her back to China. Then I'll throw her into the sea to feed the fish. Fu Shijin pointed gently with his finger, and the man in black dragged Lina to the edge of the railing, making a gesture to throw Lina down. Lina was so scared that her face turned pale and she shouted, "Wow! Fu Shijin, you are breaking the law. I counted 3 times, and her life and death were between your thoughts." Fu Shijin turned around and left her a tall but cold and ruthless back. He said so lightly, but Lan Xiaoxiao seemed to be in torment. She knew that Fu Shijin could do what he said. "Fu Shijin, you bastard!" Lan Xiaoxiao cursed loudly. Fu Shijin's face was more gloomy and he said a number, 1. As soon as the words fell, Lina was pressed on the railing, and her head was already stuck out. She looked at Lan Xiaoxiao in fear for help. Not far away, the crew were stopped by the man in black and could only watch there. Lan Xiaoxiao ran over in a hurry to save Lina, but was also restrained by 2 men in black. She struggled. "Fu Shijin, don't you love your white moonlight very much? If you bring me back to China, you won't be afraid that she will be jealous and break up with you." 2. Fu Shijin took a step and was ready to leave. The last 3 was about to be said, and Lan Xiaoxiao shouted, "I'll go back with you." The man in black left and let go of Lina. Lina stugged over and hugged Lan Xiaoxiao. "Thank you, Xiao. You are my lifesaver. I'm sorry, I hurt you. Can you help me contact An Yun?" In the last sentence, Lan Xiaoxiao said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, "Help me tell An Yun to take care of the 2 children." Lina nodded. There was a roar of a helicopter above his head. Lan Xiaoxiao followed Fu Shijin up. As the hatch closed, the man in black quickly retreated cleanly. The helicopter was getting farther and farther away from the ground, and Lan Xiaoxiao slowly withdrew his gaze. She looked at a place in a daze with an expressionless face. Fu Shijin was sitting next to her, who was reading a piece of information with his iPad. After 5 years, they sat quietly together for the first time. At such a close distance, she could smell the long-lost familiar fragrance on him. Lan Xiaoxiao closed his eyes and leaned aside silently to stay away from Fu Shijin. This small action was seen by Fu Shijin. He frowned and felt unhappy. Does this woman dislike him? Oh, it's because he dislikes her, right? Fu Shijin also sat a little to the side. Neither of them said anything, and it seemed that there was nothing to say. Lan Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and thought about how to arrange it after returning to China. Looking at Fu Shijin like this, it is obvious that the existence of the 2 children has not been found. But he will definitely ask that she can't let the child appear in front of Fu Shijin after returning to China. Otherwise, once Fu Shijin knows about it, he will definitely take the child away. At that time, with Fu Shijin's nature, he may not even let her meet. Therefore, after returning to China, she will find a way to get rid of Fu Shijin as soon as possible. By the way, he is dead. Didn't Fu Shijin marry Guo Ning? Guo Ning probably doesn't want to be alive. So, there is a high probability that I can get rid of Fu Shijin. Lan Xiaoxiao was relieved when she thought about this. As soon as she relaxed, she soon fell asleep. The helicopter flew directly to the hotel where Fu Shijin was staying. After stopping, Fu Shijin opened the hatch and turned to look at Lan Xiaoxiao until he found that she was asleep. Fu Shijin frowned and looked at Lan Xiaoxiao's hand on his knee, with a circle of obvious bruises on his wrist. "Boss, Zhao Yi is waiting below. Wake her up and close her up," Fu Shijin said coldly and walked into the hotel without hesitation. Zhao Yi looked at the bodyguard and finally stubbornly went up to wake up Lan Xiaoxiao. "Madam, here we are." Lan Xiaoxiao opened her eyes anxiously and looked around. Fu Shijin was gone, only Zhao Yi and a few bodyguards. She cooperated and followed Zhao Yi into the hotel. Zhao Yi took her to a VIP room and was about to leave when he was stopped by Lan Xiaoxiao. "Is Fu Shijin married?" Zhao Yi didn't expect that she would ask this, but there was nothing difficult to answer. No, he wasn't with Guo Ning. Lan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. In those years, she heard with her own ears that Fu Shijin wanted to divorce her for Guo Ning. Fu Shijin liked Guo Ning, so how could he not marry Guo Ning? "Miss Guo has been with the boss all these years." Lan Xiaoxiao said, "Oh," and then smiled at Zhao. "I know, thank you." "You're welcome." Zhao Yi left and closed the door, but soon knocked on the door and came in to deliver a tube of ointment to remove bruises. Lan Xiaoxiao sat on the soft sofa, stared at the medicine for a while, and rubbed it on his wrist. Then he lay down and closed his eyes, thinking nonsense in his mind, and soon fell asleep again. She hasn't slept well for 2 days. "Shu Jun, are you sure you don't want me to accompany you?" Guo Ning's voice came from the mobile phone, as gentle as water, with a little worry. "No, I will return to China soon," Fu Shijin said lightly. He turned on the amplification of his mobile phone and replied to the email while talking on the phone. "Well, you should take care of your health and don't be too tired." "I know. You go ahead. I'll hang up." Guo Ning reluctantly hung up the phone, and then the reluctance on his face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a layer of gloom. Chapter 8. Roll down the stairs and faint. Guo Ning held the mobile phone tightly, and the newly made nails were cut off. "Lan Xiaoxiao." She recited the name, and her eyes were full of resentment. "Why do people who are already dead still appear? And Fu Shijin didn't tell her when she just called, or she accidentally knew it through other channels. The more Guo Ning thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He took out his mobile phone to book a plane ticket, but stopped at the last moment. Now, the woman beside Fu Shijin is her. What can Lan Xiaoxiao do even if she is alive? Fu Shijin doesn't love her. She is the biggest winner. Why panic? Running to the United States at this time may make Shi Jun unhappy. Anyway, he will come back as soon as he finishes the matter. As long as she holds Zuma in her hand, Lan Xiaoxiao can't make any big storms when she comes back. After figuring out this, Guo Ning was not so eager and didn't pay attention to Lan Xiaoxiao at all. If a dead person appears again, he will only be disgusted. Lan Xiaoxiao was awakened by hunger. She had a nightmare, but she didn't remember much when she woke up. She went to wash her face with a trembling mind, and then covered her hungry stomach and opened the door to find something to eat. As soon as she opened the door, she saw 2 bodyguards standing at the door and stopped her. What are you doing? Lan Xiaoxiao's face turned black. Is Fu Shijin imprisoning her? Sorry, the boss asked us to be optimistic about you. We can't let you run away, or we will all lose our livelihood. The bodyguard said seriously and meticulously. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. Lan Xiaoxiao shouted. I will ask the waiter to deliver the food to you. Lan Xiaoxiao suddenly closed the door. She, a weak woman, couldn't deal with 2 muscular men. She could only go back to the room angrily. When she saw the phone placed there, she wanted to call Anying, but she was worried that she would be monitored by Fu Shijin, so she could only hold back. I don't know if Anying received the child, but her mobile phone was in the cabin at that time. The 2 babies must be very worried that they can't see her when they wake up. Will they be afraid? In the past 5 years, she has never been separated from her children for more than a day. Now, she is imprisoned by Fu Shijin and can't see them for a short time. No, she must find a way to contact Anying. 10 minutes later, the waiter came in to deliver the meal. Lan Xiaoxiao glanced at the 2 bodyguards outside and said a few words to the waiter in a low voice. The waiter was embarrassed, but then he took out his mobile phone and handed it to her. Lan Xiaoxiao closed his hands gratefully, then went into the bathroom and quickly dialed Anying's phone. Hello, Xiaoying, it's me. Anying's worried voice came. Xiao, where are you? How are you? I'm fine, Xiaoying, listen to me. Okay, you say? Fu Shijin wants to take me back to China by force. I can't avoid this trip, and I don't know when I can finish the matter with him. I can't leave Xibao Yuebao alone in the United States. I can only ask you to arrange to send them back to China. You just need to send them on the plane. I have friends in China to pick them up. Okay, no problem. Anying agreed in one word. Did they make a fuss? Lan Xiaoxiao finished speaking quickly, her mouth was a little dry, and she was also very worried about the 2 children. Yuebao couldn't find you and cried for a while. Now, he is asleep. Xibao is fine. Hearing this, Lan Xiaoxiao's image of Yuebao crying heartbrokenly when she couldn't see her appeared in her mind, and her heart ached. I talked to Xibao. Anying gave his mobile phone to Xibao. Mommy, where are you? Xibao's worried voice came immediately. Listening to his son's slightly trembling voice, Lan Xiaoxiao wanted to cry. She was really sorry for the child. She didn't give them a healthy family. Now, she has to let them face this. Mommy has something to do back to China. Aunt Yin will take you and Yuebao to the airport tomorrow. Lan Xiaoxiao quickly told Xibao. Xibao listened carefully and responded obediently. Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of my sister. See you in China. Thank you, my baby. Lan Xiaoxiao felt much better. The son is like her intimate little cotton jacket, warm and considerate. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't dare to talk for too long. After saying that, she quickly hung up the phone and returned the mobile phone to the waiter. It was getting dark outside. I was worried about this day. I got enough sleep during the day, and Lan Xiaoxiao couldn't sleep at night. She opened the door and said to the 2 bodyguards at the door, let Fu Shijin come to see me, or I will make a fuss. After saying that, he slammed the door, regardless of whether the 2 bodyguards heard it or not. The 2 looked at each other for a while, and then went to report to Fu Shijin. Let her make trouble. Fu Shijin gracefully turned over the document and did not take Lan Xiaoxiao to heart. If she hadn't died at the beginning, they would have been able to get together and break up, and the 3 children would have been fine, let alone Zuma would not have become like that. Lan Xiaoxiao, she will atone for her sins. The bodyguard went back and continued to guard, while Lan Xiaoxiao didn't see Fu Shijin for half an hour and began to make a fuss. She searched around the room, and then with a bang, the TV was smashed. The bodyguard heard the movement outside the door and quickly swiped the card to run in. Lan Xiaoxiao hid by the door. As soon as they broke in, she rushed out like a loach. The bodyguard also reacted quickly. Stop. Lan Xiaoxiao ran out and pressed the elevator wildly. Seeing that the bodyguard was about to catch up, the elevator had not arrived yet. She turned her head and ran to the safe stairs. The 2 bodyguards persistently chased. Lan Xiaoxiao ran all the way down, which was very unlucky. One stepped on the air, and the whole person rolled down. At that moment, she wanted to cry. Boom! Lang Xiaoxiao's head hit the wall and stopped rolling at the same time. When the bodyguard caught up, she had fainted. Fu Shijin looked at the document, and the more he looked at it, the more upset he became. He was about to get up and find Lan Xiaoxiao. He wants to see what this woman wants to do. As soon as he opened the door, Zhao Yi's hand knocked on the door, almost knocked on Fu Shijin's head. What's the matter? Fu Shijin's face turned black, and the coldness all over his body made Zhao Yi shiver. The wife rolled down the stairs and fainted. Fu Shijin's expression moved slightly. He squeezed his thin lips tightly and walked towards the elevator without saying a word. Lan Xiaoxiao lay on the bed with a pale face. The blood on her forehead was very obvious and shocking on the porcelain white skin. Zhao Yi had called the doctor to treat her wound. About 10 minutes later, the doctor packed up and came out. The wound should not be touched with water. If you feel dizzy tomorrow, it is recommended to go to the hospital for further examination. Fu Shijin responded lightly, and then went in. Zhao Yi, a doctor, sent him out of the door. Looking at the woman lying on the bed, Fu Shijin frowned tightly. Chapter 9, Cruel and Heartless. In his memory, Lan Xiaoxiao was a cautious woman who always kept her promises and flattered him. 5 years later, after the woman died once, she completely changed her nature. She dared to do it against him. She was also very clever and could speak. Today, she was even more angry with him. Suddenly, Lan Xiaoxiao's eyelids moved and he slowly opened his eyes. She looked ahead in confusion, and there was a blank space in her mind, and then all her memories surged up. Oh, by the way, she wanted to see Fu Shijin, but Fu Shijin didn't see her, so she ran away. After these things, she also knew that she could not run away from the United States for the time being. So she pretended to run away and made a fuss. Maybe Fu Shijin saw her, but accidentally stepped on the air and rolled down the stairs. If you are a little capable, you should end yourself. I said that no matter where you escape, I can find you. The cold voice came into her ears, and Lan Xiaoxiao's breath was suffocated for a moment. She turned her head and looked coldly at the tall man beside the bed. Do you really want me to die? She asked out somehow. At that moment, her eyes suddenly felt a little sour. This is the man she used to like very much, cruel and heartless. 5 years ago, because of him, she suffered from depression. It took her 5 years to heal herself and forget him, but she didn't expect to meet again. Obviously, he was determined to take her back to China, but he still disliked her for not dying. Listening to what she said, Fu Shijin's eyebrows, he wrinkled his head deeper and snorted coldly. Your death has nothing to do with me, but before you die, you'd better think about those who care about you. You said that my death has nothing to do with you, so why do you have to take me back to China? She blocked Fu Shijin to death with one sentence. Fu Shijin's temples jumped again, and impatience appeared in his deep eyes. He felt that if he said a few more words to her, he would be short-lived. If you still have a conscience, just settle down and go back with me to atone for your sins, otherwise, I don't mind tying you back. Before Lan Xiaoxiao spoke again, Fu Shijin raised his long legs and left. After Fu Shijin left, Lan Xiaoxiao held the quilt and thought for a long time. The only thing she could think of was Mrs. Does Fu Shijin want her to go back and make amends for Mrs. When something happened to her family, her mother was forced to commit suicide by the creditor, and then her father was she couldn't bear to commit suicide in prison. When she was lonely and helpless, it was Mrs. who brought her back to the Fu family and arranged the wedding of her and Fu Shijin, with the fulfillment of the marriage contract between the two families. Mrs. treats her like her own granddaughter. She considers everything for her. Knowing that she likes Fu Shijin, she creates opportunities for her everywhere. Unfortunately, in the end, she still failed to impress Fu Shijin. The old lady must be very sad to know that she has died, and she doesn't know how her health has been in the past 5 years, and whether she is still healthy. Lan Xiaoxiao is no longer noisy, and the questions she wants to ask seem to be unimportant. However, Zhao Yi didn't have to wait for the answer to this question for a long time. This is a supplementary certificate. Madam, please bear with it for another day. The boss will return to China tomorrow after dealing with the affairs here. Zhao Yi glanced at Lan Xiaoxiao's bandaged forehead. I know. Don't worry, I'll spare my life and won't make any more trouble. That's good. I'll go to work first. Zhao Yi is about to leave. Wait a minute. Lan Xiaoxiao called him to stop. Zhao Yi turned around and looked at her doubtfully. Is there anything else? How is the old lady doing now? How are you? Zhao Yi has followed Fu Shijin for so many years, and he should know about Fu Shijin's family situation. After the old lady learned that you were dead, her health became worse and worse. Now she has to take medicine every day and go to the hospital from time to time. Lan Xiaoxiao's heart became heavier. Seeing Lan Xiaoxiao's haggard face and red eyes, Zhao Yi comforted her softly. If the old lady knew that you were still alive, she would be very happy. Lan Xiaoxiao couldn't hear the comfort and pulled the corners of her mouth. Thank you. Lan Xiaoxiao borrowed her mobile phone from the waiter again while delivering the meal. When she learned that Xiao Ting had received 2 children, she was much more relieved. Early the next morning, Lan Xiaoxiao followed Fu Shijin to the airport. In the VIP lounge, Lan Xiaoxiao sat far away from Fu Shijin. Fu Shiji was still working with his notebook, and Lan Xiaoxiao was in a daze. Suddenly, the mobile phone rang, and Fu Shiji took a look and answered. Lan Xiaoxiao saw a man who was cold and ruthless in front of her, without a trace of tenderness. At the moment of receiving the phone call, the ice and snow in his eyes seemed to melt like the spring breeze, his eyebrows were also a little soft, and his voice was more warm. Well, I'm at the airport. Well, okay, let him watch less I act. He is so gentle. It's Gu Ning's call. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at his toes and thought about how to deal with those things after returning to China. After hanging up the phone, Fu Shijin glanced at Lan Xiaoxiao. Seeing that she had been in a daze, his heart was a little blocked for no reason, and he also seemed a little irritable when dealing with the work. The phone was called by Gu Ning, and Zimo was also listening. 10 minutes later, Lan Xiaoxiao followed Fu Shijin on the plane. Xi Bao coaxed Ye Bao with great effort. The two children flew back to China obediently and met Uncle Xiao Ting at once. Xiao Ting picked up Ye Bao and touched Xi Bao's head again. His handsome face was full of love. I haven't seen you for a long time. Xi Bao and Ye Bao have grown taller again. Ye Bao's mouth was about to hang the oil bottle. Godfather, I miss mommy. Mommy will come to accompany Ye Bao in 2 days. Ye Bao will go home with her godfather now, okay? Ye Bao pouted and was very dissatisfied, but her brother said that mommy was in trouble. That's why I have to separate from them temporarily. If I don't obey, I will only cause more trouble for mommy. Although she misses mommy very much, she doesn't want to make trouble to mommy, so she has to nod. Well, I'm going to my godfather's house with my brother. Be good. Xiao Ting kissed Ye Bao's face, freed up one hand to hold Xi Bao, and then went to pick up the luggage. The handsome man held a cute girl in one hand, pushed the luggage in the other, and then a cute baby held the suitcase. Both big and two were particularly eye-catching, not to mention that the man was very powerful. It attracted a lot of attention along the way. As soon as Xiao Ting drove back, he cooked for the two children. He was busy in the kitchen, and Xi Bao was lying on the door frame. Godfather, can I go to your study to read? Okay, go ahead. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Xi Bao immediately grabbed Ye Bao and went to Xiao Ting's study. He closed the door and did not read the book, but turned on Xiao Ting's computer. Brother, what are you going to do? Check where mommy is now. Ye Bao suddenly stopped talking and sat aside obediently, staring at the computer with cute big eyes, worried about mommy. A few minutes later, Xi Bao's little face, which looked a little like Fu Shijin, told Ye Bao very seriously. Mommy should arrive tomorrow. Chapter 10, Yes, I'm still alive. Xi Bao found out the flight of mommy and Fu Shijin. Ye Bao grabbed Xi Bao's clothes happily, then let's pick up mommy tomorrow. Not yet. Mommy is with a bad guy. I'm afraid mommy is controlled by the bad guy. In order to protect us, she asked Aunt Yin to send us back to her godfather first. We can't show up rashly, otherwise it will affect mommy's escape. Xi Bao's little brain was running quickly. He probably guessed some situations. To save mommy, he could only wait for mommy to land before thinking of a way. Ye Bao was very anxious. Although she was usually naughty, she still listened to her brother at the critical moment. When Xiao Ting came in to invite the two children to dinner, he was full of relief when he saw them sitting on the ground and reading a book. Lan Xiaoxiao is really good at educating children. They are so smart and cute. However, why did Lan Xiaoxiao suddenly send the two children back to China alone? She figured it out. Is she going back to China to live? Xiao Ting didn't know that Fu Shijin had found out that Lan Xiaoxiao was still alive. He was happy that Lan Xiaoxiao could return to China and thought about how to wash the dust for Lan Xiaoxiao. In the future, he will often see Lan Xiaoxiao in China. On the morning of the next day domestic time, Lan Xiaoxiao arrived at China's B-City airport. Guo Ning had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Fu Shijin came out of the Green Channel, he saw Guo Ning, looking forward to it. Shijun, you are finally back. Guo Ning rushed up and hugged Fu Shijin, and his longing was overflowing. Fu Shijin's irritability that had just risen was restrained after smelling a fragrance. Half of his coldness was removed, and he raised his hand to gently hold her shoulder and pushed her away. Didn't you tell me not to pick you up? I miss you so much that I can't help but want to see you for the first time. Guo Ning's pretty face was slightly red, and her voice was so soft that it could come out of water. She held Fu Shijin's hand intimately and glanced at it inadvertently. Only then did she see Lan Xiaoxiao standing next to Zhao Yi behind her, and her face was full of incredible. Lan Xiaoxiao. 5 years ago, Lan Xiaoxiao and Guo Ning did not meet much. At that time, Guo Ning was with Fu Shijin. She thought that they were just a working relationship. In the end, they were a couple, but she was a jumping clown. So she didn't have a good impression of Guo Ning, so she didn't want to pay attention to Guo Ning. After not seeing each other for 5 years, Guo Ning became more brilliant. No wonder Fu Shijin liked it. You, why do you still? Guo Ning covered his mouth in shock, pretending that he had just known. In fact, he knew that Lan Xiaoxiao was still alive. Lan Xiaoxiao gently hooked her lips. Yes, I'm still alive. She said lightly, as if she was talking about what she had for breakfast. Guo Ning quickly let go of Fu Shijin and deliberately took a step or two away from Fu Shijin, as if she was not familiar with Fu Shijin, and quickly explained, "Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were still alive." Fu Shijin frowned and saw Guo Ning's fear. He walked over and took her hand and said unhappily, "What are you afraid of her?" Guo Ning struggled with his hands, and his face was full of panic. "Shu Jun, let go of me. She is your wife, and I." Guo Ning lowered his head and tears fell. What she means is that Lan Xiaoxiao is still alive and his wife Fu Shijin. Isn't she a junior now? Fu Shijin frowned deeper and snorted softly, "Don't talk nonsense, it's just my ex-wife." But Guo Ning saw that he seemed impatient and knew that he couldn't do it anymore, so he took his arm. "I know, I won't mind anymore." Lan Xiaoxiao looked sideways in the distance and didn't care about their love at all. In the past, she had little contact with Guo Ning, and she didn't know what kind of person Guo Ning was, but when she saw her today, she just wanted to hee-hee. "Do you think she can't see it?" She deliberately said that to make Fu Shijin ignore the relationship with her in person. If Guo Ning really didn't want to be a junior, she should have left Fu Shijin 5 years ago. Guo Ning leaned on Fu Shijin's shoulder intimately and lowered his head slightly. When everyone couldn't see it, he smiled a little smugly. Even if he is still alive and like this, Fu Shijin is full of her Guo Ning. As long as she cries a little, Fu Shijin will leave everything to coax her. Fu Shijin suddenly turned his head and glared at Lan Xiaoxiao fiercely. "Lan Xiaoxiao, you must be a psychopath." Guo Ning drove alone. When he returned, Fu Shijin drove, Guo Ning sat in the co-pilot, and Lan Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yi sat in the back. Guo Ning looked at Lan Xiaoxiao and asked softly, "Miss Lan, where do you live?" "I don't know. Your boyfriend forcibly brought me back." "Ask your boyfriend." Lan Xiaoxiao admitted that she did it on purpose. She should kill the dog man and woman. Guo Ning really looked suspicious and frowned. "Shijun." She called Fu Shijin to ask what was going on. Fu Shijin didn't have the habit of explaining, so he didn't want to say anything more. Guo Ning had to hold back the sourness in his heart and turned to Lan Xiaoxiao and said, "Miss Lan, why don't you live with me first?" "No need. She doesn't have a place to go." The car drove to the city center and finally drove into a high-end community. "Zhao Yi, take her up." Fu Shijin gave an order and did not get out of the car. Lan Xiaoxiao followed Zhao, and Guo Ning rolled down the window. "Zhao Yi, take good care of Miss Lan." Zhao Yi nodded slightly. When they got off the bus, Fu Shijin drove away. Guo Ning bit his lip gently. "Shu Jun, don't you have anything to say to me?" Fu Shijin pursed his lips and calmed her down after a while. "She is just my ex-wife, and I have my own arrangement to bring her back." Guo Ning speculated, "Is it because of Zumo?" Fu Shijin didn't say anything, which can be regarded as acquiescence. Guo Ning's heart sank slightly. "Do you want Lan Xiaoxiao to take care of Zumo?" "Oh, Lan Xiaoxiao doesn't deserve to be Zumo's mother at all." Speaking of Zumo, Fu Shijin was angry with Lan Xiaoxiao's stomach and had nowhere to vent. He couldn't help stepping on the accelerator, and the speed accelerated, which scared Guo Ning to pale. "Shijun, it's too fast." A minute later, Fu Shijin controlled his mood and slowed down. A trace of worry appeared in Guo Ning's heart. She has to do something. She knows how much Fu Shijin cares about Zumo. For Zumo's sake, Fu Shijin is likely to let Lan Xiaoxiao take care of Zumo. At that time, when Zumo and Lan Xiaoxiao became close, how can he have his own place? Lan Xiaoxiao followed Zhao Yi to one of the apartments in this high-end community. Zhao told her the password and then left. "Fu Shijin didn't send someone to look after me," she said sarcastically. Zhao Yi stopped. "You can't run away in the United States, and you can't run away in China." Lan Xiaoxiao understood in an instant. It seems that Fu Shijin has stood at the peak of power in the past 5 years. She stopped. "Don't worry, I won't run." Chapter 11, Meet the Two Babies. As soon as Zhao left, Lan Xiaoxiao looked at the furnishings in the room. It seemed that someone cleaned it regularly. The furniture was complete and the items were clean. They could live directly. There were even fresh ingredients in the refrigerator. Could this be what Fu Shijin has prepared for a long time? Anyway, just don't starve her. With freedom, Lan Xiaoxiao immediately went out to buy a mobile phone and a phone card, and quickly called Xiao Ting. "Xiao, where are you now?" Xiao Ting's anxious and worried voice came. "I have returned to China, but I can't see you now. Let's wait a few more days." "Where is Xibao and Yebao?" "They are reading in the study." Soon, Xiao Ting gave the phone to Xibao and Yebao. Yebao. As soon as he heard Mommy's voice, Yebao's tears fell and snatched the mobile phone. "Mommy, where are you? How are you?" Lan Xiaoxiao's heart was up. "Mommy is very good. Yebao is good. We will see Mommy in 2 more days." She also wants to see the 2 babies now, but she is not sure whether Fu Shijin is spying on her. "I have to pretend to be good. First, I asked Fu Shijin to lower my guard and think that she would not run away before I could go to see the children at ease." After talking to the children for a long time, Lan Xiaoxiao hung up. She couldn't sleep at night, thinking that Fu Shijin would take her to see Mrs. For these 2 days. However, she never expected that the first person Fu Shijin took her to see was not Mrs. Fu. After 2 days, Fu Shijin seemed to have forgotten her. Lan Xiaoxiao nestled in the apartment like a salted fish, occasionally going out for a walk and investigating. After observation, she was sure that Fu Shijin did not monitor her, and no monitoring equipment was installed in the apartment. In this case, what is she doing here? Hurry up and meet the babies. So that night, Lan Xiaoxiao patted her ass and left. She was dressed casually, wearing a mask, and got into a taxi. And as soon as she left with her front foot, Zhao Yi came over soon. He rang the doorbell, and no one opened the door for a long time, so he pressed the password to enter out of concern, but there was no one inside. Zhao Yi's face changed slightly, and he quickly took out his mobile phone to call Fu Shijin. Boss, your wife is missing again. Fu Shijin's face sank. He had returned to China, and Lan Xiaoxiao still dared to be restless. Find it. He pulled his tie irritably and pushed away a woman who was about to lean over. The force was so great that there was no pity. The woman was pushed to the ground by him and shouted delicately, Mr. For impatience was written on that handsome face, and Fu Shijin was very irritable in his heart. Therefore, the eyes look very scary, the breath all over the body is as cold as frost, and the thin lips indifferently spit out a word, get out. Shi Jingyi, who was beside him, smiled and put on the shoulder of Mr. Fan, the president of Fan's family, who was the president of today's bureau, showing a little gloating in his smile. I have said for a long time that Mr. Fu is not close to women. Look at the present, let the beautiful woman suffer. With that, he personally went to help the beauty up and hooked her chin flirtingly. Remember in the future, don't get close to our President Fu easily. Although Shi Jingyi's appearance is average, he is more noble and elegant, and his deep affection is easy to make people sink. The beauty was flirted with by him. She was originally very wronged, but now she is only shy and nods shyly. All right, go out. The beauty reluctantly went out. Mr. Fan came forward with a wine glass. I'm sorry, Mr. Fu, I didn't make a thoughtful arrangement today, and I punished myself for a glass. Fu Shijin didn't even look at him. He stood up, picked up his coat and left. Mr. Fu. Seeing this, Mr. Fan wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Shi Jingyi. Mr. Fu is not happy today. Let's make an appointment another day. After saying that, he chased Fu Shijin out. Chasing people in the parking lot, Shi Jingyi jumped on the co-pilot, and then pretended to be drunk. I'm drunk. Send me home. Go down. Fu Shijin said coldly. Lao Fu, don't be so ruthless. Go down, don't let me say it for the 3rd time. Damn it. As Fu Shijin's little hair, Fu Shijin moved his eyebrows, and he knew what he wanted to fart. In the clubhouse, Fu Shijin was very wrong after receiving Zhao Yi's call. Did Zhao Yi make a mistake? Shi Jingyi got out of the car depressed. Before he could stand firmly, the car drove away. Lan Xiaoxiao came out after playing with the children in the study for a while. Xiao Ting prepared a bottle of red wine and was coming out of the kitchen with 2 goblets. He raised his glass, have a drink. Lan Xiaoxiao walked over, and the two sat on the bar by the window and enjoyed the night view outside. After 5 years, you are finally willing to return to China. Xiao Ting looked at Lan Xiaoxiao's beautiful side face and felt warm in his heart. He is a doctor. He is so busy that he can only go to the United States once a year. Now that Lan Xiaoxiao can go back to China, he is really happy. I didn't volunteer. It was Fu Shijin who forcibly brought me back. What? The cup in Xiao Ti's hand almost fell. He looked at Lan Xiaoxiao in shock and asked, so what are you going to do next? I don't want to see him, but it's useless. I can only follow him first and see what he wants to do. When I deal with the matter between me and him, I will take Shibao and Yibao back to the United States, and I will never come back again. When Xiao Ting heard the words, his expression changed. He hoped that Lan Xiaoxiao could return to China, but he knew that he could not stop him. Well, if you need any help from me, feel free to tell me. Well, I may bother you during this period. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at him with a smile, with a little warmth in her smile, which was the exact opposite of the indifference when facing Fu Shijin. In those years, it was Xiao Ting who helped her a lot and let her be reborn. She was very grateful to this man, so she let the babies recognize him as the godfather. Xiao Ting is also very good to Shibao Yibao. He will visit them in the United States every year, and he will stay for a period of time and play with his 2 children. Therefore, it comforts Lan Xiaoxiao's guilt for the lack of fatherly love for her children. The two talked and laughed while drinking, but the doorbell rang at this time. Someone still came to you so late, shouldn't it? Lan Xiaoxiao's ambiguous guess. Xiao Ting immediately denied, I'm still single. When he said that, he quickly opened the door to see who it was. As soon as the door opened, Fu Shijin's dark and handsome face became darker and darker. His eyes looked at Xiao Ting like a cold arrow. Where is Lan Xiaoxiao? Lan Xiaoxiao dares to run to find a man. The nameless fire came up. Fu Shijin didn't wait for Xiao Ting to speak, pushed Xiao Ting away, and strode in. Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao was holding a glass of wine and drinking. His movements were slow, and he just wanted to curse his mother. But she just turned around, as if she didn't see Fu Shijin. Her indifference made Fu Shijin so angry that he stepped forward to take the person away. It seems that we still have to close people up to be safe enough. Mr. Fu, this is my home. Please go out. Xiao Ting quickly came up to protect Lan Xiaoxiao. Chapter 12, You are the one who is shameless. Fu Shijin glanced at Xiao Ting coldly, and then swept at Lan Xiaoxiao like a sharp sword. What's your relationship? Is it related to you, Mr. Fu? I have nothing to do with you. You have forcibly brought me back to China despite my will. Do you still want to restrict my freedom? Lan Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it anymore, and his mouth suddenly made Fu Shijin speechless like a gun. She didn't want to involve Xiao Ting in the matter of her and Fu Shijin. Lan Xiaoxiao gently pulled Xiao Ting and gave him a relieved look. Lan Xiaoxiao, you'd better be good, or don't blame me for being rude. Fu Shijin was so angry that his temples jumped. This woman is like an enemy to him. When she opens her mouth, she is like carrying a knife, but she is gentle and petty to this man. Does she have a new love? Humph. If you say you are good, I will be good. Why should I listen to you? I'm not your wife anymore. You can't control me. Also, I want to change my place to live. I don't want to live in your shabby apartment and be monitored by you. Change the place? Oh, where do you want to change? Is it here? Lan Xiaoxiao, why are you so shameless? Fu Shijin heard her say that she was going to change her residence and thought she was going to live in Xiao Ting's house. The anger suddenly reached its peak, and no matter how good his cultivation was, it could not control him. Lan Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned pale, and a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. At that moment, my heart seemed to be torn open by something. Bang slapped Fu Shijin in the face. The angry handsome face and crisp voice directly returned his sanity. At that moment, he regretted saying that sentence. Lan Xiaoxiao enjoyed the sourness of her nose, and her drooping hands trembled. She said word by word and powerfully, You are the one who is least qualified to say that I am shameless, Fu Shijin. Xiaoxiao. Xiao Ting left Lan Xiaoxiao behind him again and stared at Fu Shijin coldly. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Half of Fu Shijin's face was hot and painful, and several fingerprints appeared on his fair skin. He didn't know how he came out. A cold wind blew. When Fu Shijin came to his senses, he was already standing next to the car. He looked up at the light of that floor, and what Lan Xiaoxiao had just said sounded in his mind. Then Lan Xiaoxiao 5 years ago and Lan Xiaoxiao 5 years later overlapped and separated. With his eyebrows tightened into a ball, he got into the car and punched the steering wheel irritably. Half an hour later, as soon as Fu Shijin came back, Guo Ning greeted him and immediately found something wrong with his face. Oh, my god, Shijun, what's wrong with your face? Fu Shijin pushed her away, walked towards the sofa, and sat down tiredly. Shijun, tell me who hit you quickly. Guo Ning came over angrily and took his hand, but was thrown away by him. Then seeing Fu Shijin's frown, Guo Ning suddenly came to his senses. Damn, she was so anxious that she forgot to apply the incense. Guo Ning immediately understood a little away and still asked with concern, What's the matter? I heard that Lan Xiaoxiao ran away. Did you go to find her? Was it beaten by her? I'm fine. It's late. Go back and have a rest. Fu Shijin obviously doesn't want to talk more about Lan Xiaoxiao. Guo Ning was very anxious. Shijun, I'm your girlfriend. Can you tell me what you think? Fu Shijin's originally knocked eyelids suddenly opened, and his dark eyes looked at Guo Ning deeply. At that moment, Guo Ning felt guilty that he had seen through everything. I said it was because of Zimo. Don't think nonsense. Go back to rest. I'm tired. It has been different since you brought Lan Xiaoxiao back to China. Shijun, do you still feel guilty for her? Guo Ning's gentle voice is very loud and crisp in the night. She looked at Fu Shijin inquiringly. Fu Shijin snorted coldly, Guilt? I haven't felt guilty since I knew that her depression was fake. She is a sinner now, and she has to pay for her behavior. Listening to Fu Shijin's words, Guo Ning lowered her head and smiled proudly. It seemed that her worries were unnecessary. In Fu Shijin's heart, Lan Xiaoxiao is a complete scheming bitch. Shijun, can I stay tonight? After a long silence, Guo Ning asked him in a low voice. Fu Shijin closed his eyes again and didn't say yes, but he didn't refuse. This is the apartment where Fu Shijin lives alone. It is close to the company. Sometimes he comes here to live directly after drinking too much or working overtime too late. In the past 5 years, Guo Ning has also often come to live here, but they are all divided into rooms. Because I don't know why, 4 years ago, Fu Shijin suddenly got a strange disease. Once a woman is close to more than 1 meter, he will be irritable, and in the most serious case, he will hurt people. Guo Ning got a kind of calming essence from the teacher and applied it appropriately on his body to barely get close to Fu Shijin, but he could not have too much intimacy. She hates this strange disease so much that she has been studying it in depth for several years, but she has not found the curve. At night, Fu Shijin was so irritable that he couldn't sleep. On the other hand, Lan Xiaoxiao happily hugged the 2 little babies, slept soundly, and had a sweet dream. The next day, Xiao Ting got up early and prepared breakfast. Lan Xiaoxiao washed up and came out. Looking at a table of rich breakfast, he couldn't help sighing. Those who can accept Dr. Xiao in the future must be very blessed. Xiao Ting said secretly in his heart, "You are the one who is very blessed." He smiled. Eat. Xibao and Yeabao ran out in a fuss. "Mommy, my brother splashed water all over me." Yeabao plunged into Lan Xiaoxiao's arms. The complainer, "It was obvious that you threw the soap into the sink and splashed it all over yourself." Fortunately, he hid quickly at that time, otherwise he would have got wet. Xibao still looked trembling. Since seeing Mommy, Yeabao has returned to the appearance of the little demon king. To be honest, Xibao is very disgusted on the surface, but he still prefers his sister's naughty and cute appearance in his heart. In the days when he didn't see Mommy, Yeabao seemed to have lost his soul and didn't say much. He was so anxious. Lan Xiaoxiao scratched the little demon king's nose in a spoiled way. "Sit down and have a good breakfast. This was made by your godfather." "Wow, the godfather is so awesome." Yeabao looked at Xiao Ting with admiration. Xiao Ting rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. "Eat quickly." The two little guys climbed onto the chair and were very good at the meal, eating quietly. Xiao Ting was going to work, and the two little guys thoughtfully sent him out. At this moment, Xiao Ting was a little happy in his heart. He glanced at Lan Xiaoxiao, who was tidying up the tableware. How warm this scene is. He and Xiaoxiao are like husband and wife, and Xibao and Yeabao are their children. It would be great if it could be like this all the time. In this way, when the matter between Xiaoxiao and Fu Shijin is completely over, he will confess. Chapter 13. Go to hell, scumbag. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't know Xiao Ting's inner thoughts. He drank some wine last night, a little at the top, because it was too late. It was inconvenient to take the two sleeping babies to the hotel, so I could only stay for one night temporarily. After washing the dishes and chopsticks, Lan Xiaoxiao went to clean up the things of the two children. "Mommy, where are we going?" Yeabao posted it to help. Xibao also folded his clothes silently. "Mommy will take you to the hotel. And we will go back to the United States in a few days. She needs to solve the entanglement with Fu Shijin as soon as possible, so as not to have many dreams at night." "Great, will Mommy take us out these days?" "I haven't been to China yet." Yeabao is very curious about this place and really wants to go out. "Mommy is here to do something. She may not have much time to take you to play. But Mommy promised to take you to eat delicious food whenever she has time." Yeabao smashes, little mouth, "Okay." Lan Xiaoxiao packed up her things, and the doorbell rang. Did Xiao Ting forget to bring something? She took a look through the cat's eyes, and her face changed. Standing outside the door is Fu Shijin. She decided to pretend not to be there. But after a while, her mobile phone received a message. "I know you're here. Either you come out or I find a way to get in." Damn it. Lan Xiaoxiao was so angry that she almost smashed her mobile phone, this shameless man. Taking a deep breath, Lan Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked at Xibao Yeabao gently. "Xibao Yeabao, you are good at your godfather's house. Mommy is going out and will be back soon." Yeabao pouted his little mouth unhappily, and Xibao nodded obediently and sensibly. "Mommy, don't worry about doing things. I'll be obedient." Yeabao is reluctant. "I will also be obedient." Lan Xiaoxiao appeased the two babies before going out. Fu Shijin was waiting downstairs. When he saw Lan Xiaoxiao coming out obediently, he snorted coldly, "Get in the car." Lan Xiaoxiao reluctantly sat in the back seat. "I'm not your driver." Fu Shijin's cold voice came. Lan Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "I'm sorry, I think your co-pilot is disgusting." "You." Fu Shijin almost had a heart attack. He squeezed the steering wheel fiercely and took a few deep breaths to slowly suppress the fire before driving. His face was stinky all the way. Lan Xiaoxiao also turned her head and looked out of the window. The place where the car passed was familiar and strange. She grew up here and is extremely familiar with the streets and alleys, but after 5 years, there have been a lot of changes here. City B was originally a third-tier city. In just 5 years, because of the rise of Fu's group, it boosted the economy of the whole city and quickly became a new first-tier city. Fu Shijin also became one of the top 2 business tycoons, and Fu's building became the landmark of the city. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at the towering building in the distance and fell into meditation. Looking at this route, is it difficult for Fu Shijin to take himself to Fu's group? What kind of medicine is sold in his gourd? Soon the car drove past Fu's group. Lan Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to ask, and finally held back. "Forget it, let's take a look." After more than 10 minutes, I drove into a kindergarten. Lan Xiaoxiao's head is full of question marks. What are you doing in the kindergarten? Does he know the existence of Xibao and Yeabao? Lan Xiaoxiao suddenly became more vigilant, thinking about how to make Fu Shijin give up Xibao Yeabao. The children in the kindergarten were in class. Fu Shijin walked towards the teaching building without saying a word. Lan Xiaoxiao frowned and followed. "Why did you bring me here?" She decided to take the initiative to inquire. Fu Shijin walked straight forward with long legs as if he hadn't heard of. His pace was steady and fast. Lan Xiaoxiao could hardly keep up and simply didn't follow. How comfortable it was to walk by himself. At that time, Fu Shijin suddenly stopped. Lan Xiaoxiao was careless and almost bumped into his back. The man turned around with a cold face and squeezed his thin lips. His voice was full of magnetism, pleasant but seemed to be with a cold wind. Lan Xiaoxiao, it's time for you to atone for your sins. It's atonement again. Lan Xiaoxiao was about to fight him back when the teacher led a little boy over. When he saw the little boy, Lan Xiaoxiao's face was full of shock. He is the son of Fu Shijing and Guo Ning. They already have such an old son. Daddy. Fu Zimo scratched his hand, his little red mouth was tightly closed, and his eyes were like obsidian, which was completely inherited from Fu Shijin. After seeing Fu Shijin, his eyes flashed with surprise. Fu Shijin picked up Zumo, and his cold handsome face seemed to melt an iceberg, showing his tenderness like water in an instant. Sorry, I didn't have time to visit you until I was busy for 2 days after Dad came back. Fu Shijin showed a little apology. Zhu Mobi gestured, it doesn't matter. I don't blame Dad. Can Dad accompany me to dinner today? It's okay. Zumo raised the corners of his mouth happily and glanced at Lang Xiaoxiao inadvertently. Zumo took a curious look at the strange woman who appeared next to his father. Daddy, who is she? Lan Xiaoxiao was very depressed. Fu Shijing brought her here just to see his and Guo Ning's son. Looking at the boy who was about the same age as Xibao, Lan Xiaoxiao had nothing but anger in her heart. According to the time, Guo Ning should be pregnant at the same time as her. At that time, Fu Shijing and she had not divorced yet. Scumbag. Go to hell. Lan Xiaoxiao's angry eyes suddenly seemed to be extinguished by a ladle of water when she met Shang Sima's clear eyes. I only heard Fu Shijin explain to Zimo, he is an old friend of his father. Fu Shijin put Zimo down, go to class. Dad will pick you up after school. Zumo nodded and looked at Lan Xiaoxiao curiously before leaving. Strangely, he felt that the aunt looked very familiar and inexplicably wanted to be close, but Dad didn't seem to like this aunt very much. Zumo slowly walked into the classroom. His small body was straight, and his temperament was the same as that of Fu Shijin. He had a handsome little face. The teacher was teaching everyone to read pinyin, and everyone was opening their mouths, but he sat there and his mouth did not move. But the teacher didn't say that he didn't seem to see it. Lan Xiaoxiao felt strange and thought that he had just compared his hand with Fu Shijin. Is this child a mute? Have you finished reading it? Fu Shijin interrupted Lan Xiaoxiao's thoughts with a cold voice. Lan Xiaoxiao immediately looked away. Fu Shijin, you are really a scumbag. Take your ex-wife to see your cheating at the beginning. Evidence, no one in the world is as shameless as you. Lan Xiaoxiao was about to leave after mocking coldly. Fu Shijin sneered coldly, evidence of my cheating? Do you think he is my child and Guo Ning? Isn't it? He's almost 5 years old. If you want to humiliate me, you don't need to take advantage of a child. Up to now, this man still looks like he is right. She was really blind at the beginning and loved this kind of man to death. Fu Shijin grabbed Lan Xiaoxiao's hand and dragged her away from the classroom as if pliers were holding her hand. Chapter 14, It's her child. Let go of me. Lan Xiaoxiao took a breath in pain. Bang, she was thrown against the wall by Fu Shijin for the second time. Lan Xiaoxiao, don't pretend to be with me. Zimo can't speak now. It's all thanks to you. Lan Xiaoxiao sneered, your son can't speak. It's none of my business. It's so funny. Good. Fu Shijin laughed suddenly, but his eyes were cold. He stared at Lan Xiaoxiao, since you don't admit it, don't see him again in your life. You don't deserve to be his mother at all. Who will do it? Wait. What? Lan Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly widened, and her brain reacted slowly. Something flashed by in a flash of lightning. She grabbed Fu Shijin's sleeve and trembled with excitement. What are you talking about? Isn't he your child and Guo Ning's child? The little figure of Zumo just now appeared in her mind. The handsome face was not very similar to Xibao and Yibao, but it gathered the facial features of her and Fu Shijin. His eyes were very similar to Fu Shijin, but his mouth and face followed her. Fu Shijin brushed away Lan Xiaoxiao's hand and turned around and left indifferently. Fu Shijin, tell me if he is my child. Lan Xiaoxiao caught up, and this time it was her to pull Fu Shijin. She must figure it out. If the child is still alive, what has she done? 5 years, a full 5 years of absence. Fu Shijin couldn't help but wonder when he saw her eagerness to know the answer. Doesn't she really know the existence of Zumo? It's impossible. She must be acting. Lan Xiaoxiao is very scheming. Even if he pretends to die, he still has to get a depression diagnosis to deceive his guilt. Lan Xiaoxiao's eyes were red and she held Fu Shijin. After a while, she still didn't get the answer. She suddenly let go of her hand and said in a very positive tone, he is my child. Ha ha ha. Her child is not dead, but well alive. At this moment, Lan Xiaoxiao wanted to laugh and cry, so much so that the expression on his face was twisted into a ball, ugly and pitiful. Tears fell down, big, fell to the ground, and instantly got wet. She turned around and ran towards the classroom just now. Fu Shijin's heart tightened and he subconsciously followed. He was worried that Lan Xiaoxiao would break in, but Lan Xiaoxiao just lay on the window, without blinking his eyes, and greedily looked at Fu Zimo inside. He was so good behaved and sat there motionless. When the teacher asked him to write, he picked up the pen and began to write. The teacher asked him to read, but he refused to open his mouth. At this moment, Lan Xiaoxiao's heart seemed to be filled and was about to overflow, and her eyes and nose were very sour. She heard the teacher call him Fu Zimo. Zimo, her son, could have lived a carefree life by her side like Shibao Yuobao. What on earth is the problem? She always thought that the child was gone when it was difficult to give birth. Why was he left by Fu Shijin's side? Ring-a-ling. A bell rang. After class, the classroom suddenly became lively. The teachers organized everyone to go out of the classroom to play. Lan Xiaoxiao quickly wiped away her tears and was looking forward to Zimo coming out. However, Zimo did not come out, but continued to sit in his seat, writing and drawing on the paper with a pencil in his hand. All the children ran out to play. He was the only one who did not fit in the group and stayed alone in the classroom, immersed in his own world. The teacher seemed to have taken it for granted. Zimo Lan Xiaoxiao wanted to go in, but was stopped by Fu Shijin. Let go of me. I'm going to see him. Lan Xiaoxiao struggled. Don't you admit it? Now it's positive, but unfortunately, in Zimo's concept, you are already dead. Facing Fu Shijin's sarcasm, Lan Xiaoxiao was stunned. I'm his mother. I didn't know his existence before. Now that I know, I have to make up for him. Lan Xiaoxiao pushed Fu Shijin away with force. She will never let Zimo have no mommy again. No matter how much you make up for it, you can't heal your harm to him. Fu Shijin reacted quickly and pulled Lan Xiaoxiao. His eyes were fierce as if he was going to kill her, and he was scarlet. Your existence will make him think that he is a child that no one wants. Lan Xiaoxiao took a step back in pain, and her feet were a little weak. But she didn't know why Fu Shijin could blame the mistake on her alone. She turned her head through the window and looked at Zimo, who was immersed in her own world. She didn't know if there was some kind of sense. Zimo suddenly turned her head and looked this way. Doubt flashed in his dark eyes, and he looked at Lan Xiaoxiao fixedly. After a few seconds, he turned back indifferently and continued to draw. He doesn't know her. In his concept, she is dead. Lan Xiaoxiao's heart seemed to be torn fiercely by two big hands. She couldn't move, holding the wall, and her face was as white as paper. Fu Shijin looked at her coldly. This woman was too good at acting. She acted like the real thing. It would be a pity not to be an actress. He calmly warned her, you'd better be safe and don't appear in front of him rashly, otherwise, I will never forgive you. When Lan Xiaoxiao heard the sound, his eyes glanced at him as indifferently as he did, and was not afraid because of his warning. She stood straight against the wall and ignored Fu Shijin at all. She was not in a hurry to go in and recognize Zimo now. She just stood outside and looked at Zimo silently, as if she wanted to engrave Zimo's appearance in her heart. The more you look at Zimo's facial features, the more you look like her. It's just that the temperament on his body is too similar to Fu Shijin's. It doesn't matter. In the future, she will slowly make Zimo happy and put more childish smiles on his lovely face. After class, the teachers coaxed the children to go back to the classroom. Zimo also put away the paintings and began to take classes seriously. In fact, these classes are too boring for him. He has learned it for a long time, but in order to reassure his father, he can only go to kindergarten obediently and follow these childish children in class. Lan Xiaoxiao still wanted to see Zimo, but was forcibly pulled away by Fu Shijin with a dark face. When she went outside, she suddenly shook off Fu Shijin. There's nothing else to do, so I'll go first. She doesn't want to continue to sit in the same car with this man. Fu Shijin glanced at the hand that was thrown away by her and was very annoyed. He didn't care about Lan Xiaoxiao. He strode into the car and left. Lan Xiaoxiao looked back at the kindergarten, and a happy smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. The bad mood of being forcibly brought back to China by Fu Shijin was in full bloom at this moment, and she was even a little grateful that Fu Shijin brought her back to China unreasonably, and let her know the existence of Zimo. Otherwise, she may never know that her other child is still alive. Lan Xiaoxiao took a taxi back to Xiaoting's house. When the two children heard the sound of opening the door, they immediately ran out of the study. Chapter 15, I can't hide it anymore. Yuobao pulled the little yellow duck slippers and ran over and hugged Lan Xiaoxiao's leg. Mommy. Lan Xiaoxiao rubbed the little guy's head with doting. Shi Bao also came forward and looked at Lan Xiaoxiao worriedly. Mommy is fine. Don't worry. Shi Bao looked up and down, left and right, and didn't find any injuries, so he was relieved. After Mommy left, he went to the study to crack the nearby monitoring equipment. When he saw Mommy leave with the man, he was very worried. He quickly investigated and found that they had gone to a kindergarten and stayed in it for more than an hour. It was noon at this time. Lan Xiaoxiao cooked and called Xiaoting after eating with the two babies. I'll stay here. You and the children can stay here for the time being. It's so inconvenient to go to the hotel. Xiao Ting doesn't want Lan Xiaoxiao to stay in the hotel. With him, he can take care of them when he goes back from work at night. But Lan Xiaoxiao and he don't want to bother Xiao Ting too much, and there are different men and women. She lives here with a pair of cute treasures, which is very unfriendly to Xiao Ting, a single nobleman. It would be bad if there was some gossip. We can't stay in the hotel for a few days. When Xiao Ting heard this, she looked sad. She still wanted to go back to the United States. Well, I have to choose a nearby hotel. In case something happens, I can make it in time. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lan Xiaoxiao took her 2 children to a nearby hotel. After settling down, she immediately began to look for a house on the internet. Well, Mommy, what do you think of are all the houses in City B? Does Mommy want to buy a house? Shi Bao came over, and his little head was full of questions. When Yue Bao heard the words, he also threw away the building blocks in his hand and ran over. Mommy, are we going to stay here? Lan Xiaoxiao gently pinched Yue Bao's nose. Yes, Mommy decided to return to her hometown. In the future, our family of 3 will live in City B. Yeah, that's great. Mommy grew up here, and my brother and I can also grow up here in the future. Yue Bao clapped his hands happily, hugged Lan Xiaoxiao and said, "Long live Mommy." Lan Xiaoxiao didn't know that Yue Bao would be so happy about returning to B City. In fact, not only Yue Bao, but also Shi Bao is very happy. In the United States, they are always bullied by other children because they look different from the people there, and Mommy's career there is often hindered. However, why did Mommy suddenly make this decision? Obviously, he told Uncle Xiao Ting yesterday that he would go back to the United States if he solved anything. Shi Bao's little brain quickly figured it out, which may have something to do with Mommy going to the kindergarten today. There are more and more doubts. But no matter what, he has to protect Mommy and not let her be bullied by that man again. Shi Bao pointed to a house that Lan Xiaoxiao had just turned over. Mommy, I like this house. Yue Bao also took a look. This house is not good looking, not as good looking as the one just now, pink. I don't like that set. Mommy, just buy this set. He has seen the terrain where this house is located. The security is good, the transportation is convenient, and there are many supermarkets nearby. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at the price of this house and was secretly dumbfounded. With the rapid economic development of City B, house prices have also skyrocketed. 5 years ago, such a house was only 30 to 400,000 yuan, but now it is more than 3 million. Her savings are only so much in total. How about renting a room? But in this way, it will be difficult for children to enter the school in City B, and will not be able to go to a very good school. Lan Xiaoxiao thought for a while, buy it for the sake of the child. In order to move into the new home as soon as possible, Lan Xiaoxiao immediately made an appointment with an agent to see the house and quickly signed the contract. The house has been the decoration is well decorated, the furniture is complete, and it is all brand new. You can move in directly. Lan Xiaoxiao asked a professional to clean it on the day she received the house and moved in. Xiao Ting finally took a vacation and came to the hotel where Lan Xiaoxiao stayed. He called Lan Xiaoxiao downstairs. Have you arrived at the hotel? Sorry, brother Xiao Ting, I forgot to tell you that I just moved into Yulan community today. What's the situation? Xiao Ting asked inexplicably. I have decided to stay in China. Xiao Ting's breathing stopped for a second. He held his mobile phone excitedly and asked in disbelief, really? Have you made up your mind? Well, by the way, I have something to ask you. Brother Xiao Ting, come over for dinner to celebrate my housewarming. Okay. Lan Xiaoxiao no longer has many friends in City B. In the past, those friends had disappeared when her family fell. After that, she married Fu Shijin. She lived in a deep relationship with Fu Shijin's head, and she had few friends. Therefore, there is no one to contact when returning to China now. Xiao Ting drove over immediately. Along the way, he didn't even understand why Lan Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped leaving. No wonder she said she couldn't stay in the hotel for a few days. That's what she meant. When Xiao Ting came over, Lan Xiaoxiao was cooking in the kitchen. Yue Bao came to open the door. When he saw the godfather, he called sweetly, "Godfather." Xiao Ting picked up Yue Bao and pinched his little nose. Godfather likes to pinch my nose anyway. Oh, who else likes to pinch your little nose? Mommy always likes to pinch. Yue Bao expressed that he was unhappy. Xiao Ting smiled. If Yue Bao doesn't like it, the godfather won't pinch it in the future. Forget it, I only allow my godfather and Mommy to pinch, and I don't allow others. Yue Bao looks very generous. Xiao Ting was amused by the little guy. He put the little guy down and went into the kitchen to help, but was kicked out by Lan Xiaoxiao. Just wait outside. Half an hour later, 4 dishes and 1 soup were cooked. Xiao Ting looked at the colorful and fragrant food and felt very emotional. It seemed that he hadn't eaten the dishes cooked by Xiaoxiao for a long time. The 2 little guys moved to a new house and were in high interest. They ate an extra bowl of rice. It was very lively. After a while, they finally went to take a nap. Lan Xiaoxiao had time to ask Xiao Ting. The TV turned on, but neither of them had the intention of watching. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Xiao Ting looked at Lan Xiaoxiao anxiously, and something was about to come out. Brother Xiao Ting, I was taken to a kindergarten by Fu Shijin that day and met a little boy as old as Xibao. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Ting inquiringly. If she wants to find out the answer, she can only ask Xiao Ting. 5 years ago, she fainted in childbirth. It was Xiao Ting who operated on her, and it was Xiao Ting who arranged everything. When she finally woke up, everything was settled. When Xiao Ting heard her words, his face changed slightly, and his hand on his side suddenly clenched. Sure enough, he knew that he would not be able to hide it sooner or later. In fact, he didn't intend to hide her for a long time. For a long time, Xiao Ting sighed, moved his eyes to a corner, and said slowly, "I'm sorry, I lied to you. Fu Shijin is sensitive and suspicious. If I don't give him a child to distract him, he will easily find you." Chapter 16, Don't let them recognize each other. But why haven't you told me all this time? Lan Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red. She was absent from Zimo's life, and Zimo also became different from others because of her lack of mommy. She is now full of guilt, which is a debt to Zimo. Xiaoxiao, have you forgotten that your depression was not recovered from the beginning, and you often committed suicide when you left the country? If I tell you about this, you will definitely he will go back to China to ask for Shujin for a child. Do you think the full family will be willing to give the child to a depressed mother? Moreover, Xibao and Yuebao will also be taken away. Xiao Ting's words were like a heavy blow, which made Lan Xiaoxiao recall those painful years. Later, I wanted to find a good opportunity to tell you, but I didn't expect that you were found by Fu Shijin so soon and brought back by him. Over the years, Fu Shijin has been taking strict care of the child, and I have tried to inquire about him many times, but to no access. Xiao Ting looked at Lan Xiaoxiao at a loss. He was afraid that Lan Xiaoxiao would blame him for this, blame him for making them separate mother and son, blame him for not telling her, blame him. Will she break up with him because of this? Thinking of these, Xiao Ting's heart felt cold. To be honest, Lan Xiaoxiao was not without anger, but she also knew that Xiao Ting did everything for herself. If it hadn't been for him in those years, he would not have been reborn, and his depression would not have recovered so quickly. For her, Xiao Ting was her benefactor. After so many years of friendship, she also knows what kind of person Xiao Ting is. In Recalled, there were indeed several times when Xiao Ting wanted to say something but stopped, as if he had something important to say to him, but in the end he didn't say anything. I think it's about this. Brother Xiao Ting, I know you are doing it for my own good, and I won't blame you. Xiao Ting was right. She had a depression attack at the beginning and had a hard time taking care of her 2 children. If she goes back to China and steals the child from Fu Shijin, I'm afraid she will even lose Xibao and Yuebao. Sorry. Xiao Ting lowered his head. In order to ease the atmosphere, Lan Xiaoxiao got up. I'm going to cut some fruit. Xibao and Yuebao will wake up later. Xiao Ting was relieved to see that Lan Xiaoxiao really didn't blame him. This matter has finally been said, and he doesn't have to feel guilty and depressed in the future. Xiaoxiao, what are you going to do next? Xiao Ting went in to help. I'm going to stay in China, slowly let Zimo accept me, an incompetent mommy, and then find a way to get Zimo over. Of course, her children should be raised by herself like Xibao and Yuebao. If he continues to stay with Fu Shijin, who knows how Fu Shijin will treat the child, not to mention Gornong. But at present, she needs to know Zimo's situation clearly. She still doesn't know what's wrong with Zimo. In the office of the president of Fu's building, Jiang He held the frame of his glasses, with a serious expression, and reported to Fu Shijing in detail. According to this week's observation, the young master's situation has stabilized for the time being. But it can no longer be stimulated, otherwise it is easy to develop the disease and will cause more serious consequences. Fu Shijin's brows wrinkled into a ball, and his whole body exuded a cold and pressing aura. He looked up slightly and glanced at Jiang He coldly. As you can see, can't Lan Xiaoxiao recognize him? Jiang He was moved by his sharp eyes. He paused and nodded. It's better not to be in the young master's heart that his mother was dead. If he appears rashly, it will not only not be beneficial, but may also make him feel that his mother is alive, but he refuses to want him, thus aggravating his condition. In this way, why did he try his best to bring Lan Xiaoxiao back? Zumo's illness was caused by Lan Xiaoxiao. He thought that bringing Lan Xiaoxiao back would be good for Zumo, but as a result, it would only increase Thema's condition. Fu Shijin waved his hand irritably. Jiang He retreated silently. After 5 minutes, Gornong came in with a cup of tea, gently put down the teacup, and then walked to Fu Shijin's back to help him massage his shoulders and neck. Today, she rubbed that special fragrance on her body, so when she approached Fu Shijin, it would only make Fu Shijin feel relaxed and happy, and her boredom was less. Don't press it. Fu Shijin said lightly. Gornong had to stop. Drink some tea. I specially made it for you to warm your stomach. Gornong was gentle and soft, and her eyes were full of emotion. Looking at Fu Shijin's brows, she comforted, don't worry too much. Zumo is still young. When he is a little more sensible, he will be willing to speak. Jiang He is a famous child psychology expert. He has so many successful cases, and he will definitely succeed in healing Zumo this time. Fu Shijin squeezed his thin lips tightly and said nothing. His deep eyes were like an ancient well, which made people unable to explore the end. You have a meeting later. I'll help you pick up Zimo today. Fu Shujin responded. He is usually too busy to take care of his son, so Guning always volunteers to help him share, for which he is very grateful. At the end, he thoughtfully added, "Thank you for your hard work." Guning turned around and looked moved and loving. "I don't work hard for you at all. Besides, Zimo will also be my son in the future." Fu Shujin nodded, and then began to read the document. Guning came out and saw the secretaries outside. She raised her head and straightened her chest, with a happy smile on her face, and walked away step by step. As soon as she left, two people gathered together and muttered, "I really envy Miss Gore. She doesn't have to do anything, she just needs to be with the boss. I haven't seen them get married for so many years. Who knows how long she can stay together? You are a lemon, right? I'm just a lemon. I can't get used to Guning's high appearance. Come on, don't be hurt by her." The two murmured for a while and then dispersed, but Guning didn't hear this. She sat in the car and admired her exquisite makeup, and was not in a hurry to go to the kindergarten to pick up Zimo. Anyway, it's not her own son, so let him wait for a time. Lan Xiaoxia was looking forward to it outside the kindergarten. At school time, parents picked up their children one after another and came out. She didn't have a pickup card and couldn't get in. She could only wait outside to see if she could see Zimo. But everyone was almost gone, and Zimo didn't come out. Didn't anyone come to pick him up? Is this how Fu Shijin takes care of his children? Lan Xiaoxia was angry in her heart. When she was about to go up to the security guard to ask about the situation and see if she could go in to find Zimo, she saw the teacher appear with two children, one of whom was Zimo. The teacher gave the two children to another teacher, told them a few words and left. For Zimo, He Yushan, just play here for a while and wait for your family to pick you up. He Yushan promised in a crisp voice, "Okay, teacher, I will be obedient." The teacher touched He Yushan's head lovingly, "You are so good." But in the face of Fu Zimo, he sighed and said nothing. All the kindergarten teachers knew about the child's situation, and he could only be special. But this child is smart. He must have understood what he said. Chapter 17, Zimo was bullied. He Yushan went to play the slide, and Zimo stood there blankly, like a wooden man. The teacher stayed for a while and suddenly felt a stomachache. Seeing that the two children were quite well behaved, he hurried to the bathroom. The little boy named He Yushan slid off the slide and watched the teacher leave. He immediately showed his naughty side, walked to Zimo, and looked around at Zimo like a monkey. "You are Fu Zimo. I heard that you are very smart. Are you as smart as me? Why don't you say anything? Are you dumb?" No matter what, when Yushan said anything, Zimo didn't move. He didn't open his mouth, ignored him, and was completely immersed in his own world. He doesn't like to talk to anyone except dad and grandma. He didn't even look at He Yushan. And his disregard made He Yushan feel that his self-esteem was frustrated. He was also the little tyrant in the class. He was cute. The teacher and other children liked him. He was also a star at home. This person dared to ignore him. He was so angry. "Dumb, don't you have daddy and mommy? I've never seen your daddy and mommy. Don't you want anyone? Is it because you are dumb that they don't want you? That's for sure. You see, you don't care about people." Zimo's eyes suddenly turned red and he stared at He Yushan, and his little hand was also tightly clenched into a fist. Obviously, he was still a child, but the aura emitted by his body made an adult feel inexplicably afraid. He Yushan was so scared that he shivered, but it was too faceless to be scared like this. So He Yushan pretended to stare at him fiercely and stretched out his hand to push Zimo to the ground. "Dumb, no one wants dumb. You dare to stare at me? Wait for my father to come, ask my father to dig your eyes." Zimo Lan Xiaoxiao looked outside for a long time. She thought the child wanted to invite Zimo to play together. Unexpectedly, she suddenly pushed Zimo to the ground. She rushed in anxiously and was stopped by the security guard. "I'm Fu Zimo's mommy. I'm here to pick her up." "Where is the pickup card? I forgot to bring it." "Look, the child has been pushed down." The security guard turned his head and took a look. It was true, but it was normal for the children to have a little trip. Before he could react, Lan Xiaoxiao pushed him away and rushed in. Lan Xiaoxiao hugged Zimo and checked nervously, "Is there any injury?" Zimo blinked his eyes and looked at the woman curiously. "Isn't this the aunt brought by dad that day?" "Zimo, does it hurt?" Lan Xiaoxiao's anxious voice slowly stabilized. She looked at Zimo gently, and her tone was also extremely soft. But his eyes were still staring at Zimo nervously. Zimo shook his head to show that he was fine. The security guard caught up and was about to say something when he saw the teacher who went to the bathroom back. "What's the situation?" Lan Xiaoxiao was patting the dust off her body for Zimo. Hearing the teacher's voice, she straightened her waist and looked serious. "I just saw the child push Zimo to the ground. Let's see how the teacher deals with it." The teacher looked at He Yushan, who was standing aside with a good face, and asked softly, "He Yushan, did you push for Zimo?" He Yushan shook his head aggrievedly. The teacher turned his head and said angrily, "Look, the child said no, it should be a misunderstanding." It's normal for children to play and make trouble, and there is no malice. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled. Instead of arguing with the teacher, she squatted down and said to Zimo, Zimo, go, the way he pushed you back just now. Fu Zimo blinked his beautiful eyes. He thought the aunt was so novel. He didn't move, and the teacher next to him was a little anxious. Parents of Fu Zimo, how can you educate your children like this? It's not right. My child can't speak, so he is bullied and doesn't know how to explain it. As a teacher, if you don't understand the beginning and end of things, you will directly judge that it is a play between children. Do you know how much harm this will cause to children? School bullying has never existed, not only in primary and middle schools, but also in kindergartens. Lan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but lose his temper, and the teacher also had no doubt about it. Why did it rise to campus bullying? The teacher was stunned. They are the best kindergarten in City B. Even if you have money, you may not be able to go to it. Those parents have always respected their teachers, but this parent dares to blush with her with this little thing. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't bother to pay attention to her. This bullshit teacher was not professional at all. She simply went straight over and walked to He Yushang. Your name is He Yushan? When she talks to the child, she is less sharp and more gentle. He Yushan was still very scared in his heart. After all, he was young, did something wrong, and his parents were not around, and he was afraid that there was no one to support him. He nodded. Did you bully Zimo just now? He Yushan was about to shake his head when Lai Xiaoxiao's words came again, this time with some seriousness. Smart children can't lie. You don't want to be a liar, do you? If you really bullied Zimo, apologize to Zimo. If we admit our mistakes, we will still be good children. He Yushan quietly looked up at Lan Xiaoxiao, and suddenly burst into tears. I didn't bully for Zimo, I didn't. Woo. Lan Xiaoxiao had a headache when he shouted and cried, which is so different from foreign children. She didn't say anything serious. It seems that this is spoiled by the family. What made Lan Xiaoxiao even more headache was behind. He Yushan's mother rushed in, shook off Lan Xiaoxiao, and held her son in her arms. Good boy, why did you cry? Who bullied you? When He Yushan saw his mother coming, he immediately became bolder and pointed to Lan Xiaoxiao. Mommy, I didn't bully for Zimo. She just said that I bullied him and asked me to apologize. Who are you? Mother, he stared at Lan Xiaoxiao unkindly. I'm. Lan Xiaoxiao said halfway through. He glanced at Zimo, and finally didn't say that he was Zimo's mommy. Sonmo should not be able to accept it for a while. She'd better take her time and tell him the truth when she has a good relationship with him. I don't care who you are. I apologize to my son. Mother, he was unreasonable and asked Lan Xiaoxiao to apologize domineeringly without asking about the process. Lan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. It was really the first time for her to see what the best was. When the teacher saw that the two parents were about to quarrel, he hurriedly, Parents of Zimo, this is indeed just a joke between children. Why do you have to be serious? He Yushan's mother. Our family has donated so many teaching and auxiliary materials to the school, and every activity is sponsored. Is this how your teacher takes care of the children? Mother, he knocked the teacher down with one sentence. Chapter 18, Conflict. He Yushan's family is very high profile in kindergarten. Usually, they just pick up and drop off their children in luxury cars. Every year, they donate a large number of children's books to kindergartens. Every time they hold parent-child activities, He Yushan's family is absolutely popular. It is said that He Yushan's grandfather used to be a big man. The teacher's balance tilted and frowned. Parent Zimo, it's really your fault. You see, He Yushan was scared to tears by you. Lan Xiaoxiao has seen what it means to be shameless. He is a teacher, and he can see the wind and steer. He does not distinguish between black and white. Fu Shujin actually sent his child to such a school. It can be imagined that Zimo must have been bullied and humiliated at school. Thinking of this, Lan Xiaoxiao's heart became louder and louder. She was about to fight for reason when a small hand suddenly pulled her hand. Lan Xiaoxiao lowered her head and looked at Zimo doubtfully, and the next moment, a sharp female voice came. Sorry I'm late, teacher. Hello, I'm here to pick up for Zimo. Gu Ning hurried in, because he walked in a hurry, so he was a little out of breath. The teacher looked at her doubtfully. Are you for Zimo's parent? Yes, this is my pickup card. Gu Ning took out the pickup card. After reading it, the teacher looked at Lan Xiaoxiao angrily. Then who are you? I. Miss Lan, why are you here? Gu Ning's eyes widened in surprise. She has been looking outside for a while, and she has already seen Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Does Gu Ning's ability to pick up Zimo mean that Gu Ning has been taking care of Zimo over the years? It has even replaced her place in Zimo's heart. Well, Mrs. He, why do you look angry? Who messed with you? Gu Ning turned around and seemed to find that Mother He was angry. His mother also knows Gu Ning. After all, Gu Ning has accompanied Zimo to participate in a parent-child activity. Zimo's mother, your child said that my Yushan bullied him. My Yushan was so well behaved that how could he bully his classmates? As a result, this woman was quite unreasonable. She insisted that my Yishan apologize and made Yushan cry. What do you think? Zimo's mother? You actually think Guo Ning is Zimo's mommy? Lan Xiaoxiao felt extremely uncomfortable. She didn't like Guo Ning, let alone her child calling Guo Ning mommy. But who let her be absent from the child's life for 5 years? Huh? Is there such a thing? That's really sorry. My Zimo can't speak. It must be a misunderstanding. The child is just playing. Mom, he don't care. I will definitely come to pay for the gift another day. Lan Xiaoxiao frowned all of a sudden. Guo Ning was the same as the teacher, and even invisibly admitted that it was Zimo's fault. Mother, he snorted coldly, forget it for your face this time. It's not early. Let's go first. After saying that, Mother he left with her son, and Guo Ning also wanted to take Zimo. Lan Xiaoxiao followed and couldn't help questioning. Is this how you and Fu Shijin usually educate Zimo? Let him be bullied and don't know how to resist. Guo Ning stopped. Miss Lan, why did you show up in the kindergarten? You also have conflicts with other parents. Do you know that you will lose Zimo's learning opportunities like this? He couldn't live like a normal child in the first place, and now he has to live because you can't go to school normally. Can you bear the consequences? Fu Shijin blamed her, and now even Guo Ning came to blame her. Lan Xiaoxiao was laughed angrily, and she was even more determined to snatch the child back. How do you know that I can't let him live like a normal child, and you are not qualified to blame me? Guo Ning smiled. I understand your mentality, but Shijun said that you can't get close to Zimo. I'm sorry, I'm going to take Zimo home now. After saying that, she opened the car door and asked Zimo to go up. Lan Xiaoxiao's hand on her side tightened. She really wanted to snatch Zimo over and hold him in her arms and love her. But now for the sake of the child, she can only enjoy it temporarily. Guo Ning opened the car door and was about to get on the car when Lan Xiaoxiao suddenly rushed over to stop her. Please tell me what kind of disease Zimo has. Guo Ning glanced at Zimo, who didn't say a word in the back seat, and slowly spit out 3 words, autism. It's really autism. Lan Xiaoxiao watched the car drive away. She stood there with sadness and guilt on her face. Fu Zimo sat in the back seat obediently, but his eyes looked at Lan Xiaoxiao, who was getting further and further away, through the rearview mirror in the front seat. This woman is so strange. Why was he bullied and she had to stand up to protect him? Block in front of him like Superman. And she looked at herself, as worried and anxious as the grandmother learned that she had a cold and fever. Even a little more than grandma. Who on earth is she? Although Zimo is autistic, it does not affect his superior ordinary people's IQ. Seeing Lan Xiaoxiao for the second time, with his own observation, he faintly felt that this woman must have something to do with him. Usually, Zimo lives in the old house of the Fu family. Every day, there are nannies and bodyguards to pick him up and from school. Only occasionally does he miss his father, and his father has no time to go back to his old house. Will he go to the apartment to find his father? Today, Fu Shijin promised to take Zimo out for dinner. But there was another meeting that I couldn't pick up, so I had to let Guo Ning work for me. Guo Ning was driving the car, and when the traffic light stopped, she pulled the handbrake and turned her head to look at Zimo. There was a loving smile on her delicate and beautiful face, but her eyes were cold and emotionless. Zimo, what did the aunt you just met say to you? Zimo's small body suddenly trembled, and his little hands held his school bag tightly. His milky white complexion turned pale, and there was even a little fear in his eyes. He shook his head to say no. Remember, stay away from her when you see her in the future. She is a bad woman and will take you away. You will never see Daddy again in the future. Guo Ning smiled gently, and the words he said were like quenching poison, and he said the most scary words to the child in the most gentle voice. You have been abandoned by your own mother, but you can't be abandoned by your father again, or you will really become an orphan. Fu Zimo bit his lower lip tightly, and his surroundings turned white. Fear bloomed like a flower in his heart. He had never seen Mommy since he was sensible. Aunt Guo said that Mommy disliked him, so she left him and ran to another world. If he doesn't behave well, Dad won't want him. He doesn't want to be an orphan without Mommy or Daddy. Zimo nodded suddenly, indicating that he knew. Guo Ning smiled with satisfaction. You are so good. You should be obedient when you have dinner with your dad later, you know? Zimo nodded again. This drag oil bottle is really annoying. If it hadn't been for Fu Shijin's preciousness, she would have taken him away long ago. Fu Shijin's most precious child in the future can only come out of her belly. Chapter 19, Shi Lan Yi will take revenge if she has a grudge. When they arrived at the restaurant, Fu Shijin also happened to arrive. He waited in the parking lot for a few minutes and saw Guo Nei's car coming in. As soon as he stopped, he opened the door and took Zimo out. What do you want to eat today? Fu Shijin walked into the elevator with one hand in his arms. Guo Ning got out of the car and looked at this scene, and his heart was very sour. Every time, as long as there was this drag oil bottle, Fu Shijin would not have her in his eyes. If she had known that Fu Shijin liked children, she should have done it earlier. Now because of Fu Shijin's strange illness, she can't find any chance to do it. Fu Shijin is usually too busy. It's not bad to go back to his old house 3 days a month, and the number of times he spends with his son is even more countable. Therefore, he cherishes every time the father and son meet. He ordered dishes according to Zimo's preferences. Fu Shijin began to test Zimo's study. Zimo couldn't speak, so he wrote all the answers in the notebook. Fu Shijun was very pleased to see that his son's handwriting had made great progress. Shijun, the dishes are all served. Let's eat quickly. Zimo is still young. He can't learn so many things. Gu Ning was annoyed that there were only children in Fu Shijin's eyes and know himself. He couldn't help interrupting them for a long time. Let's eat first. Fu Shijin personally picked up food for the child. Seeing this, Zimo's eyes were full of joy. After dinner, Fu Shijin took Zimo back to the old house, and Gu Ning. She couldn't follow her to the old house, otherwise the old woman would scold her again. Lan Xiaoxiao here cooked dinner for the children when she came back. When cooking, the express was delivered to the door, and Xibao helped to sign for it. The two cute boobs looked at the big box and looked at each other. Did mommy buy us toys? Yuobao's excited guess. Xibao took a single look at the courier. It's an international express, which may have been sent by Aunt Yun. Is that Aunt Yun who bought us toys? Xibao rolled his eyes. You know the toys. We didn't bring back the things in the United States. Aunt Yun must have packed them for us and sent them back. Oh, it's not a toy. Yuobao lost the interest in unpacking the express in an instant, turned his head and continued to play games with his iPad. Xibao was speechless. Lan Xiaoxiao came out in a hurry. When she saw the big package of express, a happy smile suddenly appeared on her face. After dinner, she asked the two babies to come to open the express to pack up the goods. These were indeed sent back by Anyu's help. When he saw the small box, Lan Xiaoxiao took out the small box like a baby. Xibao and Yuobao revealed it's it again expression came. Over the years, mommy has cherished this small box very much. Every time mommy makes clothes for them, she will make a more set and put it in this small box. They asked mommy, and mommy didn't say anything and cried very sadly, and then they didn't dare to ask again. Mommy has been making clothes for them again these 2 days, and this time she also made a more set. The size is compared with Xibao. But obviously, this time she made clothes, mommy was more meticulous. Every time after comparing the size, she muttered, he was thinner than Xibao, and the size was a little smaller. The height was about the same, but the color didn't seem to match him very well. In the past, moms didn't pay attention to the color. So mommy also made clothes for other children this time. Xibao Yuobao, mommy has found a school for you, and we can have classes next Monday. As soon as Yuobao heard this, she seemed to be struck by lightning. Her face collapsed in an instant and she said coquettishly, Mommy, can I not go? Kindergarten is not fun at all. Those people are so stupid. Xibao didn't want to go either, staring at Lan Xiaoxiao. You can't go. You are still children. You can only make new friends in kindergarten. Lan Xiaoxiao knows the intelligence of the two children, learns everything quickly, and recognizes many words, but there are too few friends. She hopes that they can make more friends, enrich their childhood life, and be happy. Yuobao pouted and spoiled him, so he went into the room with the rag doll in his arms. When Xibao saw mommy carefully fold the clothes and put them in an exquisite bag, the little guy's eyes lit up and an idea came up. The next day, Lan Xiaoxiao instructed the two children to go out with the bag. After buying a house, Lan Xiaoxiao began to be financially tight, so she had to take the bus to the kindergarten. Da don't know, as soon as she left, two clever ghosts came out with their back feet, and secretly followed Lan Xiaoxiao. When Lan Xiaoxiao got off at the kindergarten station, they also got off the bus. Xibao took out his phone watch and swiped the card to pay the driver, and his little hand pulled his sister tightly. Yuobao said softly, What are you doing in the kindergarten? It must be looking for another child. Xibao frowned, like a little adult. That tone is like mommy secretly has another child. Mommy can't get in. Yuobao saw that Lan Xiaoxiao was blocked outside not far away. Humph, that uncle dares to be cruel to mommy. I'm going to teach him a lesson. When Yuobao saw that mommy was pushed, she was so angry that she rushed up to avenge her mother, but was stopped by Xibao. If you go up, you will be exposed. Mommy won't let us go out by ourselves. Hearing this, Yuobao immediately stopped cooking, but secretly wrote it down in a small notebook in her heart. Humph, she remembered this uncle. She Lan Ye will avenge if she has a grudge. The two children hid in the corner and continued to watch. Lan Xiaoxiao couldn't get in, so she had to wait outside. She just left school in half an hour. Soon she saw Zimo coming out, and a man was following him. Zimo Lan Xiaoxiao rushed up. As she approached, the man stretched out his arm to stop Lan Xiaoxiao. Hello, I won't hurt Zimo. I just want to give Zimo a set of clothes. Lan Xiaoxiao handed over the bag. The man was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, but his face was expressionless and his eyes were also very sharp. Obviously, he was the bodyguard arranged by Fu Shijin for Zimo. Instead of picking up Lan Xiaoxiao's bag, he protected Zimo behind him, and then said coldly, Our young master does not accept gifts from strangers. Please get out of the way. I'm not a stranger. I've met Zimo twice, and the first time Fu Shijin took me to see him. Lan Xiaoxiao said eagerly. She wanted to see Zimo. But her sight was blocked by the burly man. Fu Shujing is disgusting, and the people around him are also annoying. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude. The bodyguard pinched his fingers, and immediately heard the sound of clicking finger joints rubbing, which made Lan Xiaoxiao's scalp tingle. She completely doubted that the bodyguard would really do it. I'm just sending a dress. The bodyguard was about to do it when Zimo pulled him, and he stopped quickly. What's the young master's order? Chapter 20, Call me sister. Zimo shook his head at the bodyguard. Zimo, Lan Xiaoxiao shouted happily. Doubt flashed in Zimo's eyes, and he looked at Lan Xiaoxiao curiously. This is the first time he has looked at her so seriously. He stroked his hand a few times. Who are you? Why did you send me clothes? But Lan Xiaoxiao couldn't read the sign language, so she handed over the bag eagerly. This is what I made by my own hands. It must be very warm to wear on this cold day. Shi Bao Yeobao wears all the clothes she sews with her own hands. If Zimo didn't, he would be very sad to know in the future, thinking that she didn't love him. Zimo looked at the bag hesitantly. He had only received gifts from his grandmother, dad and Aunt Gu. He never wanted to pay attention to other people's gifts. But what the woman in front of him gave it seemed to be a kind of magic that made him not want to refuse. Looking at Lan Xiaoxiao's expectant eyes, he slowly stretched out his little hand. At this moment, 3 or 4 bodyguards suddenly surrounded and protected Zimo firmly behind him, guarding Lan Xiaoxiao like an enemy. No wonder the boss wants to send more people. It turns out that someone will really come to harass the young master. June, you send the young master into the car first, and leave it to us to solve it. One of them said to the bodyguard who had just threatened Lan Xiaoxiao. The bodyguard of Jun was ordered to pick up Zimo. Lan Xiaoxiao was anxious to catch up, but was besieged by the remaining 4 people. Did Fu Shujin ask you to stop me from seeing Zimo? Lan Xiaoxiao questioned with a cold face. Why didn't Fu Shujin let her see Zimo? She is Zimo's biological mother. 4 bodyguards were aggressive. Lan Xiaoxiao and a weak woman were surrounded in the middle, surrounded by melon-eating masses. Lan Xiaoxiao's questioning did not get a response and did not scare them. The 4 people gradually approached Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao saw that they had the intention to do it, and his heart suddenly felt sad. Can she still live after being beaten by 4 people? Can her long-discarded taekwondo still be used? Lan Xiaoxiao swallowed his saliva and made a defensive gesture. His head also turned quickly, thinking that if he couldn't fight, he would run. Find a breakthrough first. On this side, Zimo was carried into the car by June and rolled down the window. Seeing that the bodyguards were about to attack Lan Xiaoxiao, he suddenly became anxious and opened the door to go down, but found that the door was locked. He had to try his best to pull the clothes of the army, and then pointed to the outside. June understands what he means, but his duty is to protect the young master without leaving every step. Young master, this is the boss's order, and I can't stop it. It doesn't matter. They will be measured and won't beat people to death. Zhu Mo stared wide-eyed and killed. The little guy was even more anxious. He kept pulling Jun's clothes, and his eyes turned red. He didn't want that woman to be beaten. Young master, they don't usually hit women. This time they just teach that woman a lesson. It's okay. Zhu Mo was so anxious that he was about to cry. June didn't dare to listen to his orders and suddenly stared at him fiercely. Seeing that Zimo was angry, June was also a little hesitant. Why don't we call the boss to beg for mercy? Zimo's eyes lit up and he signaled him to fight quickly. June quickly dialed Fu Shiji's phone, and Lan Xiaoxiao's side had already started. Lan Xiaoxiao tried her best to use the previous taekwondo, but it was abandoned for too long, and she was punched firmly in her arm. Just as the next punch was about to greet her in the face, a cool figure suddenly appeared. Crackle, he hit the 4 bodyguards on the ground and screamed. Lan Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment and looked at the heroic hero with gratitude. She thought she was a very handsome little sister, but it turned out that she was a handsome and tall man with a face and a little puppy feeling. Lan Xiaoxiao was quite embarrassed. Thank you for saving me. Sister, how did you mess with these people? Qin Shuwen looked at Lan Xiaoxiao with a harmless face. That small one, the milk dog's face, looks a little familiar. The 2 drooping dog eyes, Lan Xiaoxiao felt that he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. He secretly guessed that it was probably because he was as handsome as a star, so it was familiar. Wait, did he call me sister? It's more milky. Lan Xiaoxiao coughed uncompointly, looked at the bodyguards showing signs of getting up, and quickly said, this matter is a long story. I see that this group of people are going to get up again. Why don't we leave first? I'll treat you to food. Thank you for saving me today. Okay, sister. How old are you? 26 years old. Oh, that should be called sister. Lan Xiaoxiao looked in the direction of Zimo's car again. Seeing that Zimo was looking at him, he quickly waved his hand and pointed to the distance to tell him that he was leaving first. Seeing that Zimo still didn't react, he was afraid that the bodyguard would catch up again, so he had to leave with the little milk dog first. June turned around after making the phone call and saw 4 colleagues wailing up from the ground. What's the situation? And Lan Xiaoxiao left with a man over there. Zhu Mo also saw it. He raised his eyebrows happily. Fortunately, she was fine. He watched Lan Xiaoxiao leave safely. Suddenly, 2 children appeared, picked up the bag that Lan Xiaoxiao had dropped on the ground, and then ran towards him. The window of the car was still open. Yeo Bao threw the bag indirectly and suddenly through Zimo's face. Yeo Bao's milk stared at Zimo fiercely. Why don't you want the clothes my mother made for you? My mother is a great designer. She never makes clothes for other children, only for me and my brother. This time she made it for you. How dare you not? You are a big bad guy. Jun was stunned. What's the situation? Why do you still have 2 children? What is he going to do? Scare them away? Young master, are you alright? Zumo shook his head. He looked at the 2 cute girls who were about the same age as him with his dark eyes open and curiously. They were very good looking, and the little girl who was fierce was so cute. Who are they? By the way, did she say that the clothes her mommy made were the same as the aunt just now? They are the children of that aunt. Xi Bao looked at Zimo's silent and stunned look, and guessed in his heart, is he a fool? Mom saw that he was so pitiful that he made clothes for him. Xi Bao was suddenly full of sympathy, and then his words were not as fierce as Yeo Bao's. The clothes sewn by my mother's own hands are very warm, and there is also the smell of mommy on them. You will definitely like them. Mommy sews it by her own hands. Mommy's smell? This is exactly what Zimo longs for most. He blushed slightly, nodded to show that he had accepted it, and then held the bag tightly. Xi Bao said that he didn't have a mommy. Why were his eyes still red? He sympathized with him more. Yeo Bao, let's go. Xi Bao didn't know how to comfort him. Seeing that he accepted it, he quickly pulled Yeo Bao and ran away. The 2 delayed for a while, so they lost track of their mother, so they had to take a taxi home first. Xi Bao, did you think mommy went on a date with the uncle who can do martial arts? Yeo Bao pondered about this matter, and his little eyes were tickling, flashing with excitement. You are stupid. Mommy was saved by the uncle. She must repay the favor. Mommy invited the uncle to eat. At that time, they hid in the distance and watched the thrill. When they were about to rush to save mommy, the uncle fell from the sky like Sun Wukong to save mommy. Can't we promise to repay each other in person? Yeo Bao thought of the rhetoric in the TV series. Xi Bao was speechless. Mommy won't promise with her body. Hum hum. Chapter 21, Yu and Guoning are going to give birth to one. The 2 little guys returned home safely and erased all the traces, as if they had never gone out. Lan Xiaoxiao couldn't find it when she came back. At this time, Lan Xiaoxiao and Qin Shuwen were sitting in the milk tea shop. I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea today, and I'll treat you to a meal another day. Others saved themselves from 4 big men. A cup of milk tea is definitely not enough. But she has to hurry back to cook for the 2 babies, and she can't invite him to dinner today. All right. Qin Shuwen was happy in his heart. After returning to China, he was still worried about how to find her. When he saw that she was bullied, God wanted him to appear by her side as soon as possible. Then shall I add your WeChat account? Let me know when you have time. Lan Xiaoxiao asked tentatively. Qin Shuwen secretly took out his mobile phone and opened the QR code to scan it for her. When her application was sent, he immediately approved it, and then noted, Sister Lan. After adding the contact information, Lan Xiaoxiao proposed to go back. Let me see you off. Qin Shuwen also stood up. No, I'm not hurt. I can go back by myself. Thank you so much today. All right. Qin Shuwen felt very lost when he saw that Lan Xiaoxiao was alienated from him. She really doesn't remember herself. That's right. After all, for her, she is just a passerby. So from now on, he should not be just her passerby. The 2 separated at the door of the mall. Lan Xiaoxiao went back to the kindergarten. The 4 bodyguards had already left, and it was already dark. The kindergarten was deserted, and her clothes were nowhere to be found. I think it was thrown away as garbage. Lan Xiaoxiao turned around gloomily. Forget it and do it again. She will think of a way this time. Damn, Fu Shijin sent so many bodyguards and still wanted to beat her. Dog man. Lan Xiaoxiao wrote a note for Fu Shijin in her heart again. While thinking about things, she rushed forward in a hurry. She didn't see clearly in front of her and bumped into a pedestrian. Sorry. Lan Xiaoxiao hurriedly apologized and looked up to see Fu Shijin, the dog man, with a black face. Lan Xiaoxiao stepped back several steps in disgust, but this action made Fu Shijin extremely angry. When this woman saw him, she disliked him as if she had seen some garbage. Is he so unbearable? Self-esteem made him step closer to her. Fu Shijin, what on earth do you want to do? Lan Xiaoxiao was forced by him to almost retreat to the lane. I warned you not to appear in front of Dimo rashly, let alone say that you are her mommy. You are all in the ear, aren't you? Fu Shijin was full of anger, and his deep black eyes were full of anger. If Zimo's condition worsens because of this, then Lan Xiaoxiao will add to the crime. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled. She looked at Fu Shijin's angry eyes fearlessly and said in an orderly way, first of all, I am Zimo's biological mother, and I have the right to visit my son. Secondly, for the sake of Zimo's condition, I won't recognize him rashly, but you have no right to stop me from seeing him. This dog man, in order to prevent her from seeing her son, sent so many bodyguards to besiege her, a weak woman, not to mention warning her, when she was a doe needed. Also, I reserve the right to investigate what you asked the bodyguard to do to me today. Lan Xiaoxiao's wonderful words were continuous, and Fu Shijin, who was crackling, was stunned for a moment. This woman was so aggressive that she was so good at talking that she had nothing to refute. It seems that what she said is really reasonable. I'm sorry about today. It's not my intention. A touch of uncomfeasy flashed on Fu Shijin's face. He only asked A Jun to protect Zimo and didn't let Lan Xiaoxiao approach Zimo. But there were no more bodyguards, let alone let the bodyguards use violence against Lan Xiaoxiao. But this matter was also caused by him. It was Gu Ning who had a mistake and added people privately. Those people were also hammers, thinking that Lan Xiaoxiao was going to hurt Zimo. That's why I attacked Lan Xiaoxiao to teach her a lesson. He has asked all these clearly just now. Humph, don't pretend. It's not your intention. Are your subordinates selfishly trying to teach me a lesson? So have I done anything to hurt them? Lan Xiaoxiao sneered coldly. Fu Shijin clenched his fists. Under the illumination of the street lamp, the figures of the two were lengthened on the ground, and the cold wind blew, half of his inner irritation. The two faced each other. After half a minute, Fu Shijin gritted his teeth. Teething, I really didn't expect that my ex-wife was such a clever and unforgiving person. You only have your Gorning in your eyes. How can you find out what kind of person I am? You don't even care about your son's education, and you don't care if he is bullied in the kindergarten. Thinking of what happened that day, Lan Xiaoxiao was so angry that she wanted to beat the dog man up. What kind of bullying? Fu Shijin looked puzzled. When did Zimo be bullied in kindergarten? He calls the kindergarten teacher from time to time. Gu Ning also often picks up Zimo, and also participates in parent-teacher meetings and parent-child activities for Zimo. If someone bullies Zimo, it will definitely reach his ears as soon as possible. Oh, if you don't want to raise it, give me Zimo, and you and Gu Ning will give birth to one by yourself. Lan Xiaoxiao only felt that Fu Shijin was hypocritical and bad-hearted. I don't know what you are talking about. Zimo was well in kindergarten, and he never told me that he had been bullied. Don't provoke right and wrong here. Fu Shijin annoyed Lan Xiaoxiao's unreasonable and unforgiving appearance. She faked her death and left Zimo for 5 years. Now, she wants to take Zimo away. It's impossible. If you don't believe it, you can check it yourself. The surveillance of the kindergarten can't tell lies. The day before yesterday afternoon after school, Zimo was inexplicably pushed to the ground by a classmate, Gu Ning. Your virtuous girlfriend, she not only did not seek justice for Zimo, but also admitted all the mistakes for Zimo. Lan Xiaoxiao's voice was fierce and emotional. She couldn't help raising her voice. You said that I didn't deserve to be Zimo's mommy. What about you? Do you deserve to be his daddy? Her questioning made Fu Shijin deafening. He really doesn't deserve it, because since Zimo was born, he has been busy with work. He left Zimo in his old house and rarely accompanied him, so that Zimo's omen before his autism was not found, and even many things were taken care of by Gu Ning. Fu Shijin turned around. He didn't want to reveal his inner emotions in front of Lan Xiaoxiao. Cars came and went on the road, and people passed by from time to time on the sidewalk. Seeing the two of them deadlocked on the roadside, they looked curiously and walked slowly. After a minute, Fu Shijin's indifferent and majestic voice came. I will investigate what you said. If it's false, Lan Xiaoxiao, you can do it yourself. Lan Xiaoxiao knew that it was impossible for her to ask Fu Shijin to open his mouth to return Zimo to her today, and this matter had to be solved slowly. I will continue to see Zimo. If you dare to stop me again, I can't guarantee that I will do anything. She threw away these 2 words, turned her head and left. Chapter 22. Do you want to be beaten? Fu Shijin clenched his fist, and the blue veins on the back of his hand came out. He will be here now, all because of what happened this afternoon. He made a big fuss at the gate of the kindergarten, which had a great impact. He had to come and talk to the director in person. After Lan Xiaoxiao left, he stood still for several minutes before pinching his eyebrows and walking away. Fu Shijin went back to his old house after dealing with the matter. Zimo hasn't slept yet. Staying in her room, Mrs. Fu saw her grandson come back and immediately said with a smile, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." The coldness of Fu Shijin's eyebrows faded away, and he walked to his grandmother's side and sat down. Fu Shijin has always been gentle to his family and will not bring home the indifference developed outside. Mrs. Fu, then let Aunt Liu make you a bowl of noodles. Well, where is Zimo? Fu Shijin asked. The child went back to his room as soon as he finished dinner today. When it comes to her great-grandson, Mrs. Fu always has a touch of sadness. Originally, the little great-grandson was quite lively and lovely. He could talk at the age of 1, and his mouth was clear and sweet. He smiled sweetly when he saw everyone. Somehow, he gradually didn't like to smile or talk much. When he was 2 years old, he suddenly fell ill, and then he completely stopped talking. At that time, I had seen all the doctors, and finally a psychologist came and said it was autism. Autism is so difficult to turn an innocent child into a silent nerd. Her little great-grandson is so pitiful. If Xiao Xiao Chen knew about it, he would definitely jump out of the coffin in anger. The boy more stayed in the room and was staring at the clothes sent by Lan Xiao Xiao in a daze. He doesn't know much about clothes. His wardrobe is full of all kinds of fashionable and beautiful clothes. Every day, the maid helps him wear them. This set is just ordinary casual clothes, which is no different. But the child clearly said that it smelled like mommy. Zimo picked up his clothes and sniffed them in front of his nose. Except for the faint fragrance, there is no special taste. He said that his mother made it himself. Is it because it was made by himself that it has the taste of mommy? Zimo suddenly wanted to wear it on his body to feel it. He was about to try it on when the door was knocked, and then his father came in. Zimo's eyes lit up and he trotted over, but he didn't dare to hug his father's legs, but raised his head like a puppy waiting to be spoiled. Fu Shijin bent down and picked him up. Sorry, Dad spends too little time with you. Zimo shook his head sensibly, indicating that he didn't mind. There is still some time tonight. If you don't sleep yet, Daddy will play games with you. Zimo's eyes widened in surprise. Is it true? What do you want to play? Zimo turned his eyes and finally shook his head. He said, Dad, go to work. Zimo doesn't need Dad to accompany him. It doesn't matter. Dad is not working today. I can accompany you. Zimo patted Fu Shijin on the shoulder, and Fu Shijin put him down. Then he moved out the latest game console that his father bought for him last time and said that he wanted to play this. Fu Shijin took over to study and prepared to play games with his son to experience the time of father and son. Yu Guo inadvertently glanced at the clothes thrown on the bed. How to confiscate the clothes? He walked over to pick up his clothes and put them in the cloakroom, but Zimo ran over and rowed them. This is a gift from my aunt. Fu Shijin remembered that Lan Xiaoxia went to kindergarten this afternoon. He touched the material of the clothes and recognized it at once that this was not the clothes he usually bought for Zimo. And this style doesn't look like it's available on the market. Fu Shijin's face was a little ugly, but he still tried his best to endure in front of Zimo. In the future, the things given by that woman are not allowed to be accepted. Zimo, why? Dad seems to hate that aunt. Is it really as Aunt Gu said that she is a bad woman? But he doesn't think so. Fu Shijin took his clothes out of the room and called the servant, throw them out. The servant immediately took the clothes and left. Zimo was full of reluctance. Those were clothes with the smell of mommy. He really wants to stay, but his father seems to be very angry. Looking at his son's lost appearance, Fu Shijin frowned and was worried about his son's condition. He quickly comforted, Dad can buy you any clothes you want. Zimo quickly dissipated the loss on his face, smiled lightly at his father, and nodded. But I'm still very lost in my heart. Let's go. Daddy will play games with you. He suddenly didn't want to play, so Zimo put down the game remote control. Daddy, I'm sleepy. Fu Shijin had to let his son go to bed and turn off the light, but Zimo couldn't sleep with his eyes open. He stared at the ceiling blankly. Why do others have a mommy, but he doesn't? He only has Aunt Gu, but he doesn't like Aunt Gu, but his father likes Aunt Gu. If he sues if you tell Dad that you don't like Aunt Gu, Dad won't like you either. Moreover, Dad is usually so busy that Grandma said that she is often too busy to eat. He also saw his father's stomach hurt so much that he sweated coldly, and he couldn't walk on the ground. He feels sorry for his father. He has no mommy, and he doesn't want to lose his daddy anymore. Aunt Gu can take care of her father if she stays by her side. If someone takes care of her, something will not happen to her father. So it's better to hide what he doesn't like. After Lan Xiaoxiao came back, he really didn't find that Xibao and Yuebao had sneaked out, and even followed her. She is now full of ink. When she came back, she cooked for the babies, and then she went into her studio to make clothes. Xibao Yuebao picked up the door frame and whispered, Did mommy make clothes for that child again? Yuebao was very upset. The child's bodyguard beat his mother, but she didn't like him. Xibao nodded, it should be. I want to stop mommy. Yuebao was about to rush in, but was pulled away by Xibao. Why are you pulling me? Mommy was bullied today, and mommy still has to make clothes for others. She is so angry. Xibao stretched out a finger and compared it to his mouth. SHH, don't be hurt by mommy, or mommy will know that we secretly followed her out. Do you want to be beaten up? Yuebao's butt was cold and she shook her head quickly. She didn't want to be beaten. Although it doesn't hurt mommy's butt, it's still very bad. Xibao pulled Yuebao back to their room and took out the iPad from the desk. Xibao, what are you doing? Yuebao came up curiously. Xibao, mommy has been bullied, and he is still in the mood to play with iPad. I want to check the child's background. Yuebao immediately agreed, if we find out, we will deal with him. Xibao. A few minutes later, Xibao looked at the iPad in a daze. Yuebao saw that he had not moved for a long time and poked his arm. What's wrong with you? Have you found out? It was found out. Xibao gave the iPad to herself. Chapter 23, Illness. That child's name is Fu Zimo, and he is the son of his idol. His enemy, Fu Shijin. But why does mommy make clothes for the son of the person who bullied him? Is it just because he can't speak? The information only says that Fu Zimo can't speak, and there are no other details. He is a mute, but a mute can't bully my mother. Ye Bao clenched his small fist and looked righteous and indignant. Shi Bao, let's go to kindergarten tomorrow to teach him a lesson. Tomorrow is the weekend. Shi Bao reminded. Then next Monday, let's sneak out and teach him a lesson. Humph, if you dare to bully her mommy, she will let him know that Lang Yi is the great demon king. Shi Bao. Shi Bao checked some more information and found that the child named Fu Zimo had no friends. Even rarely go out. No matter where you go, you will be accompanied by a bodyguard. Shi Bao was inexplicably curious about Fu Zimo and couldn't help but check Fu Shijin's information more. At the beginning, he was abroad and he could find relatively little information. Now that he has returned to China, he can track more information. Shi Bao saw a rumor about Fu Shijin many years ago. It is rumored that Fu Shijin has been married in secret for many years. His wife died due to difficult childbirth, and soon after, he reappeared with a new love. Shi Bao watched it as gossip, and his little head did not think deeply. He was still looking for some clues to find out the enmity between his mother and Fu Shijin. Fu Shijin bullied his mother abroad. After returning to China, his mother made clothes for Fu Zimo, and Fu Zimo was as old as him and Ye Bao, and even his birthday was on the same day, which was a little too coincidental. Something flashed in his mind. It was so fast that Shi Bao didn't have time to catch it. Ye Bao shouted for him to play games with her. She was about to participate in the competition. Shi Bao's thinking was interrupted, so he had no choice but to practice with her. When Lan Xiaoxiao was busy, the two children had taken a shower and lay on the bed to sleep. The two iPads were left beside the bed. Lan Xiaoxiao had no choice but to pick them up and put them away. After taking a shower, she was not in a hurry to go to bed, but took out her laptop and began to watch the work. Since she decided to stay, she always finds a job to support herself and her children. Moreover, having a stable income is also more beneficial for her to fight for the custody of Sumo. It's just that there are very few large clothing companies in City B. The leading industries in City B are technology and the internet, while clothing is more popular in City Z. Fu's Group is a leader in the science and technology industry. In recent years, it has pioneered business in other fields. Among them, a subsidiary has entered the clothing industry. It has founded more than a dozen clothing brands, all of which have become famous. In City B, the clothing company under the name of Fu's Group is already the top. If this is not Fu Shijin's company, Lan Xiaoxiao will definitely choose to go to Fu's without hesitation. After all, the big platform is more conducive to her growth. Lan Xiaoxiao directly skipped the recruitment information of Fu's Group and continued to look at other things. This weekend, Lan Xiaoxiao accompanied the children to play happily in half of City B. The two children were happy and kept chirping. Of course, Ye Bao was chirping, and Shi Bao was very cool, holding their hands on their chests, and did not love anyone. In the office of the president of Fu's building, Zhao reported the information he had recently obtained to Fu Shijing. My wife has applied for a domestic household registration and ID card, and it seems that she is going to stay in China. Fu Shijin took Lan Xiaoxiao back to China and banned her from leaving the country. Naturally, when she went through the relevant certificate procedures, someone would take the initiative to pass on this information. Wife? Guo Ning's voice sounded suddenly. Today, Fu Shijin worked overtime in the company. She came to accompany him on purpose. When Zhao Yi came in to report, Fu Shijin did not let her go out. So Zhao Yi had to report these situations in front of Guo Ning. Zhao Yi glanced at Fu Shijin and saw that the boss had no expression. After thinking about it, he still explained, "My name is Shenko." Guo Ning was very unhappy. She had been with Fu Shijin for so many years, and she had never seen Zhao Yi call her wife. Lan Xiaoxiao went abroad for 5 years and appeared again. Zhao Yi could still call her wife. She lowered her head and couldn't control her distorted expression. "Assistant Zhao, don't call me in the future, lest others misunderstand." Guo Ning, because of forbearance, Fu Shijin still didn't say anything, but he also acquiesced to Guo Ning's words. "Zhao Yi, I will pay more attention in the future." Only then did Guo Ning feel a little more comfortable and no longer bothered them. But Zhao Yi didn't have much to report about Lan Xiaoxiao. Judging from the boss's intention, Zhao Yi was relieved that he didn't seem to pay much attention to Lan Xiaoxiao. To be honest, he also feels that since the two of them have developed to this point, it is better to let nature take its course, treat each other as non-existent, and each other is safe. At this time, Fu Shijin's mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it and it was from Lao Jai. Thinking that there was still some time, I answered. After a few seconds, his expression suddenly changed. He stood up suddenly without his coat, grabbed the car key and left. Inform Jiang He to go to the old house. Zhao Yi's face changed, and he knew in an instant that the young master was sick again. Shi Jun. Guo Ning also followed quickly. The old house is in chaos now. Zumo didn't wake up when Fu Shijin left in the morning. Later, when the old lady asked Aunt Liu to ask Zumo to go downstairs for dinner, Zumo was in a mess. Even Mrs. Fu talked to him, he seemed to have never heard. Until an hour later, Zumo locked himself in the toilet and didn't open the door for anyone to talk. The old lady sighed anxiously at the door. This situation hasn't happened for a year. Why did it suddenly happen again? Fu Shujing rushed back in a hurry, followed by Guo Ning. Shijun, you are back. Mrs. Fu found the backbone in an instant. Where is Zimo? Inside. The old lady pointed to the bathroom door. Fu Shujing walked over and twisted the doorknob, but he can't open it. Where is the key? The key is here. Aunt Liu gave the key to Fu Shujing. Fu Shujing tried it. The door lock could be unswed open, but the door was always blocked by something inside. He tried to hit it, but he still didn't even open a gap, and he didn't know what was going on inside. Zimo, your father is back. Come out quickly. Mrs. Fu was so anxious that she almost cried. Old lady, don't worry. Doctor Jiang He will be here soon. Guo Ning came forward considerately to comfort her, wanting to help Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu shook off her hand neatly, and her face suddenly sank. Why are you here? She didn't like Guo Ning. At the beginning, it was this woman who destroyed the feelings of her grandson and daughter-in-law, which also led to the death of the granddaughter-in-law. A trace of dispower quickly flashed in Guo Ning's eyes. Over the years, she wanted Fu Shijing to take her back to the Fu family several times, but it was this older mortal who interfered from her and made her unable to enter the door of the Fu family's old house many times. Today, Fu Shijing left in a hurry, and she also hurried to catch up with the car. Chapter 24, Do you want me to open my mouth? Mrs. Fu was trying to have someone drive Guo Ning away. Guo Ning didn't want to be kicked out so shameless. She quickly said, I'm also a psychologist. Let me try it. I usually have a good relationship with Zimo. Maybe Zimo will listen to me. Mrs. Fu snorted coldly and was not grateful, but Fu Shijing gave way. Have a try. What else did Mrs. Fu want to say? Fu Shijing gave her a requestful look. The old man was also worried about the situation of her great-grandson, so she had to say nothing. Guo Ning approached the door and knocked on the door gently. His voice was extremely gentle. Zuma, I'm Aunt Guo, open the door, okay? Tell Aunt Guo if you have anything. Aunt Guo will help you. No matter what Guo Ning says, there is no movement inside. This made people more and more worried. Fu Shujin frowned and shouted angrily, where is Jiang He? Aunt Liu, I have called Dr. Jiang and said there was a traffic jam. Shu Jun, did anything special happen before Zimo fell ill? Guo Ning asked with a serious face. Seeing that she was in trouble, Mrs. Fu also frowned and had a little hope for Guo Ning in her heart. Fu Shujin shook his head. No. Last night, Zimo behaved normally and fell asleep early. So has he met anyone? Guo Ning continued to ask. Fu Shujin remembered for a moment that Lan Xiaoxiao met Zimo in the kindergarten yesterday and sent clothes to Zimo. Is it because of this? The handsome face is gloomy and terribly. It's her. Guo Ning understood at once. Mrs. Fu didn't know why. She pulled Fu Shijin and asked, what's her? Who on earth did Zimo meet? Grandma didn't know that Lan Xiaoxiao was still alive. Fu Shijin thought about it and didn't tell her for the time being. In case Grandma brings Lan Xiaoxiao back to the Fu family, it will be worse for Zimo's condition to worsen. He is an unimportant person. Fu Shijin was perfunctory. However, although Mrs. Fu is old, she is still confused. Unimportant people can still make Zimo sick. What's going on? Grandma is actually a woman who looks like Miss Lang. She knows that she is similar to Miss Lang, so she wants to get close to Zimo to marry into a rich family. Guo Ning believed in this kind of reason. Mrs. Fu said fiercely, do you want me to open your mouth? Guo Ning looked at Fu Shijin aggrievedly. Fu Shijin wanted to dodge, so he nodded with Guo Ning's words. Only then did Mrs. Fu not continue to ask. Guo Ning was still talking to Zimo at the door and wanted to do his psychological counseling, but in the end, she majored in art. Her major was aimed at mental illness in adults. For children's mental problems, it had to be Jiang He. Fortunately, Jiang He also arrived. Jiang He gave full play to what he had learned in his life and talked to Zimo in the bathroom for an hour. His voice was almost hoarse, and finally there was a movement inside. Something fell down, and then the door was opened immediately. Zimo stood there with his head down. Fu Shijin went up and picked him up. Why do you drown yourself inside? He asked harshly. Zimo's little body trembled, and Fu Shijin suddenly couldn't say any harsh words, and he regretted asking the sentence just now. Realizing that the little guy's body temperature was abnormal, Fu Shijin reached out and touched his forehead. Call the family doctor quickly. Zimo has a fever. Mrs. Fu just took a breath and raised it again. Fortunately, the family doctor came quickly this time, gave Zimo a small examination, and then gave Zimo an injection and prescribed medicine. Guo Ning also took the initiative to stay and take care of Zimo. She was holding a glass of water and the medicine in the other hand to feed Zimo. But Zimo didn't open his mouth. Zimo is good. He got better quickly after taking the medicine. Zimo's expression was dull, as if he didn't hear her voice at all. Zimo. Guo Ning frowned and cursed the dead child in his heart. Fu Shijin was watching by her side. She didn't dare to show any emotions. She could only continue to coax him gently and talk to him. You have to take your medicine obediently, or the doctor will come to give you another needle later. Speaking of the needle, Zhou Mo was suddenly stimulated and knocked off Guo Ning's hand. Ah! Guo Ning exclaimed, and all the water in the glass spilled on her body, and the medicine was also spilled out. For Zhou Mo. Fu Shijin frowned and called his full name in a low voice. Zhou Mo's little body trembled again, and suddenly he looked up at Fu Shijin. Their eyes looked at each other. Fu Shijin saw the fragility and fear in his son's eyes. Fu Shijin sighed in his heart and raised his hand to signal Guo Ning to go out first. Shijun, I. Go out first. Guo Ning looked at him, then at Zhou Mo, gritted his teeth and went out. Fu Shijin sat by the bed, and the frost in his deep eyes faded and was replaced by warmth. He pressed his voice to make himself speak as gentle as possible. Tell Daddy, what's wrong with you? Zhou Mo didn't say a word, and just stared blankly at a certain place. Do you miss Mommy? Zhou Mo's eyes moved. Tell Daddy what you want, and Daddy will satisfy you. He, Fu Shijin, the president of the national group, has never frowned in the face of all kinds of difficult negotiations. He can cope with all kinds of economic crises, but he is helpless when his son is sick. He thought he couldn't open his son's heart this time. When he was about to give up, Zhou Mo suddenly began to row. That set of clothes smells like Mommy. Fu Shijin was overjoyed. Who told you? Zhou Mo refused to say anything. Fu Shijin had to continue to guess. What kind of clothes do you want? Zhou Mo hesitated. After all, children are not very good at hiding their emotions. Fu Shijin now understands that maybe that set of clothes is the trigger. He took the medicine obediently, and Dad asked someone to find the clothes. Zhou Mo finally agreed to take the medicine obediently, and then the medicine came up. Zhou Mo couldn't bear it and closed his eyelids to sleep. Everyone gathered in the hall. Mrs. Fu's face was straight. Guo Ning went to please and touched the wall twice and sat aside. Fu Shijin went downstairs, and everyone looked at him. Zhou Mo is already asleep. Mrs. Fu sighed, alas, if you hadn't divorced Xiao Xiao for this woman in those years, Xiao Xiao would not have happened. Zhou Mo could also grow up healthily and happily, and the two children. The old man covered his face and cried while talking, but his eyes looked at Fu Shijin's expression through his fingers. Hurry up, get rid of that woman. Guo Ning's fingers stroked the corner of his clothes fiercely, and a little guilt and self-reproach appeared on his face when he looked up. It's all my fault, Grandma. Don't cry. It's all my fault. Mrs. Fu secretly rolled her eyes and said unceremoniously, That's right, it's all your fault. You say, a good innocent girl's family, how can you be someone else's little third? If it spreads out, you won't be afraid that your parents will be laughed at. Chapter 25, Retrieve Monitoring. Guo Ning didn't expect the old immortal anti-routine at all, and his face turned pale with anger. She hurriedly explained, I didn't ruin their marriage, Humph, the facts are there, and you can't stand your sophistry. Fu Shijin rubbed his temples and had to say, Grandma. Mrs. Fu turned around and didn't want to pay attention to him. Fu Shijin had to say to Guo Ning, You go back first. But Zhou Mo. I'll stay to take care of Zhou Mo. She looked very worried about Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo has me. You don't have to worry. Go back first. Hearing Fu Shijin's unquestionable words, Guo Ning was reluctant. She finally came to the old house and wanted to take care of Zhou Mo's illness. As a result, the dead old woman disliked her openly and secretly. Fu Shijin could only wrong her and leave for the sake of the old lady. Guo Ning walked out of the gate and looked back when he got into the car. He lowered his voice and said viciously, Damn old lady, why don't you die? At such an old age, it is time to live enough, but no matter how much I go to the hospital, I can't die. Only when the old lady died could she successfully become the mistress of the Fu family, and only when she could live in this manner. Fu Shijin did not go to the company again, but asked Zhao to send some documents to the old house. In the evening, the servant finally found the set of clothes from the garbage station. The clothes were already dirty, so Fu Shijin had to ask someone to wash them. As a result, Zhou Mo woke up at night and didn't see the clothes, and refused to take medicine. Fu Shijin had to ask someone to dry it quickly and send it. Seeing the clean and tidy clothes appear in front of him, Zhou Mo took the medicine obediently, and then pointed to the clothes to show that he was going to put them on. Fu Shijin had no choice but to ask the servant to take care of him. The size of the clothes is neither big nor small, and it's just right. Fu Shijin was very surprised. How did Lan Xiao know the size of Zhou Mo? Thinking of her profession, I can see that there is nothing wrong with her size. Are you satisfied now? Fu Shijin looked at his son, who was looking in the mirror. Zhou Mo is still reminiscing in his heart. Is this the taste of mommy? A feeling of indiscrimination. But that person is not his mommy. Thinking about it, there seems to be nothing special about it. He changed his clothes again, and then asked the servant to put away his clothes and lay back on the bed. Fu Shijin came over helplessly. He promised his father that he would not be allowed to close himself up in the future. Zhou Mo was satisfied and nodded obediently. Also, if you have anything in the future, you must tell Dad, and tell Dad whatever you want. Zhou Mo did have what he wanted, and hesitated to say it. Fu Shijin could see it at a glance. Say it, what do you want? Zimo stroked. I want a mommy. Fu Shijin was stunned for a moment. Zimo kept calling for mommy from the beginning. But he didn't mention it again after he fell ill. He thought Zimo had given up. Fu Shijin pursed his lips. He also wanted to give his child a mother, but Lan Xiaoxiao didn't deserve it. As for Gu Ning, he and Gu Ning are not married for the time being. It was too cruel to her to let Gu Ning act as a mother's responsibility now. But in his situation, he can't marry Gu Ning for the time being. The strange disease can't be cured. His marriage to Gu Ning will only delay Gu Ning. You can treat Aunt Gu as your mommy for the time being. But he can't find anyone else except Gu Ning. Zimo suddenly shook his head and said, I don't want mommy anymore. Fu Shijin was not surprised by his outcast. Jiang He said that he would yearn for his mother in his heart, but he would complain that his mother had left him. So sometimes I want mommy, and sometimes I don't. Fu Shijin followed him. If you don't want it, don't. He didn't know that Zimo wanted to have a mommy in his heart, but he didn't want Gu Ning to be his mommy. But it was misunderstood by adults. Fu Shijin helped his son lift the quilt and was about to let him sleep, but suddenly remembered what Lan Xiaoxiao mentioned. He looked at his son's clear eyes and asked softly, did anyone bully you at school? Zimo's eyes flashed quickly and shook his head to indicate that he didn't have it. That's good, be good, make some friends, and someone will play with you in the future. Zimo nodded obediently. Watching his son sleeping, Fu Shijin came out quietly and returned to the study again. He was not in a hurry to deal with the work, but called Zhao Yi to ask him to retrieve the recent monitoring of the kindergarten. As a result, Zhao Yi's feedback monitoring was broken, and the recent monitoring data had been lost and could not be repaired. This is too coincidental. Fu Shijin, try everything to repair the data. Zhao Yi, yes. As soon as Fu Shijin arrived at the company on Monday, the design director of the clothing department came and handed 3 resumes to Fu Shijin. Fu Shijin turned over and stopped when he turned to the last one, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Li Manzi, the design director, immediately said, Lang Ying is the designer of the company you recently acquired in the United States. Xinghai's design was outstanding in the Fashion Week the day before yesterday. But for some reason, Lang Ying did not attend Fashion Week, and then the company announced that it had terminated the contract with her. Boss, her design style is exactly what we want. I found out that she is in China, and we can invite her to join the company to participate in the new product rescue program. Fu Shijin hasn't seen Lan Xiaoxiao's design yet. When he saw her alive abroad, he couldn't care about anything else at all. Now that he saw his design director strongly recommend Lan Xiaoxiao, he noticed her design. Show me the video of Fashion Week, he said in a low voice. Li Manzi took out his mobile phone to bring out the video. According to the inference of the music played, Li Manzi said at the right time, the next set is Xinghai's design. Sure enough, when the next song sounded, the clothes designed by Lan Xiaoxiao were displayed by the model. Fu Shijin put down Lan Xiaoxiao's information after reading it. The other 2 should contact first, and no matter what requests they make, they should agree as much as possible. A trace of doubt flashed on Li Manzi's face. Does the boss not want Lang Ying? In her opinion, she is most optimistic about Lang Ying from these 3 designers, but she can't question the boss's decision, so she can only respond. But she has other thoughts in her heart. Lan Xiaoxiao's resume was released, and the headhunting company immediately contacted her. After sending her 2 children to kindergarten on Monday, she went home to prepare the materials and went to one of the companies for an interview in the afternoon. However, at noon, the teacher called in panic. Lan's mother, Lan Shi and Lan Yi are gone. Lan Xiaoxiao's face changed greatly, and her heart suddenly trembled coldly. She rushed to the kindergarten in a hurry. At this moment, Xibao and Yibao have successfully mixed into Jingying Kindergarten, where Zimo is located. Xibao found the place where they took a nap. The teacher was holding his mobile phone and guarding the door, watching the small video with great interest. Xibao gave Yibao a look. Yibao successfully received it, and the next second he screamed, ouch. Chapter 26, Release the Worms. Teacher Yuebao's screams attracted him. He looked up and saw Yuebao squatting on the ground with his stomach in pain, and hurried over. Baby, what's wrong with you? Yuebao said painfully, Teacher, I have a stomachache. Huh, which class are you in? Why hasn't the teacher seen you? Such a delicate and lovely little girl should have an impression, but she has never seen it. Teacher, I'm in the middle class. My mother just transferred for me. Teacher, my stomach hurts so much. She was so painful that she was speechless, and her voice became quieter and quieter. The teacher didn't dare to delay and quickly picked her up and went to the infirmary. And Xibao sneaked in when they left. The children were sleeping. He gently found Zimo's bed. Zimo lay on his side. Xibao thought he was asleep. He quietly looked around his front and was shocked. You didn't sleep. Xibao patted his chest in fright. This for Zimo, with his dark eyes open, is so scary to move. Zimo looked at him curiously. It was the little boy who gave him clothes that day. Xibao said a boo at his mouth, and then remembered that he couldn't speak. Then he lay down and came to his side to talk to him. My mother is kind to make clothes for you. You can't bully my mother with your father anymore, you know? Shi Bao warned softly with his handsome little face. Fu Zimo blinked his eyes and said a sign language, "Who are you?" Shi Bao can't understand it. "What did you say?" Zimo continued to compare. Shi Bao frowned and took the notebook and brush on the head of the other child's bed and handed it to Zimo. "Write down what you want to say." Zimo took it over, and Shi Bao remembered that he was still a kindergartner. Can he write? As a result, Zimo really wrote, and the words he wrote were much more beautiful than Yuebao's. He couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. "You can also write." Zimo said that he could do a lot. Shi Bao read his question and explained, "My name is Lan Shi, and I also have a sister named Lan Yong. My mother is Lan Ying. My mother is a very good mother. She loves us very much and every good child very much. So you must not refuse what she will give you in the future, okay?" His refusal will disappoint Mommy and be sad, although he and Yuebao are a little upset that Mommy is kind to other children. But after all, this child is special, so he should be generous, as long as he doesn't make Mommy sad. Fu Zimo continued to write in the notebook. "Is your Mommy a bad guy? My mother is not a bad person. Your father is a bad person. I saw him bully my mother. But don't worry, as long as you don't bully my mother, I won't stop her from treating you well." Shi Bao felt that he was so geezious. Zimo stared and said, "My father is not a bad person either." Shi Bao hummed, "Your dad beat my mom." Zimo's eyes widened inexplicably. "It's impossible. Although dad is a little stricter, he never beats people. You are his son. Of course you won't say that your father is a bad guy." Shi Bao knows very well. Zimo was silent. The noise of the two woke up a child next door. When Shi Bao saw that he woke up and was about to shout, he immediately raised a finger to his mouth, "Shh, don't shout." The child blinked his eyes and looked at Shi Bao's nervous but particularly cute appearance. Inexplicably, he stopped squeaking and nodded to show that he would be good. This is the second most beautiful child he has ever seen. The first one who looks best is Fu Zimo. Shi Bao was afraid that Yuebao would not be able to delay for too long, so he said to Zimo, "I'm leaving, goodbye." Zimo pulled his clothes, and Shi Bao was forced to stop. Zimo quickly wrote on the notebook, "Will you come to see me again?" Shi Bao was about to say that he didn't have time. This time, Yuebao wanted to pull him and tell him a lesson. Zimo then wrote, "I don't have any friends. I want to be friends with you." Shi Bao thought for a while. Look at his pitiful appearance, forget it. "Well, I'll come when I have time." Shi Bao finished speaking quickly and ran away. The child was very reluctant to see him leave. He also wanted to be friends with him. Shi Bao found the infirmary and glanced inside by the door. Yuebao saw his brother appear. He suddenly found an excuse to go to the bathroom and ran fast while the doctor and teacher didn't respond. Then the two hid. The teacher chased out and didn't see Yuebao. She was about to look for someone everywhere in a hurry. The child's cry came from the lounge, and she had to go to the lounge first. The two babies, ghosts, quickly slipped in and out quietly while the teachers were not paying attention. Then he went back to his kindergarten. Fortunately, the two kindergartens are not very far away, only 3 kilometers away. And you can get there quickly by car. However, when they came back, the kindergarten was almost overturned. Looking at the two children who suddenly appeared, Lan Xiaoxiao stood there with a calm face without saying a word. The two little ones were stunned and looked at each other. "Where did you go?" Finally, Lan Xiaoxiao asked calmly. "I played a treasure hunt with my brother and fell asleep there." Yuebao pointed to the corner of a small shed built next to the security booth. There are a lot of clutter piled up there, and it is also a blind spot. The teachers looked at each other. "No wonder we can't find it. We haven't even thought about that place. If the two little guys hide inside, it's hard to see. Fortunately, I came out. If something happens inside, they really don't know how to explain it to their parents." Lan Xiaoxiao looked at Shi Bao, and Shi Bao nodded with Yuebao's words. This kind of thing happened in the United States before, so Lan Xiaoxiao believed them for the time being. The two little guys sent their mother away, and Yuebao patted her chest. "Fortunately, I'm smart." Shi Bao looked serious. Yuebao pulled him. "Did you put the worm in his clothes?" He must be scared and dumbfounded. Shi Bao lost the bug long ago, but he couldn't tell Yuebao. Otherwise, Yuebao will find a way to teach Fu Zimo a lesson. He responded coldly and walked towards the classroom, and Yuebao danced happily behind him. "That's great. She took revenge for Mommy." Lan Xiaoxiao's interview was also delayed, so she had to call to apologize and change the appointment. Lan Xiaoxiao saw that it was not far from Jingyin Kindergarten, so she wanted to see Zimo. When she came, the teacher happened to be playing outside with the children. Lan Xiaoxiao saw from afar that Zimo was standing there alone, and no one cared about him. A touch of sourness surged into his heart, and Lan Xiaoxiao turned around and wiped her tears. The goal of snatching Zimo back is getting stronger and firmer. The mobile phone rang. Lan Xiaoxiao took it out and saw a strange number. She thought it should be a call from the headhunting company, so she answered it. "Hello. Hello, is this Lan Yin?" Chapter 27, Talk About It. Lan Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully, are you? I'm the design director of the clothing department of Fu's group. My name is Li Manzi. Half an hour later, Lan Xiaoxiao met Li Manzi in a cafe next to Fu's building. The two talked happily, and Lan Xiaoxiao knew that Fu had thrown an olive branch at him. Miss Lang, whatever conditions do you want? You can open it at will. Sure enough, Li Manzi began to get to the point. I have to think about this matter again. Lan Xiaoxiao doesn't want to enter Fu's family and become an employee of Fu Shijin. She worked hard for Fu Shijin. She felt disgusted, but she couldn't refuse Li Manzi directly. Li Manzi felt slightly lost and took a sip of coffee before saying, understand, I'm waiting for your good news. After a while, Lan Xiaoxiao was ready to say goodbye. Before leaving, he said to Li Manzi, by the way, my name is Lan Xiaoxiao now. When she applied for certificates in China, she changed her name back. Since she has decided to stay, she doesn't want to use another name. She wants to face the past. Lan Xiaoxiao passed the door of Fu's building. She stopped and took a look inside. If this was not Fu Shijin's territory, she would squeeze her head and go in. Unfortunately, Lan Xiaoxiao shook her head gently, picked up the bag in her hand, and walked away. At this time, a well-trained pair of bodyguards appeared at the door, blocking Lan Xiaoxiao's way. A car parked there, waiting for its owner. Then, surrounded by a crowd, Fu Shijin appeared in sight. He was supported by the monarch and ministers like an emperor. His body exuded the domineering spirit of the king. His handsome face was slightly gloomy, as if he was unhappy. Zhao Yi followed him and opened the car door one step ahead of him. However, Fu Shijin caught a glimpse of Lan Xiaoxiao standing on one side. He paused slightly and turned around and walked over. Why are you here? The man's voice is very cold. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled mockingly, the road is at your feet. I can be wherever I want. It's nothing to do with you. Do you have to talk to me like this? Fu Shijin was in a bad mood, but he was pushed by her again, and he was even more irritable. Yes, I can't be nice to you in my life. Oh, it's unreasonable. Fu Shijin turned around and secretly scolded himself. He could completely ignore her and come up to be beaten. You are the shameless one. Unexpectedly, it was good to say that she was unreasonable. What Lan Xiaoxiao didn't want to suffer the most was Fu Shijin's anger. You. Fu Shijin clenched his fist and let go. Too lazy to pay attention to her, Fu Shijin turned around and wanted to leave. Fu Shijin, let's talk about it. Suddenly hearing Lan Xiaoxiao's words, Fu Shijin's movements were stagnant and he sneered, talk. Are you qualified? Lan Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip. I want to have a good talk with you about sumo. I don't have time. He raised his legs and left. Lan Xiaoxiao grabbed his big hand in a hurry. 10 minutes, forget it, 5 minutes, it won't delay you to make money. Her hands were cold, touching his warmth, like the collision of ice and fire, and the touch stimulated the brain. Lan Xiaoxiao quickly let go of his hand. After 10 seconds, Fu Shijin said 2 words coldly, get in the car. He put his hand behind his back and pinched it. Strangely, the moment Lan Xiaoxiao touched his hand, his obviously restless heart actually felt a trace of comfort. Fu Shijin sat in the back, Lan Xiaoxiao sat next to him, and Zhao Yi sat in the co-driver's seat and looked at his nose and heart. Lan Xiaoxiao clenched her hands nervously and competed with Fu Shijin for Zumo, which was tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger, but she had to try again. It took a long time for her to organize the language. I want to take care of Zumo. If Zumo is autistic because of his lack of his mother, then I have the responsibility and obligation to take care of him and cure him. Oh, Fu Shijin sneered, if you want to abandon him, abandon him. If you want to take care of him, take care of him. Lan Xiaoxiao, you are dreaming. I didn't abandon him. Lan Xiaoxiao denied it. If she knew that Zumo was alive, she would definitely take Zumo with her at all costs. She took a deep breath. You also want Zumo to get better as soon as possible. Let me take care of him. I will definitely take good care of him. Zumo is alone in kindergarten and has no friends. He is too lonely. Thinking of the little figure, Lan Xiaoxiao's voice choked unconsciously. Fu Shijin's hand tapping the keyboard stopped for half a second and still refused, impossible. Lan Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip and looked down at her knees. After a while, she slowly said, then you can't stop me from seeing him anymore. You can rest assured. For the sake of his condition, I won't recognize him easily. I just want to get along with him more, give him more love, and let him know that there is another person in the world who loves him. This is the first time she has talked to Fu Shijin so calmly in 5 years. For the sake of her son, she can endure everything. I think about it. The car stopped. Lan Xiaoxiao opened the door and went down, and then kicked the car that Fu Shijin left. Son of a bastard, when I grab Zumo, I want you to look good again. In the car, Zhao Yi couldn't help asking, boss, it seems that Miss Lan really didn't mean to abandon the young master. Fu Shijin squeezed his thin lips and said nothing. Zhao Yi touched his nose. The two of them are in the same situation now. He'd better speak less for Lan Xiaoxiao. Arriving at the experimental base, Fu Shijin held a meeting after reading the latest experimental data. When he left, the front desk respectfully shouted, Mr. Fu, go slowly. Fu Shijin stopped and turned to the young and beautiful front desk. When the front desk saw the handsome boss walking towards him, he was suddenly angry and blushed. Wow, it's closer, closer. The boss won't like her, will he? When the distance was shortened to less than 1 meter, Fu Shijin stopped, frowned, and became irritable in his heart. Boss. Zhao Yi followed doubtfully. Fu Shijin turned around and almost bumped into it. Fu Shijin left directly without saying a word with a calm face. No, it's not good at all. But why didn't Lan Xiaoxiao feel so irritable when he sat in the car today? On the way back, Fu Shijin had been thinking about this problem. He carefully recalled how he got along with Lan Xiaoxiao 5 years later. Every time Lan Xiaoxiao made him angry. So in that situation, he didn't notice this. He was calm enough today, and he was not angry with Lan Xiaoxiao. Is his strange disease still related to Lan Xiaoxiao? Lan Xiaoxiao pretended to poison him before he died. Fu Shijin turned to deny it. He believed that Lan Xiaoxiao did not have that ability, and there was no such poison in the world. When he returned to the company, Guo Ning greeted him. She hugged Fu Shijin's arm intimately, and the familiar irritation surged up in Fu Shijin's heart and subconsciously pushed her away. Doubts flashed on Guo Ning's face. Shijun, what's wrong with you? Chapter 28, Court. Fu Shijin sat down on the sofa and pinched his eyebrows. I'm a little tired. Shall I press it for you? No need. By the way, Shijun, I recently consulted some classics and found a treatment. Let me give you a try. Don't be in vain. Fu Shijin thought for a while, but still didn't tell Guo Ning that he seemed to be immune to Lan Xiaoxiao, lest Guo Ning think too much. Guo Ning bit his teeth lightly. Shijun, don't you want to marry me? Fu Shijin looked up at her. Why do you say that? Then why don't you want to try the new plan? I just think it's a waste of time. I have made enough preparations this time. After a long silence, Fu Shijin compromised. Then try it. Guo Ning is his exclusive psychiatrist and his nominal girlfriend. Since he got a strange disease, Guo Ning has been trying to help him treat him. Fu Shijin has also cooperated with traditional Chinese and Western doctors. There is nothing wrong with his body, but it can only be psychological. But psychologically, Guo Ning couldn't find the trigger, so he could only keep flipping through books to find a way. At the company's quarterly meeting, everyone stared at the data on the big screen and didn't dare to breathe, while Fu Shijin looked gloomy and said that he was in an extremely bad mood. After the sales manager on the stage finished reporting, he shrank aside like a quail and said weakly, the above is the sales data of the last quarter. I have finished the report. Fu Shijin glanced gently, and the sales manager's heart was full of bitterness. Once the sales data is disclosed, Fu's stock price will be turbulent. Taking a deep breath, the sales manager said stubbornly, I think Jisyo should inject fresh blood as soon as possible. As for the feedback of the customer service department, many customers feel that the current Jisyo clothing is not novel enough, and the comfort is not as good as other brands. Of course, Fu Shijin knows the importance of designers. When he first got involved in the clothing industry, he mainly did women's clothing. Last year, he started to do the men's clothing brand show. At the beginning, the show sold very well, but in the past half year, with the designers leaving, the performance of the show has also plummeted. If you want to make a name for the show brand, you must find a more suitable designer. After a meeting, everyone was trembling. When the meeting was over, Li Manzi took the opportunity to catch up with Fu Shijin. Boss, I think Lao Ying is very suitable to be the designer of Jisyo. I asked her to talk to her 2 days ago, and she seems to be willing to join us. Li Manzi believes that Lan Xiaoxiao has no reason to refuse a big company like Fu's. She said that she probably wanted to consider what benefits she wanted. This is the second time that Li Manzi and Fu Shijin have recommended Lan Xiaoxiao. Fu Shijin frowned and said nothing. Li Manzi didn't know what the boss was thinking about. She followed her all the way to the office. She stopped at the door and didn't follow her. Li Manzi thought there was no chance. When he was about to leave, Fu Shijin's voice came. Is there no one else except Lao Ying? Li Manzi walked in quickly. There is also an Emma, but Emma has clearly rejected us. There are others, but they are not as suitable as Blue Sound. Of course, it is not that Lan Xiaoxiao is indispensable, but at present, within the scope they know, Lan Xiaoxiao is the best. Well, I got it. Li Manzi retreated. She looked at Zhao Yi, who came out with her, and asked in a low voice, Assistant Zhao, do you think there is a drama? Zhao Yi shook his head, I don't know. If that person is not Lan Xiaoxiao, there must be a drama. Unfortunately, that person is the boss's ex-wife, so it's over. Lan Xiaoxiao, the owner, also talked to the two companies one after another in the past 2 days. She was very satisfied with the benefits given to her by the two companies, but she was still a little hesitant. After all, the platform is not too big, and I'm afraid there will be fewer resources to give her in the future. On this day, Lan Xiaoxiao appeared outside Jingying Kindergarten with her newly made clothes and a rag doll. When it was time for school to go to school, she stared at it expectantly and didn't dare to blink her eyes, for fear of missing it. June went in early to pick up Zumo. Zumo walked in front and saw Lan Xiaoxiao probing outside from afar. Zimo's steps stagnated slightly, and a little joy rose inexplicably in his heart. As soon as he came to the door, Lan Xiaoxiao greeted him. Zimo looked at her with dark eyes. This is my new dress, and this doll is also for you. If you feel lonely in the future, talk to the doll. She stuffed things into Zimo's hand. June did not stop it this time, but suddenly several policemen appeared and rushed up to restrain Lan Xiaoxiao. There is no chance to react at all. What are you doing? Someone suspects that you are trying to kidnap and traffic children. Please come with us. The policeman said meticulously. Kidnapping? How is it possible? Did you misunderstand? Lan Xiaoxiao was pulled into the police car in this way, and Zimo pulled La Agent's clothes in a hurry. June shook his head. I want to protect you and can't leave. Zimo turned around angrily. Lan Xiaoxiao was taken to the police station and locked in a separate room. Half an hour later, someone came to interrogate him. The police took out a photo of Zimo. Someone called the police, saying that you have been squatting in the kindergarten recently and talking to this child. Are you trying to kidnap him? Lan Xiaoxiao looked wronged. I'm wronged, Mr. Policeman. I'm a good citizen. I approached him because he is my son. For special reasons, I was separated from him. I miss him, so I went to the kindergarten to see him and send him something. On the way, Lan Xiaoxiao has been thinking about who will call the police to arrest her and accuse her of being a human trafficker. After thinking about it, there was only Fu Shijin. Only he will do this to stop her from seeing Zimo. The police made a transcript for her. Lan Xiaoxiao said it seriously and sincerely, and finally called Xiao Ting to bail her out. Shibao Yeobao took the school bus home and waited for a long time before her mother came back. Yeobao is inevitably a little worried. Where did mommy go? I can't get through the phone. I'm so hungry. Shibao got up and went to the kitchen silently. He found a bag of instant noodles from the cabinet, then boiled water and soaked the noodles for Yeobao to eat. Shibao, aren't you hungry? Yeobao only has a bowl. Shibao shook his head. He took out his iPad and began to track down his mother's Dior's. He directly broke through the surveillance of Jingying Kindergarten and saw the scene of mommy being taken away by the policeman. He stood up and scared Yeobao. Shibao, what are you doing? Yeobao is very dissatisfied. Mommy was caught by the police. What? Yeobao dropped the dishes and chopsticks and grabbed Shibao's hand. Let's go and save mommy. Shibao calmed down and thought for 2 minutes. We told our godfather and then asked him to take us to the police station. Okay. On the big deal, Yeobao listened to Shibao's words very much, so the two babies were going to call Xiao Ting. Chapter 29, I can't stand it anymore. Xiao Ting has arrived at the police station, and Fu Shijin also came to the police station at the same time. The two arrived together and met at the door. Fu Shijin seemed not to see him and went straight inside. Xiao Ting ignored him. The two came in one after the other. Mr. Fu, the policeman who knew Fu Shijin, stepped forward. Where are the people? Who? Lan Xiaoxiao. Oh, I caught that one today. It's in there. The police pointed at it. Xiao Ting frowned behind. Fu Shijin also came for Lan Xiaoxiao. He didn't open his mouth when he heard Fu Shijin say to the police, I'll bail you and sign it for me. The policeman was stunned for a moment, and then took the bail form to Fu Shijin for signature. After a while, Lan Xiaoxiao was released. The moment he saw Fu Shijin, Lan Xiaoxiao's eyes quickly turned red. But her eyes were extremely silent. She glanced at Fu Shijin with an expressionless face. At this moment, Lan Xiaoxiao is extremely cold and calm enough at the same time. Are you all right? Fu Shijin frowned. Lan Xiaoxiao's indifferent look made him feel an inexplicable sense of suffocation. He subconsciously explained, I'm sorry, this matter. Lan Xiaoxiao went straight past him and smiled at Xiao Ting behind him. I'm fine, brother Xiao Ting, let's go. Fu Shijin's face became very ugly. As the president of Fu's group and the top business tycoon, he is rich and handsome. Which woman doesn't want to meet him, and Lan Xiaoxiao? He confronted him again and again, and disliked and ignored him again and again. He was very guilty in his heart and wanted to apologize and explain to her. This time she was caught at the police station as a misunderstanding. As a result, she ignored him and left with another man. Fu Shijin clenched his fist and loosened it, and then loosened it, pressing down the fire in his heart back and forth. He turned around and looked at the back of their car leaving, and slowly took out his mobile phone to make a call. Don't let that woman see Zimo again in the future. Lan Xiaoxiao got into the car, and the forced smile on her face immediately disappeared. She clenched her fist and said angrily, help me find a lawyer. Xiao Ting frowned and glanced at her, released the brake under his feet, stepped on the accelerator, drove the car more than 100 meters away from the police station, and then asked her, what lawsuit are you going to fight? I want to fight for the custody of Zimo. This idea has never been so strong. She couldn't stand it for a moment. Fu Shijin is so inhuman. In order to prevent her from seeing Zimo, she sent bodyguards to beat her last time. This time, she went directly to the police and arrested her as a trafficker. So what about next time? Did she return to China to take revenge on Fu Shijin? I thought it could be done step by step. For the sake of Zimo's condition, she can take her time, and she can also have a good talk with For Shijin.it. S completely unnecessary now. When she won Zimo's custody, she took her 3 children abroad. When she went abroad, she tried to make money to find a better doctor to see Zimo. No matter how much it costs, she has to cure Zimo's illness. I will help you find the best lawyer, but Xiao Xiao, have you ever thought that with your current ability, it is difficult for you to compete with For Shijin? Do you want me to sit and wait for For Shijin to continue bullying? Lan Xiaoxiao turned her head and her face was full of anger. Xiao Ting moved his mouth and finally said nothing more. For Shijin bullied people too much, and Lan Xiaoxiao had no choice. No matter what Lan Xiaoxiao decides, he will support her and provide her with the best help as much as he can. The 2 babies waited anxiously at home. Ye Bao's eyes were red, and he was stopped by Shi Bao when he was about to rush out several times. The godfather has gone to save mommy, and they can only wait at home now. Shi Bao hates his young age and can't do many things. He is so useless. Except for the computer, he still can't protect mommy. There was a movement outside the door. Ye Bao rushed over and opened the door. When she saw mommy, she pounced on her. Mommy! Ye Bao cried and shouted. The little baby suddenly cried so sadly that Lan Xiaoxiao was stunned. She looked at Shi Bao. As a result, Shi Bao's eyes were also red, and her expression suddenly sank. Have you been bullied? Shi Bao shook his head. So why are you crying? Ye Bao raised her head, and her white and tender little face was crying red, like 2 little strawberries. She said, the teacher took us to see a movie, and the children in it were so pitiful. Lan Xiaoxiao. How dare the 2 children be moved by the movie? Lan Xiaoxiao gently coaxed, after mommy cooks for you, can you tell mommy about the plot of the movie? Ye Bao wiped her tears, okay. Xiao Ting sent Lan Xiaoxiao home and left. The hour hand had already pointed to 9 o'clock. Lan Xiaoxiao quickly ate 3 bowls of noodles. Ye Bao was worried about his mother. He couldn't eat instant noodles after only a few mouthfuls of instant noodles. It had already been cold and was poured out by Shi Bao. Now that mommy is back, Ye Bao's appetite is also back. Seeing that mommy was okay, the 2 babies talked about a movie they had seen some time ago while sucking noodles happily. If you want to say how touching it is, in fact, it's not, but isn't it to dodge mommy? Otherwise, if mommy knew that they were worried and cried at home, she wouldn't have worried about them. The 2 little guys were very sensible and well-intended. They cooperated perfectly with each other to blind Lan Xiaoxiao. That night, Lan Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 sleeping babies beside her, and she couldn't sleep. I simply took the notebook and put it on my lap to search for information. Shi Bao is sleeping soundly. In a daze, he half opened his eyes and saw that mommy hadn't slept yet. He arched to mommy's side and didn't disturb mommy's work. After a while, he was no longer sleepy, so he opened his eyes and took a look at the computer. Why is mommy watching the news? It's still the kind of news about parents fighting for custody of their children. How can mommy find a lawyer? Lan Xiaoxiao searched the law firm on the internet to find similar cases. She thought with her chin. She admitted that today's decision was a little impulsive, but she didn't regret it. Shi Bao looked at mommy and started to be stunned. He turned over, pulled Lan Xiaoxiao's mind back, and stuffed the corner of the quilt for the baby. Seeing that it was already midnight, Lan Xiaoxiao put away the computer. After lying down, the 2 babies unconsciously leaned over. Lan Xiaoxiao's originally empty heart was filled in an instant. After For Shijin left the police station, he went to the company to work overtime for a video conference. At the end of the meeting, the old house called. For Shijin gave Xi Jinyi a look, and then he got up and disappeared into the picture. Okay, we will fly there tomorrow to sign the contract. Looking forward to cooperation. Xi Jinyi clicked to end the meeting, turned his neck, and made a click sound. He couldn't help complaining, for this contract, my neck is hard. Lao Fo, you have to give me work-related injury allowance. For Shijin came over with a calm face. I have left in advance, and you can follow the rest. Chapter 30, in the law firm. In such a hurry, what happened? Xi Jinyi's expression was also a little serious. Zimo refused to sleep. I'll go and have a look with you. I haven't seen the little guy for a long time. For Shijin did not refuse. Xi Jinyi quickly picked up his coat and followed For Shijin. For Shijin drove, and Xi Jinyi was in the co-pilot. He took the notebook and simply sorted out the minutes of the meeting just now. Then he threw the notebook into the back seat and breathed a sigh of relief. Do you want me to sign the contract? You go. For Shijin responded lightly. All right. Xi Jinyi looked like this for a long time. He looked at the road in front of him at night and narrowed his eyes slightly. How long are you and Guo Ning going to delay? You don't plan to marry Guo Ning, do you? Xi Jinyi looked at For Shijin with a disgusted expression and almost scolded him as a scumbag. You know my strange disease. Marrying Guo Ning at this time is to harm her. For Shijin frowned. He also tried the method Guo Ning said that day, but it still didn't work. TSK. Xi Jinyi smiled gloatingly. It seems that you are really going to be a monk for the rest of your life. For Shijin was too lazy to pay attention to him. I want to say that your disease is too strange. The cause may be Lan Xiaoxiao. But you don't like Lan Xiaoxiao either. Why do you have such a strange disease for her? I met a medical scholar abroad some time ago. I'll treat him to dinner another day and ask him if he has encountered this kind of case. Along the way, Xi Jinyi was unwilling to talk alone. The car slowly drove into the manor and stopped in front of the villa a few minutes later. Fu Shuji got out of the car and handed over the car key to the bodyguard, and the bodyguard then drove the car to the garage. Xi Jinyi, drive your boss's precious float to me later. The bodyguard looked at Fu Shijin and saw that the boss had no objection, so he concentrated on driving, and Xi Jinyi followed Fu Shijin in. Grandma Fu, as soon as Xi Jinyi saw Mrs. Fu, he rushed up enthusiastically and hugged the old man. I miss you so much. Mrs. Fu laughed. Xiaoyi hasn't come to see Grandma for a long time. It's not that your Fu Shijin squeezed me too hard. I just came back from a business trip today, and I'm going on a business trip again tomorrow. Well, I'll come to see you in the middle of the night. Mrs. Fu was sad for the matter of her little great-grandson. When she saw Xi Jinyi, she was as if she had seen the sun, and the sadness dissipated. Xi Jinyi accompanied the old lady downstairs, and Fu Shijin went upstairs to see Zimo. As soon as Zimo saw his father, he couldn't wait to sign language. Dad, how is that aunt? Fu Shijin frowned a little deeper. His son cared about Lan Xiaoxiao so quickly. You don't want to sleep for this reason? He asked in a low voice. Zhu Menno nodded. Fu Shijin looked at him seriously. Do you like her very much? Zumo wanted to nod, but finally shook his head. Fu Shijin couldn't tell the complexity in his heart. He walked over and signaled the little guy to lie down, and then covered him with a quilt. She's all right. Go to sleep. Zumo was relieved and closed his eyes obediently. Fu Shijin turned off the light and went out. Xi Jinyi was about to see the boy more. Are you asleep? Xi Jinyi smashed his mouth with regret, caught up with Fu Shijin's footsteps, and asked worriedly, I just heard from my grandmother that Zimo got sick again. What's the matter? He was a little stimulated and missed his mother. Fu Shijin answered lightly. Xi Jinyi sighed, alas, if only her own mother was here. Lao Fu, hurry up and marry a mother for the boy Mo. It's not Guoning, but someone else is fine. Hey! Fu Shijin entered the room and locked Xi Jinyi outside with a bang door. Fu Shijin didn't fall asleep that night, and Xi Jinyi's words kept circling in his mind like mosquitoes. Is his strange disease caused by Lan Xiaoxiao? Fart, he doesn't love Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao's death can still affect him to get such a strange disease, so how blind he must be to not recognize his feelings. The next day, Lan Xiaoxiao prepared breakfast for the two babies. After they went to school, she also packed up and went out. Standing at the door of the law firm, Lan Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, secretly added fuel to himself, and then resolutely walked in. Stop, stop, stop. Xi Jinyi stopped the driver urgently. He opened the window and looked back. Strange, did you see it wrong? It's too similar. Forget it, let's go. Xi Jinyi looked for a while and didn't see the man again. He stopped letting the driver drive. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Fu Shijin in surprise. Lao Fu, I just saw a woman who looks very similar to Lan Xiaoxiao. Do you need me to hook up and introduce her to you? Fu Shijin, get out of here. Xi Jinyi, find someone similar to Lan Xiaoxiao to be Zimo's mommy. It may be good for Zimo's condition. Fu Shijin, where did you see it? Is Lao Fu interested? Xi Jinyi burst into interest in an instant, at the door of his law firm. Fu Shijin, maybe what you see is Lan Xiaoxiao. Xi Jinyi. A cold wind gave Xi Jinyi goosebumps all over his body. Don't scare me, how bad it is in broad daylight. Looking back carefully, he has never offended Lan Xiaoxiao before. Lan Xiaoxiao's ghost must not come to him. Fu Shijin, she is still alive. Xi Jinyi. Lan Xiaoxiao came out of the law firm with a serious expression. Anyway, she has to have a job first. It seems that only two companies can choose. Originally, Lan Xiaoxiao still wanted to think about it again, but now she has no time to think about it. After these days, she basically knew that Fu Shijin was one-handed to cover the sky in City B. With her current strength, she wanted to compete with Fu Shijin. The gap was indeed too big, and the chance of winning was too small. She must improve her strength while preparing in order to fight against Fu Shijin. Lan Xiaoxiao was about to call back to one of the companies when a familiar number called. She didn't make a note, but she recognized it as Fu Shijin as soon as she saw the number. Lan Xiaoxiao put down her finger to hang up, but in the last half second, she still chose to answer. Let's see what he wants to do. Talk about it. Fu Shijin got straight to the point. There is nothing to talk about between us. Lan Xiaoxiao said coldly. If you don't want to talk about Zimo, forget it. Fu Shijin was about to hang up the phone after saying that. Lan Xiaoxiao said eagerly, okay, where is it? Come to Fu, it's about Zimo. Of course, Lan Xiaoxiao is going to meet Fu Shijin. Half an hour later, Lan Xiaoxiao got out of the taxi and went straight to Fu's building, but was stopped at the front desk. Without a card, she can't get in. The front desk did not make an appointment for registration. Lan Xiaoxiao irritably took out her mobile phone to call Fu Shujin. I can't get in. Fu Shujin hung up without saying a word, and not long after Zhao came to pick him up, the front desk staff was stunned. Chapter 31, Moved. In the many surprised and curious eyes, Lan Xiaoxiao followed Zhao Yi into the elevator with a dark face. I'm right, am I? Did Assistant Zhao personally bring people in? The front desk number 1 patted his colleague on the shoulder. I'm right. I don't have an appointment, and I'm not a company employee yet. No wonder Miss Guo and the boss don't get married for a long time. It may be. Several people gossiped at each other. Lan Xiaoxiao was directly taken to the general manager's office. In the same way, her appearance made the secretaries and assistants in the general management office look at her curiously. After all, it is rare for women outside to come to the boss alone in these years. Even if we talk about work, we arrange the conference room directly, not directly to the office. This is Lan Xiaoxiao's first time to enter Fu's family. She was not in the mood to look around and wondered wholeheartedly what kind of medicine was sold in Fu Shijin's gourd. Boss, Miss Lan is here. Zhao brought in a handful of people. Fu Shijin sat on a comfortable leather office chair and signed the document with a pen. There was no sound after saying Miss Lan, sit down first. I'll pour you a cup of coffee. Thank you. Lan Xiaoxiao was not polite and sat down on the sofa. She looked at Fu Shijin indifferently, which stunned her. Why are scumbags so good-looking? Other men will be more or less blessed at this age. And he is not only not, but his figure is more well-proportioned than 5 years ago, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, and his handsome face is also more resolute, like a knife. His whole body and bottom have a unique personality charm everywhere, which makes it easy to miss the rest of their lives at a glance. Fu Shijin felt that a line of sight had been falling on him, and he couldn't help looking sideways. Lan Xiaoxiao immediately turned his head and looked away. But my heart beat a few steps faster. Damn it, she can still stare at Fu Shijin in a daze. She is no longer the same as Lan Xiaoxiao as before, and her heart has long been dead, so she must never be at a Fu Shijin again. Fu Shijin turned around and continued to sign the document, and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Zhao Yi brought in 2 cups of coffee and then went out. Seeing that Fu Shijin hadn't finished his work, Lan Xiaoxiao said impatiently, if you don't have time, let's make an appointment another day. After saying that, she was about to get up. Fu Shijin signed the last document, closed the folder with a little force, and made a pop. I can allow you to meet Zimo. Fu Shijin cut directly into the topic without a word of nonsense. Lan Xiaoxiao sat down again. Will he be so kind? Calling yourself over is to tell yourself that you can let her see Zimo. She boasted that she knew Fu Shijin and coldly spit out 2 words, conditions. Fu Shijin came over slowly, and his tall figure was like a boulder, which made Lan Xiaoxiao feel a little pressured. But she was not afraid. She raised her head and looked at his deep eyes fearlessly. A document was thrown in front of Lan Xiaoxiao. Sign this document, and I allow you to see Zimo once a month. Lan Xiaoxiao flipped through it casually and already had an idea in her mind. I have never signed this kind of overlord treaty. Lan Xiaoxiao threw the contract back. Fu Shijin was angry again by her behavior. No one dared to throw anything at him since he was a child. The blue veins on the back of his hand jumped and gritted his teeth and said, in this case, you should never want to see Zimo. The office is very large, simple and clean. Fu Shijin has a cleanliness fetish, and his office does not allow a trace of grey. Therefore, the cleaner has to clean 3 times a day, and all the items are neatly arranged. Lan Xiaoxiao's eyes fell on the pot of green plants on the desk not far away. Fu Shijin didn't like to put green potted plants on his desk. In those years, she personally planted a pot of green plants on his study desk, and the next day he asked the servant to throw them away. I think it was Guo Ning who released it this time. The atmosphere was slug. I don't know how long it took. Fu Shijin had lost his patience. He picked up the coffee irritably and took a big sip. Lan Xiaoxiao's lips moved slowly. She said, I asked to see Zimo twice a week, followed by the 4th and 7th articles above. I can only promise to see you twice a month, and the contract will not be changed. Fu Shijin has made the biggest concession. The contract cannot be changed, but I asked to see you 4 times a month, which is my bottom line. Twice. Fu Shijin glanced at her faintly. There was no doubt about his decision, and there was no room for further discussion. Lan Xiaoxiao lowered her head and looked at the contract. She really wanted to scratch Fu Shijin's claw and scratch him to death. Finally, I told myself in my heart that killing is illegal and not worth it. 4 times. If you don't agree, I also have a way to see Zimo. You can't hide him for the rest of your life. Lan Xiaoxiao said something. Seeing that Fu Shijin was indifferent, he showed no sign of letting go. He simply got up and left. If it weren't for the trouble, she wouldn't have wasted time with Fu Shijin here. She knew that her competition with Fu Shijin was undoubtedly an egg to hit the stone. But she is not afraid. For Zimo, she can endure anything and will not be afraid of anything. Lan Xiaoxiao walked to the door, and Fu Shijin's cold voice came from behind him. If you can make the sales of Jishio reach a record high, I can no longer stop you from seeing Zimo. Lan Xiaoxiao stopped and was moved. She knew that this might be a trap set by the cunning Fu Shijin, and she could choose not to jump at all. Then she may face the dilemma of not seeing Zimo for a long time. But what if you choose to agree? Lan Xiaoxiao quickly calculated in her heart. Maybe she could turn the trap into a pie. I'm going to see Zimo this weekend. Lan Xiaoxiao turned around, and her eyes were cold and silent. It's okay. It's rare for Fu Shijin to speak so well that he actually agreed. Give me the pen. Lan Xiaoxiao came back and stretched out her hand. Fu Shijin got up and went to the desk to take the pen and handed it to her. Looking at her signing on it, his exploiting lips slowly raised, showing a satisfied and dark smile. The moment Lan Xiaoxiao looked up, the smile suddenly dissipated. He warned in a low voice, remember, you can't tell Zimo your identity until he completely recognizes you. Otherwise, once Zimo's illness is serious, I will make you never see him. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't look weakly and stared at him. I'm his mother. I know what I can do for his good. Don't always want to threaten me. You'd better take care of your Guo Ning and don't let her be a demon in front of me, otherwise I don't care who she is. After saying harsh words, Lan Xiaoxiao took the contract that belonged to him, got up and left without looking back. At the door, Fu Shijin's kindness reminder came. Don't forget to report to the company tomorrow. Lan Xiaoxiao ignored it and opened the door and left. That's right, she signed a sell herself contract. She didn't want to come to Fu's, but in the end, she still wanted to come to Fu's work. Chapter 32, Disgusting Guo Ning. Lan Xiaoxiao thought about it carefully. She wants to compete for the custody of Zimo. On the one hand, strength is very important. Working in Fu's can obtain a lot of resources, which can be used for her to learn and make her career further. On the other hand, feelings are also very important. Zimo is not familiar with her. At that time, the judge asked, what if Zimo didn't want to do with her? As for Fu Shijin's previous obstructions, it is difficult for her to cultivate mother-son relationship with Zimo. Now with this contract, she can see Zimo at least twice a month. When she makes the show brand, she can see Zimo at any time and cultivate mother-son love with Zimo. At that time, she will have full wings, and Zimo will also have feelings for her, and the success rate of Zimo's custody will be greatly improved. Lan Xiaoxiao took a look at the contract again. Unexpectedly, Fu Shijin was quite generous, and the welfare treatment given to her was 3 times higher than that of those 2 families. She was thinking as she walked, but didn't hear anyone calling her. It was not until he was pulled that he reacted and subconsciously dumped the other party. Guo Ning was thrown and staggered, and the shutter was pressed by a good person not far away. Miss Lan, I just want to say hello to you. Is it necessary for you to push me? Guo Ning looked afraid, as if he had been beaten by Lan Xiaoxiao. Oh, I didn't hear it. What's the matter with me? The lawyer also suggested that she should cultivate feelings with Zimo first. If Zimo can recognize her, it will be bigger to win the lawsuit at that time. Xibao Yebao. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't want to think too much and went to the living room to find 2 children. Mommy. Yebao raised his head and raised a piece of paper. Look at whether I draw well or not. Lan Xiaoxiao took a look and said with great praise, the drawing is good. The nose is not a nose, and the eyes are like mung beans. Mommy Yebao's small mouth squinted. Lan Xiaoxiao scratched her nose spoiledly. Well, didn't you say you wanted to learn violin before? I found a training class, and you can go to class on weekends. Really? Yebao was so happy that he hugged Lan Xiaoxiao and chirped. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at Xibao with a smile, and you, I also signed up for you to learn martial arts. Xibao curled the corners of his lips happily, and he was even very restrained about joy. Mommy has also found a job and will report tomorrow. From Monday to Friday, if you are hungry, you can get some food by yourself when you come back by school bus. Remember not to touch dangerous items. Xibao Yebao said in unison, we know. Lan Xiaoxiao told him again, and the 2 little guys nodded like pounding garlic. They like Mommy to go to work, so Mommy has no time to take care of them, and they can also carry out their own careers quietly. When Mommy went to the study to do her own business, Yuebao excitedly pulled Xibao. Great, my competition is about to start. Finally, when Mommy comes to work, Xibao, you have to cover for me at that time. When I get the bonus, I will buy Mommy a beautiful necklace. We can't spend the bonus indiscriminately. We need to save money to buy a car for Mommy. It's still Xibao's pragmatic. Lan Xiaoxiao has a scooter abroad, but when she comes back, she can't afford to buy a car because she bought a house. Now she takes the bus and subway wherever she goes. Xibao, is the software you designed ready? Sell it quickly, and we will have more money. It's almost there. Speaking of this, Xibao's small brows frowned. He encountered a bottleneck. Lan Xiaoxiao came out to drink water and saw the 2 little guys still playing with electronic products, so she walked over. Protecting your eyes starts with me. You can't play now. Yebao reluctantly held the iPad tightly and looked at Lan Xiaoxiao pitifully. Play for another 10 minutes. No, Lan Xiaoxiao's face was straight. If she hadn't strictly controlled it, the 2 children would have become short-sighted. What's more, watching electronic products for a long time is not good for their physical and mental health. Xi Bao put down the iPad very self-disciplinedly, and then got up to wash. Ye Bao reluctantly followed. The next day, after Lan Xiaoxiao sent the two children on the school bus, she also carried her bag and squeezed the bus to Fu's report. Li Manzi was surprised when she got Lan Xiaoxiao's resume. She thought it was over, but she didn't expect the boss to do it quietly. Is the position given too low? Lan Xiaoxiao asked puzzledly when she saw the words junior designer written on her badge. Why am I a junior? Chapter 34, Joining the company. Miss Lan, this is decided by the boss. We can't change it. You can talk to the boss. The young lady of the personnel department said helplessly. What does Fu Shijin mean? With her qualifications, she is more than enough to be a senior designer, and she actually gave her a junior. She frowned and thought deeply for a while. Forget it. Anyway, a lot of money is enough for hers, and she doesn't want these false reputations. Lan Xiaoxiao joined the company under her real name, and her Lan Yi's name is also well known in the United States. However, it is not well known in China. Except for Li Manzi, almost no one in the company knows that she is Lan Yi, and she does not intend to say it. The purpose of her coming here is not pure. Why should there be so many things? Lan Xiaoxiao went to the training with others. On the first day of the training, we learned about the company's culture and rules and regulations. Lan Xiaoxiao was drowsy when she heard it. Suddenly, her arm was poked and she suddenly woke up. What's the matter? The man said SHH, and then whispered, my name is Zhao Xiaohuan. What's your name? Lan Xiaoxiao showed the badge. Hello, Lan Xiaoxiao. I'm from the propaganda department. Hello. Zhao Xiaohuan is obviously a talker. After talking to Lan Xiaoxiao, he kept talking. Let me tell you, I know a lot of inside information about the company. My cousin is an executive here, and she introduced me in. I often listen to her complaints. As for our boss, Mr. Fu, he has a quirk. He can't have a woman within 1 meter, otherwise he will lose his temper. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled. How does he get along with his girlfriend? Really, she was aroused by Zhao Xiaohuan's curiosity like this. Zhao Xiaohuan squeezed his lips and smiled, showing a look of longing. This is the fairy love I want to talk about. Only his girlfriend can get close to him. They have been together for many years, and the relationship is very good. Oh, Lan Xiaoxiao played with her mobile phone in a lack of interest. But I heard that the boss is married and has a child. Lan Xiaoxiao kindly reminded, if you continue, the personnel will kick you out of the training room. The personnel had noticed Zhao Xiaohuan. Zhao Xiaohuan stuck out his tongue and lowered his head cowardly. Her cousin asked her to be disciplined and safe. Fu's requirements for employees were very strict. If she was fired, she would never be hired again. It's hard for her to squeeze into this big company, but she can't be yellow. She is still waiting to go home for the spring festival to show off to the village aunt. After training like this in the morning, Zhao Xiaohuan took Lan Xiaoxiao's arm and went to the canteen together. Seeing this 3- or 4-story canteen, which is as magnificent as a 7-star restaurant, and there are all kinds of dishes with all kinds of flavors. Zhao Xiaohuan took out his mobile phone and clicked. She wants to send these photos to all social accounts. Compared with Lan Xiaoxiao, she was much calmer. When she came to Fu's family, she knew how rich the building was. However, she has not seen the world abroad, so she doesn't find it very strange. He chose the dishes he liked and found a quieter seat to sit down. Zhao Xiaohuan took almost pictures and brought the dinner plate. Xiao, let's take a selfie as a souvenir. When we go to our respective departments in the afternoon, it will be difficult for us to see each other in the future. Lan Xiao politely refused. I'm not very photogenic and don't like taking selfies. Zhao Xiaohuan was quite regretful. Okay. I don't know why, Lan Xiao always feels that there are a few strange eyes looking over from time to time. She touched her face. There should be nothing dirty, right? I took out my mobile phone to take a picture uncertainly. Zhao Xiaohuan looked at her curiously. What's the matter? It's nothing. Lan Xiao put down her mobile phone and continued to eat. After reporting to the department in the afternoon, she finally knew why there were some strange eyes. From the lunch break to 2:30, Lan Xiao followed the personnel to the design department. There were 2 people joining the company today, 1 man and 1 woman. After the assignment, someone came over. Lan Xiao, the director called you. Okay, thank you. Lan Xiao got up and looked left and right, and saw the director's office not far away. She knocked on the door gently and didn't go in until she heard the answer. Director Li Manzi was very happy to see Lan Xiao and got up to shake hands with her. Welcome to join Fu's. Thank you. Facing his boss, Lan Xiao was not afraid of the stage at all, and chatted with Li Manzi generously. Li Manzi looked at Lan Xiao's badge and thought about it and explained, I don't understand why the boss gave you junior, but don't worry, I will directly promote you to senior in half a year. Lan Xiao understood Li Manzi and smiled easily. I don't value this, as long as the welfare is more than mine. Li Manzi was relieved, and she was afraid that Lan Xiao would give up because of this. Recently, there are many newcomers in the design department, but no one has let the director call into the office in person, which can't help but make people curious about Lan Xiaoxiao. I remembered that she was the person mentioned at the front desk yesterday. Someone suddenly realized. What kind of person? Someone asked doubtfully. Yesterday, the front desk's private group said that Miss Guo had an argument with a woman. Miss Guo was so angry that her face turned black. They also took photos. I said that she was so familiar. Then she offended Miss Guo. How can she still come to work today? The front desk said that Assistant Zhao personally brought her in. Maybe she was the boss who interviewed directly and left the backstage. That's right. I saw that her position is a junior designer, and the boss will never interview junior in person. What happened yesterday spread all over the company, and she doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. Let's be careful in the future. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't expect that on the first day of work, he became the gossip center of the department. When I went to the toilet, I heard someone talking about me. When she held the doorknob and thought about whether to go out to embarrass them, they had already left. Lan Xiaoxiao exhaled. There is no shortage of gossip everywhere. I didn't expect that the small scene of yesterday could spread all over the company. If the people in the company knew that she was Fu Shijin's ex-wife, it would not have exploded. However, she is not interested in this kind of bomb throwing. Lan Xiaoxiao returned to her seat as if nothing had happened. There was basically nothing wrong on the first day of work. She was bored and sleepy, and a movement came. Thank you for your hard work. Let's have some dessert and drink a cup of milk tea. Guo Ning appeared in the design department gently and virtuously. Wow, the desserts in this store are hard to buy. Thank you, Miss Guo, we have a good time today. Thank you, Miss Guo, you're welcome. Thank you all for your hard work. Guo Ning smiled shyly. When she saw that several newcomers didn't move, she took the initiative to take the dessert and send it to them. Thank you, Miss Guo, the newcomer is very good. I think Miss Guo is a very nice person. She actually sent such a delicious dessert. Guo Ning put the dessert on Lan Xiaoxiao's table. Miss Lan, eat some too. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. Thank you. I don't like dessert very much. Miss Guo, keep it for yourself. How dare she talk to Miss Guo like this? Don't you know who Miss Guo is? Someone muttered in a low voice, but it made people really hear it. Chapter 35, A Good Man at Home. Lan Xiaoxiao's words made Guo Ning lose face, and it was not easy for her to face Lan Xiaoxiao, otherwise her hard-working image would be ruined. Yesterday's scene made her a joke, and Guo Ning hated it so much. She made an understanding look and said, I understand, are you quitting sugar to lose weight? Yes. Lan Xiaoxiao won't talk to her. Guo Ning is indirectly saying that she is fat. Guo Ning, come on. Thank you. Guo Ning always felt that she was punched on the cotton, and she left the design department with a very unhappy heart. As soon as she got to the place where no one was, the smile on her face immediately disappeared. Lan Xiaoxiao, I will definitely let you get out of Fu's family. Lan Xiaoxiao ran away as soon as it was time to get off work. The two little milk bags arrived home earlier than her. Ye Bao threw her school bag on the sofa as soon as she entered the door, and then went to the study to find the iPad. Xi Bao put down his school bag in an orderly manner and went into the kitchen to find something to eat and put it on the coffee table. I want to use Mommy's computer. Remember to tell me if Mommy comes back. After explaining, Xi Bao ran to the study. Ye Bao simulated the game in the living room while listening to the movement outside, and took a fruit washed by Xi Bao from time to time. Xi Bao's fleshy little hands in the study danced on the keyboard, and the baby's fat little face was tight and a little serious. The code on the computer is full of screen. With Xi Bao's knock, the code changes. Finally, it successfully broke through the firewall of Fu's group. Fu Shijin was having a video conference when the picture suddenly went black. Fu Shijin frowned in an instant and pressed the phone shortcut key. What's wrong with the computer? Director of IT department, there is a hacker, and we are dealing with it urgently. Fu's is such a large group company, and there are many hackers every day. However, the IT team hired by Fu Shijin is not a show. Over the years, Fu's group has been protected like an iron barrel. However, this time, it was invaded unexpectedly. Fu Shijin's eyes were slightly gloomy. It seemed that he had been so comfortable these years that he relaxed his guard. 5 minutes later, the computer returned to normal operation. The director of the IT department came to Fu Shijin to report the situation. The fat flesh trembled and his face was covered with cold sweat. Sorry, boss, it's our negligence this time. He apologized as soon as he came in, and then began to report. The hacker was so powerful this time that we almost tracked his IP address. But at the last moment, he was transferred, and we only found an internet scar. Internet cafe? This is obviously a fake address. As soon as Fu Shijin opened his mouth, he emitted an endless deterrent, and the IT director's legs trembled several times. Fortunately, this time and there was no loss. The hacker was found and expelled before he could break through our important hard disk. Fu Shijin glared at him faintly, and his thin lips opened and closed ruthlessly. Half a year's bonus. Discount so much? The IT director was in pain and relieved on the other hand. Yes. The IT director locked his neck like a quail. It was indeed their negligence this time, but the opponent was also terrible. Get out. Fu Shijin lowered his eyes and looked up at the documents on the table. Xibao patted his little chest in fright. He was so scared that he was almost found out of the IP address. Fortunately, he was smart and thought of an internet bar he had seen before, so he changed the address to that internet bar. There are too many masters in that man's company. Several of them came to track him. If he can also start a company in the future, it would be great to recruit so many masters. Xibao secretly set a small goal for himself. Look at the time. Mommy is coming back soon. Xibao quickly turned off the computer. When Lan Xiaoxiao came back, Xibao had already picked the vegetables, and even cut all the vegetables that could be cut. Lan Xiaoxiao touched her head lovingly. Will my Xibao take the route of a good man at home in the future? Xibao looked up at Mommy doubtfully. What is the route of a good man at home? That is, the kitchen in the hall can also do all kinds of housework, and the Guo family is also responsible for it. I don't know if I can understand it or not. Xibao seems to understand or not, then I want to be a good man at home. In the future, I will sweep the floor and wash the dishes every day and help my mother prepare vegetables, so that my mother doesn't have to work so hard after work. Oh, you are really my sweet little cotton jacket. Lan Xiaoxiao bent down and kissed his forehead. Well, this scene was seen by Yuebao. He left his iPad and ran over, saying with a tasteful face, I also want to do housework. Lan Xiaoxiao also kissed Yuebao's forehead, and then smiled secretly. But when she thought of Zimo, she couldn't laugh again. If Zimo was also here, it would be great if the three children were together neatly. She hasn't told Xibao Yuebao about the existence of Zimo yet, and now is not a good time. Let's wait until she completely wins the custody of Zimo, otherwise it will be too early for them to recognize each other. She is afraid that Xibao Yuebao will also be exposed to Fu Shijin. Now she is careful every day, worried that Fu Shijin will know the existence of Xibao and Yuebao at any time. But she can't leave Xibao Yuebao alone in the United States. Now, she can only keep a low profile in the company and concentrate on making the brand. Fu Shijin has nothing to embarrass her, and she also reduces conflicts with Fu Shijin. Every day and every step of Lan Xiaoxiao's life is for the three children. After dinner, Lan Xiaoxiao looked at the calendar and went to work for another day, and she could see Zimo. I'm extremely excited to think about it. The next day, Lan Xiaoxiao didn't have much time to work. Fortunately, she just joined the company, and there was nothing wrong. She took the opportunity to study all the clothes before Jixio. Jixio is a key brand of men's clothing under Fu's. It takes the high-end route. People who can afford to buy this dress also have strict requirements for quality and design. The former main designer was dug up, and Jixio went downhill all the way. Now the top designer is Chen Qiongyan, and there are also two designers, Wang Qingxia and Zhuo Yifeng, who joined the company earlier than her. She doesn't know how Zhuo Yifeng's works are, but she thinks Chen Qiongyan and Wang Qingxia are still very good. The four people have met yesterday, and the three of them seem to get along well. Lan Xiaoxiao is looking forward to cooperating with them. Lan Xiaoxiao. Suddenly hearing someone calling him, Lan Xiaoxiao raised his head in confusion. Seeing that he didn't know, he politely asked, Are you? I'm Fang Wen, a senior designer of the women's clothing brand NM. She threw a document on Lan Xiaoxiao's manuscript, and then said proudly, help me make 15 copies and send them to conference room No. 5, and I'll use it in the meeting later. After saying that, he didn't give Lan Xiaoxiao a chance to react and twisted his waist and left. Lan Xiaoxiao. Wang Qingxia and Zhuo Yifeng looked over worriedly. Wang Qingxia kindly reminded Lan Xiaoxiao, she likes to take your junior designer as an intern, and she has a good relationship with Miss Gu, and no one dares to offend her. Chapter 36, Become a Gun. Thank you. I just have nothing to do. Lan Xiaoxiao got up with a shallow smile and went to copy, as if she was a newcomer, and she would definitely accept it. When she turned around, a sly light flashed in her eyes. Half an hour later, Fang Wen rushed over angrily, and a stack of information suddenly smashed over. Fortunately, Lan Xiaoxiao was agile and hit quickly, otherwise he would have been hit. She patted her chest with a lingering heart. Designer Fang, are you going to hit me? Don't you know that the company doesn't allow fights? You will be fired and never re-record. Fang Wen was so angry that her chest was ups and downs, and her face was distorted. Lan Xiaoxiao, you did it on purpose. Look at what you have made. Forget about the recycled paper. You also copy it on the side with the words. Who can see it clearly? Lan Xiaoxiao picked up a few pieces of paper in surprise. Did I reply wrong? I saw that you were in a hurry, so I didn't read it. I directly took a copy and sent it to the conference room. I didn't find that the copy was wrong. That's right. She did it on purpose. Does she have a good relationship with Miss Gu? Do you want to do it to her? Then, Fang Wen has bullied the wrong person. Lan Xiaoxiao has never been a promise-only person. If Fang Wen is polite, she will help with this job of copying. Looking at Lan Xiaoxiao's innocent appearance, Fang Wen wanted to slap her innocent face. But in the end, she still has a little reason. It doesn't matter. In the future, she must scrape a layer of Lan Xiaoxiao's skin to let her know how powerful she is. You can't even do this well. I really don't know how you got in. Can your design draft meet people? Don't you have to rely on plagiarism of other people's works in the future? Lan Xiaoxiao's face turned black, but soon she changed her face again and raised a warm smile. I don't care about whether my design draft can meet people. We are responsible for different categories, and there will be no competition in the future. Designer Fang can rest assured that I will not steal your light. She smiled more evilly and came to Fang Wen's ear to add, I will only be superior to you. You. Fang Wen took 2 steps back, and her face turned pale by Lan Xiaoxiao's confident and dark action. The colleagues around were watching. She couldn't be seen as a joke. Fang Wen raised her hand in an anger to hit Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao was ready and grabbed it. If you slap me, I will go to the general manager to cry. At that time, according to the investigation, it will be your first move, and you will only be fired. She gave a sharp warning. Fang Wen was inexplicably timid. Damn, this newcomer is too difficult to deal with. When the newcomers in the past heard that she was a senior designer, they rushed to flatter and asked them to do something and dared not say anything. She was one of the important designers of the company, and even the director had to give her some face. But if the boss knows about the general manager, Fang Wen thinks of the cold man who makes people love and hate. He can't rub the sand in his eyes, and he may not be on her side. Wait for me. Fang Wen put down her harsh words and left angrily. Lan Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. Wang Qingxiao said worriedly, you have offended Fang Wen to death, and she will definitely try to take revenge in the future. Lan Xiaoxiao is also a little annoyed. She offended the old employees on the second day of work. She is still a thorn in the future. It can be imagined that the future will be wonderful. But she is here to do design, not to do chores, let alone her exclusive handyman for Fang Wen. If she gives in to Fang Wen this time, Fang Wen will still get worse, which will hinder her original intention. She just wants to concentrate on design. Humph, they all blamed Fu Shijin for being a dog man. Lan Xiaoxiao scolded Fu Shijin in her heart again, and Xiao Ben remembered it again. Zhuo Yufen looked at Lan Xiaoxiao with a little admiration. Xiao Xiao, I admire your heroic momentum. Haha, thank you. During the lunch break, Fang Wen and Guo Ning were sitting in the company's cafe. Fang Wen was still angry and stirred the coffee very hard, causing the coffee to splash out. Who messed with you? Guo Ning asked with concern. It's not the new Lan Xiaoxiao. Guo Ning's heart jumped and asked, what's wrong with her? I asked her to copy the documents. She made a copy for me with second-hand paper, and all them were misprinted, which caused me to be emissly in the meeting. She even arrogantly threatened me, saying that if I did it, I would sue the general management office. Fang Wen complained in various ways. Guo Ning frowned gently and muttered softly, she was not like this before. What? Fang Wen stared wide-eyed and said incredulously, do you know her? Well, we just know each other. Fang Wen was relieved to hear Guo Ning's words. Fortunately, we just knew each other. If Guo Ning and Lan Xiaoxiao have a better relationship, she can't offend Lan Xiaoxiao. After all, it is not easy for her to get into Guo Ning's relationship. She must maintain it well. Guo Ning is the future president's wife. When they get married, and as the best friend of the president's wife, why worry about not being promoted to director? Fang Wen's heart was hot, as if she had become a director. She asked curiously, how did you know each other? Guo Ning sighed, something unpleasant happened. It's all over. There's nothing to mention. Anyway, I'm relieved. These words have a standard. Who doesn't think that Lan Xiaoxiao bullied Guo Ning, and Guo Ning no longer holds grudges? What's more, Fang Wen had a rift with Lan Xiaoxiao in the morning. I heard that Lan Xiaoxiao came in through the back door. Is there such a thing? Fang Wen came over and asked mysteriously. Guo Ning raised his eyebrows. There were not many people in the cafe, and they were sitting in a more conspicuous position. But there are few people around, and I don't worry about being heard by others. She stopped talking when she wanted to speak. She didn't know whether to say it or not. Whether you go through the back door or not, she is already a member of the full family. You'd better avoid her in the future. Her words made Fang Wen firmly believe that Lan Xiaoxiao was going through the back door. Fang Wen snorted coldly, the boss hates going through the back door the most. If the boss knows, Lan Xiaoxiao will definitely be fired. She didn't believe it. No matter how big Lan Xiaoxiao is in the background, can she be bigger than the boss? Can you be bigger than the future president's wife Guo Ning? Guo Ning reminded her faintly, don't make too much trouble. Although I can help you, I can't help you if you make a big fuss. Fang Wen was happy. What Guo Ning meant was that she would like to stand on her side. Great. Fang Wen, a big fool, didn't recognize Guo Ning at all and was guiding her to become a gun word by word. In the afternoon, Lan Xiaoxiao was inexplicably busy, and time passed quickly. In the evening, she prepared a gift to bring to Zimo. She was so excited that she fell asleep in the middle of the night. The appointment with Fu Shijin was at 11 o'clock. Lan Xiaoxiao sent Xibao Yiabao to Xiaoting early in the morning. Today happened to be Xiaoting's vacation. Xiaoting wanted to ask her out to play, but Lan Xiaoxiao put down the child in a hurry and left, leaving the three people staring at each other. Chapter 37, Smash When You See It. Lan Xiaoxiao arrived at the agreed place half an hour in advance. She walked around nervously. Today is a formal meeting with Zimo. Will he be afraid? I have to have dinner with Zimo at noon. I don't know what Zimo likes to eat. Xibao and Yebao like spicy food as much as she does. Can't Zimo eat spicy food? She remembers that Fu Shijie can't eat much. Looking at the passing minute by minute, Lan Xiaoxiao spent days like years, and her feet were sore. Gradually, Lan Xiaoxiao frowned. Fu Shijin was late. Lan Xiaoxiao took out her mobile phone to make a call, but was hung up by Fu Shijin. He won't regret it. It's totally possible. Lan Xiaoxiao was angry and prepared to wait for another half hour. If you still don't show up and don't answer the phone, it's Fu Shijin's breach of contract. Just as half an hour was about to pass, there was a movement not far away. Lan Xiaoxiao looked over, but was stung by the warm sunshine and couldn't help squinting. Big and small are very handsome, walking against the light. The father and son are good-looking. They appeared in this square and soon became the focus. When Fu Shijin's tall figure appeared within 2 meters, Lan Xiaoxiao saw it clearly. She swept over Fu Shijin's deep and clear face and looked down at Zimo. The indifferent eyes, which were the same as Fu Shijin, made Lan Xiaoxiao's heart hard. Then, when she saw a face similar to her, all Lan Xiaoxiao's irritation was swept away and turned to be full of warmth. Zimo, do you still remember me? Lan Xiaoxiao didn't even say hello to Fu Shijin. She walked in front of Zimo and squatted down in 2 steps. Zimo shrank behind his father unsteadily. Seeing this, Lan Xiaoxiao's face flashed with loss. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you, she said very gently. Zimo poked his head out to look at her. After a long time, he nodded to show that he remembered. Lan Xiaoxiao was happy. I have been stopped by Fu Shijin from meeting Zimo several times. Today, I can finally communicate with Zimo smoothly. Lan Xiaoxiao suppressed his excitement and stretched out his hand and asked him eagerly, can I hug you? Zimo hesitated. He didn't like to be hugged by anyone other than his father and grandmother. But he doesn't hate this aunt, but he still dares not hug her. He doesn't like to be hugged by strangers. Fu Shijin came mixed with a sarcastic voice, saying that she was a stranger. She suppressed her inner displeasure. In front of Zimo, she had better not fight with Fu Shijin. Otherwise, what if Zimo has a shadow in his heart and doesn't want to see her in the future? Since Zimo doesn't want to hold it, let's not hold it for the time being. Zimo has only seen her a few times. It's normal that he didn't open his heart to her. The road that I recognize is heavy and long. Are you hungry? Auntie, will you take you to eat delicious food? Lan Xiaoxiao continued to communicate with Zimo gently. Zimo opened his round obsidian-like eyes, and Lan Xiaoxiao's friendly and loving face was reflected in it. He grabbed his father's finger and did not react to Lan Xiaoxiao. Let's go and eat. Fu Shijin hooked the finger that was caught by his son. Zimo obediently followed Fu Shijin and turned around. Lan Xiaoxiao. It's okay. After all, Zimo grew up with Fu Shijin, and it's normal to depend on Fu Shijin. But I can't suppress the sourness in my heart. Lan Xiaoxiao's beautiful and exquisite face is a little distorted in the sun. She quickly caught up with them. Zimo, what do you like to eat? Zimo didn't say anything. His legs were short and he walked slowly. Fu Shijin simply bent down and picked him up. So Lan Xiaoxiao talked to Zimo from bowing her head to talking to Zimo with her head raised. Secretly complain that Fu Shijin is too tall. On the way to the restaurant, Lan Xiaoxiao still did not give up and continued to communicate with Zimo. Although Zimo's reaction was cold, he would shake his head and nod at least twice in 10 exchanges, which made Lan Xiaoxiao very satisfied. The restaurant was naturally chosen by Fu Shijin. When ordering, Lan Xiaoxiao wanted to say something and stopped looking at Fu Shijin. Doesn't this person know how to be interesting? Now is their mother and son time. Fu Shijin's light bulb is too annoying here. Feeling the woman's disgusted gaze, Fu Shijin was also very unhappy. It was very good. Lan Xiaoxiao saw him unhappy everywhere, right? But he can't go. If you want Zimo to be good, don't look at me like that. I can't leave Zimo and let him be alone with you. His cold words completely extinguished Lan Xiaoxiao's expectations. Lan Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and told himself that it didn't matter. It's okay. Take your time. When Zimo accepted him, he didn't need Fu Shijin's light bulb to follow. When Lan Xiaoxiao didn't notice, Zimo was quietly observing her. Lan Xiaoxiao noticed that Fu Shijin ordered all the dishes that were not spicy. Sure enough, Zimo doesn't like spicy food. She also silently wrote down the dishes ordered by Fu Shijin. She can do all these. Next time she will make it for Zimo to eat. Today is Lan Xiaoxiao's first time to have dinner with Zimo, and it is also the first time to have dinner with Fu Shijin in 5 years. One is her favorite man, and the other is the man she hates. She doesn't know whether she can eat this feeling. When the meal came on, Lan Xiaoxiao vigorously picked up the dishes for Zimo. Zimo, why don't you eat it? Lan Xiaoxiao looked at Zimo doubtfully. He sat there obediently and motionless. Fu Shijin said at the right time, you pinch too much, and he can't finish eating. Lan Xiaoxiao frowned. These are less than half of Xibao Yebao. Zumo eats so little. No wonder he is so thin. How can Fu Shijin raise a child? Zumo, do you eat less because these dishes are not delicious? The boy Mo shook his head and waited for his father to help him pick out some before he moved his chopsticks. The little guy's eating movements are very elegant and slow. I won't make the food everywhere, I won't eat high sigh, and I won't eat a bite or look around curiously like other children. He is too quiet and focused. Lan Xiaoxiao watched quietly and never let go of her frown. He really doesn't look like a child. Although Shi Bao is precocious and often looks like a little adult, he occasionally shows the simplicity of a child, while Zemo is more like a soulless work of art. With a dull pain in his heart, Lan Xiaoxiao felt that he was about to suffocate. He almost lost his posture in front of Zemo. He lowered his head and hurriedly left a sentence, "I'm going to the bathroom." The moment he turned around and ran away, tears fell down. Fu Shijin was stunned and his heart was slightly shocked. Why did she suddenly cry? Fu Shijin's eyes fell on Zemo. Can you cry when you watch Zemo eat? I really didn't expect that Lan Xiaoxiao still has so many sentimental sides, TSK. This is not in line with her image of sharp teeth and mouth. Shijun. A familiar voice came, accompanied by surprise. Fu Shijin turned his head and saw Guo Ning coming, and his eyebrows were raised. Chapter 38, What a coincidence. Shijun, why are you here? Are you working? Guo Ning came over happily and was happy that she could meet Fu Shijin by chance. Then she greeted Zimo again. Zimo, do you want to miss your aunt? The boy Mo didn't want to pay attention and continued to eat his own meal. Anyway, he often ignores Aunt Guo, and his father will think that he is the reason for his illness. His father will not blame him. Why are you here? Fu Shijin unconsciously glanced in the direction of the bathroom. I came to have dinner with my best friend. I didn't expect to meet you. If you talk about work, I won't bother you, she said very understandingly. Guo Ning's best friend has sat down not far away, and she also wants to say hello to Fu Shijin and brush her face. But Guo Ning said that Fu Shijin didn't like it, so he had to hold back. Fu Shijin responded lightly. He is used to this, and all his emotions will not be easily revealed. As a result, Guo Ning often doubts whether he has himself in his heart or not. But he will buy all kinds of luxury goods to coax her. It was a little awkward that day. In addition to the necklace she bought, Fu Shijin also bought her a bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Fu Shijin was very generous to her. As long as she wanted, Fu Shijin would send it to her. And because of his strange disease, almost no other women can get close to him and rob her. Guo Ning felt a sense of security, but since Lan Xiaoxiao appeared, she always felt restless and thought that Lan Xiaoxiao came back to steal her things. The boy pulled La Fu Shijin and then compared the sign language. I want to go to the bathroom. Fu Shijin made a gesture to get up and take him, but the boy more refused. I'll go alone. In the past, Zimo used to go to the bathroom alone to eat out, and Fu Shijin let him go alone. When the little light bulb left, Guo Ning was very happy. He sat in the place where Zimo had just sat, wanting to get close to Fu Shijin and have a deep affection for him. But Fu Shijin doesn't like to show love outside, and he will feel uncomfortable. Therefore, he can only pretend not to know Guo Ning's thoughts. Shu Jun, you have been so busy recently that you haven't had a good meal with me. Lan Xiaoxiao cried wildly in the bathroom. After coming out, she washed her face and looked at her eyes in the mirror, like a rabbit. Wouldn't it be bad for her to appear in front of Zimo like this? And if Fu Shijin sees it, he will definitely be laughed at. Why don't you wait and go out? While Lan Xiaoxiao was hesitating, the corner of her clothes was suddenly pulled, and she looked down. Zimo, why did you come in? The boy more blushed, which was very awkward. He had never been to the women's bathroom. This was the first time. Is he a pervert? Zimo pulled for a while and quickly turned around and ran away. If you run fast, you won't be found out by others, right? Lan Xiaoxiao quickly caught up and stopped outside the bathroom. Zumo, are you worried about me? That's why you came to me? Lan Xiaoxiao was happy in her heart. Her son was so sensible, so considerate, and her son was not without feelings for her. Zumo held his breath and regretted his action just now. If you let daddy know that you have entered the women's bathroom, you will be scolded. Thank you for caring about me, but I'm fine. Lan Xiaoxiao squatted down and wanted to pinch the cute boy Mo. She stretched out her hand and took it back rationally. The boy Mo gestured, I'm not worried about you. Lan Xiaoxiao still didn't quite understand this kind of complicated gesture, but through Zimo's arrogant eyes, she guessed it, but she didn't admit it. Auntie knows. She won't cry anymore in the future, and she won't make you worry anymore. Zimo's eyes widened. What's wrong with this aunt? How did she distort his meaning? Although he really came to see her because he saw her shed tears, he would never admit it. He doesn't have to worry about others except his father and grandmother. By the way, I've been learning sign language recently. See if I'm good at it. Lan Xiaoxiao began to draw. The gesture was a little clumsy, but she could barely understand it. Zimo looked at it blankly, with a strange feeling in his heart. He didn't know what it was. But he liked it so much that he couldn't help reaching out to grab it firmly. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at his hand and asked curiously, what does this mean? Zumo came back to his senses, ignored her, and turned coldly and walked towards the lobby. Lan Xiaoxiao followed with a smile. Zumo, how can you walk so fast when your legs are so short? Wait for me. Humph, this woman actually said that he had short legs, and he decided not to pay attention to her in the future. Lan Xiaoxiao is used to joking with the two little babies. After saying that, she realized that Zumo is different from Shibao and Yuebao, and she can't joke like this. But on the other think, there is no difference. Isn't he just sick? He is also her son who is sick. If he is sick, her son should be regarded equally. If he is treated differently, he will also feel uncomfortable. She caught up with a smile again, forcibly took Zumo's hand, and then immediately checked his expression. Seeing that he did not reject her and did not break away from her hand, Lan Xiaoxiao's heart was as sweet as eating honey. It's in my son's hand, he. This honey couldn't be sweet when she saw Guo Ning. When Guo Ning saw Lan Xiaoxiao leading Zumo over, his eyes instantly filled with anger. But Fu Shijin was around, and she didn't dare to show it easily. Miss Guo. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at Guo Ning calmly. It turned out that the person who talked about work with Shi Jun was Miss Lan. Guo Ning said strangely. Miss Guo, let's eat together. Lan Xiaoxiao is happy to invite her. She repeatedly did such things as Guo Ning, and she was unhappy. Now it's okay. Guo Ning occupies that position, and she can hold Zumo to sit beside her. She made a gesture to let Zumo sit next to her. Fu Shijin looked at her coldly. Your best friend has been waiting for you for a long time. He reminded Guo Ning. Guo Ning reacted and hated it secretly. Then I'll go there first. Miss Lan, you eat slowly. Guo Ning reluctantly went to his best friend's table. They are 2 tables away from this side, and they can't hear each other. Guo Ning was in a bad mood. After sitting down, he has been paying attention to Fu Shijin's movements. Her best friend asked her curiously, who is that woman? How did she have dinner with your boyfriend? Guo Ning vomited to death, but he still pretended to be generous. They are talking about work. Oh, but isn't your boyfriend close to women, except for you? Guo Ning saw the gloating in her eyes, but he couldn't quarrel with her. His heart vomited even more. And his heart hurt a little. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't have time to take care of Guo Ning. It was hard to let Zhu Mo sit next to him. Lan Xiaoxiao quickly cultivated the relationship between mother and son and completely regarded Fu Shijin as an invisible person. Fu Shijin sat there with a dark face and couldn't even eat a bite of rice. Isn't it a little too coincidentally today? Chapter 39, Beat Guo Ning. Xiao Nung, how can I look at them like a family? Guo Ning's best friend, Zhou Tong, watched the play unkindly and added fuel to the fire without any scruples. Guo Ning squeezed into the upper circle on the basis that she was Fu Shijin's girlfriend. If it weren't for this level of identity, she wouldn't have wasted time to become a best friend with Guo Ning. Zhou Tong was so happy to see this scene today. Is Fu Shijin tired of Guo Ning? Guo Ning's heart was about to vomit. She originally wanted to pull Zhou Tong as a cover, but she didn't expect to be satirized by Zhou Tong, a two-faced man. They are just talking about work. Zumo rarely likes a person. For the sake of Zumo's condition, Shi Jun also wants him to have more contact with strangers. Don't speculate. Guo Ning showed a displeased expression. Zhou Tong smiled secretly. Guo Ning looked over there. Lan Xiaoxiao got along better and better with Zumo, and her heart felt as uncomfortable as if she had been stabbed by a needle. She can't let Zumo get along with Lan Xiaoxiao any longer. Guo Ning suddenly got up and walked over. Zumo, have you finished eating? She looked at Zumo gently. Zumo's eyes just had a little smile, and he lost the light in an instant, and he subconsciously shrank. Lan Xiaoxiao, who was paying all his attention on Zumo, found his action and felt very puzzled. Is Zumo afraid of Guo Ning? The toy you told Aunt Guo about your favorite last time happens to be sold around here. If you finish it, I'll take you to buy it. Zumo instinctively wanted to resist going with Guo Ning, but he didn't dare to disobey Guo Ning. Guo Ning came over to take him. Zumo hesitated and jumped off the sofa. Fu Shijin glanced at Guo Ning with a little doubt, but did not oppose Guo Ning's action. I'll go, too. Lan Xiaoxiao grabbed the bag and wanted to keep up. Guo Ning stopped. Miss Lan hasn't eaten a few mouthfuls yet. I'll take Zumo to buy something and come back. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled lightly. I eat less, and now I'm full, just in time to digest. Seeing that the two were about to meet, Fu Shijin was a little big-headed, and Guo Ning was getting more and more ignorant now. He can't see Guo Ning's little thoughts. He put down a few banknotes, got up and picked up Zumo. Did I tell you to tell Dad what you like? Zumo nodded. Dad took you to buy it. When the words fell, he left with the child in his arms, and Lan Xiaoxiao followed closely. She and Zumo haven't stayed long enough. Guo Ning also quickly followed and left Zhou Tong directly. Zhou Tong was not angry at all with Guo Ning's behavior of abandoning her. Instead, he gloated and watched them leave, and even took out his mobile phone to take a picture. This is so much fun. Guo Ning originally intended to take Zimo out for a casual walk, warning Zimo to stay away from Lan Xiaoxiao, and then casually bought a toy to cover up for Shijin. But now, not only Lan Xiaoxiao followed, but also Fu Shijin took Zimo to buy him toys in person. Along the way, the three adults had their own thoughts. When they arrived at the nearby shopping mall, Fu Shijin walked directly into a toy store and asked Zimo, "Which one do you want?" Zimo didn't know which one he wanted. He looked around and didn't want any of them. These toys are not fun. He wants to draw more. It is this. Guo Ning casually picked up the largest children's drone in the store. Fu Shijin went to pay the bill. Lan Xiaoxiao watched silently. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Guo Ning meaningfully. "Is there anything wrong with me?" Guo Ning was looked guilty by Lan Xiaoxiao. "No, Miss Guo is very decent and generous." Lan Xiaoxiao seemed to smile but not. She can be sure that buying toys is Guo Ning's nonsense excuse. She doesn't want her to contact Zimo, does she? "Oh, Guo Ning, why?" No matter how reluctant Lan Xiaoxiao is, it's time to separate from Zimo. She also wanted to take Zimo to play, but as soon as Guo Ning appeared, Zimo had been led by Guo Ning or held by Fu Shijin, and she had no chance to get close. Zimo Lan Xiaoxiao walked over with a smile and took out the gift she had prepared from the bag. This gold bracelet was specially made by the aunt. "If you wear it, it is like I am by your side to protect you and give you courage." She wanted to put Zimo on, but Guo Ning secretly pinched Zimo, and Zimo immediately hid behind Guo Ning. Lan Xiaoxiao was stunned in place, and her movements stopped in midair, and her heart seemed to be dug up. What if the child doesn't accept it? She looked at Fu Shijin and finally gritted her teeth and still looked at Zimo with a smile. "Auntie, can I put it on for you?" Zimo poked out a small head and took a look at the bracelet. He remembered that Lan Shi had an identical bracelet on his hand. Is it also given by her? Lan Shi has such a good mother, but he doesn't. Zimo was extremely lost in his heart. The hand held by Guo Ning felt a tingling sensation again, and Zimo instinctively shrank. "Zimo, don't be afraid. If you don't want to wear it, forget it." Looking at the child who was more afraid than when he first saw him, Lan Xiaoxiao was heartbroken and didn't dare to let the child wear a bracelet again. She was about to withdraw when Zimo slowly stretched out her white and tender little hand. The tingling came again. This time it was more painful than just now, but Zimo endured it silently. It's not easy for him to summon up the courage to disobey Aunt Gu's will. He really wants that bracelet. Does he have this bracelet, which means that he is also loved by his mother? Guo Ning's pupils slowly widened, and he pinched Zimo's hand harder, as if he was going to crush the small hand. But no matter how secretly she threatened, Zimo did not back down. This made Guo Ning even more angry. Lan Xiaoxiao squatted down and put a bracelet on Zimo. Looking at Zimo's thin arms, she was extremely distressed and secretly decided to raise Zimo to be white and fat in the future. In the blink of an eye, Lan Xiaoxiao's face changed greatly and she grabbed Guo Ning's hand holding Zimo. "What are you doing? Go, let go." Lan Xiaoxiao pinched Guo Ning fiercely. Guo Ning screamed in pain and let go of Zimo's hand. Lan Xiaoxiao grabbed it and saw a circle of bruises and a few pinch marks on it. Pop. Lan Xiaoxiao slapped Guo Ning's face unceremoniously, like a tigress guarding a calf, furry all over her body, and pulled Zimo behind her to protect her. All this happened so suddenly that Fu Shijin didn't even react. When Lan Xiaoxiao hit again, Fu Shijin grabbed Lan Xiaoxiao's hand in time. "What are you doing?" he questioned coldly. Lan Xiaoxiao's moist apricot eyes turned scarlet. "First, ask her what she is doing. Zimo is so small and her wrist is so thin. Is she trying to pinch Zimo's hand so hard? Show me." Fu Shijin let go of her, walked to Zimo, and said in a gentle voice. Zimo put his hand behind his back and shook his head to show that he was fine. Chapter 40, Beg him. Fu Shijin raised his eyebrows and pulled Zimo's hand over forcefully. When he saw the bruises above, there was a gloomy storm in his eyes. He looked at Guo Ning sideways. "What's the matter?" His voice seemed to come from hell, and the coldness attacked all over his body from the soles of his feet. Guo Ning's heart suddenly panicked, and his face turned pale. He hurriedly explained. I didn't mean it. Shu Jun, listen to my explanation. But she hasn't made up an excuse yet. Damn it, her little actions in the past would not be found by Fu Shijin, but today. Blame Lan Xiaoxiao, the broom star, for meddling too much. In an instant, she thought of something and lowered her head to admit her mistake. "I'm sorry, Shijun, it seems that I just saw my uncle. I was so nervous that I couldn't control my strength." Fu Shijin is very clear about Guo Ning. Her uncle is the shadow of her childhood. Even now, she will be extremely scared when it comes to her uncle, let alone see it. Over the years, Guo Ning has been by his side. For him, he regarded Zimo as his own. He often took care of Zimo and accompanied him when he was busy. I believe she would not do this to Zimo on purpose. Seeing that Fu Shijin believed Guo Ning's lie so easily, Lan Xiaoxiao was extremely disappointed. Fu Shijin turned his head to explain to Lan Xiaoxiao that Guo Ning did not mean it. As a result, he met Lan Xiaoxiao's cold and indifferent face, and he couldn't say anything. Lan Xiaoxiao grabbed Zimo's hand and blew it gently, and asked him distressedly, "Does it hurt? Auntie will take you to take some medicine." Zimo is not used to this. Every time he is injured by Aunt Gore, he covers the marks with his clothes, and then he will heal after a period of time. In this way, he has never been found by his father. But the woman found that Aunt Gu had hurt his hand at the first time. Little Zimo's heart was very complicated and confused. Anyway, Lan Xiaoxiao is Zimo's biological mother, and Fu Shijing has no reason to refuse Lan Xiaoxiao to take Zimo to the medicine. Guo Ningyu followed Fu Shijing aggrievedly and kept apologizing. Fu Shijing was a little annoyed and said coldly, "I know." Guo Ning didn't dare to say a word with his mouth open. Lan Xiaoxiao bought medicine at the pharmacy and then found a place to sit down and help Zimo wipe the medicine in person. She moved gently and was afraid. Hurt the little guy again and coax him while rubbing the medicine, call out when it hurts. "I won't laugh at you, even if you cry." Yu Bao cried out of the pain when he was injured. Although Shi Bao endured it. He would still hum when it was in great pain, but Zimo didn't even hum, as if his hand was not his. Lan Xiaoxiao wiped it, and tears rolled down. She couldn't control her emotions and looked up at Fu Shijin excitedly. "Give me Zimo, okay? Zimo is still so young. He needs me. If you really like the child, you can have another one with Gu Ning. Your own child, Guo Ning, will definitely love him very much and won't hurt him." She cried so much that her eyes were blurred, but she couldn't control that much. Guo Ning's attitude towards Zimo and Fu Shijin's attitude towards Guo Ning made her really worried about Zimo. After all, Zimo is not Guo Ning's child. How could Guo Ning give all his heart? Fu Shijin was stunned. Is this she begging him? 5 years later, since they met, Lan Xiaoxiao confronted him and looked at him unhappy everywhere. Now for Zimo, she actually cried and begged him. At this moment, Fu Shijin felt that he no longer needed to doubt Lan Xiaoxiao's love for Zimo. After Guo Ning was surprised at first, his face turned black and he retorted Lan Xiaoxiao's words, "Miss Lan, although Zimo is not my own, it is better than my own. I will also love her very much. I have explained that it was just an accident, and I am also full of guilt now." As if Lan Xiaoxiao didn't hear Guo Ning's words, she looked at Fu Shijin eagerly. She put down her grudges and begged him in this way. Even if Fu Shijin can give her Zimo, she can let go of all the previous hatred for him. She thought by chance that Fu Shijin would not be so cruel and ruthless, would he? But the reality slapped her in the face. Fu Shijin refused without any hesitation or thought, "Zimo is my son. I can't give it to anyone. It's getting early. I'm going to take him back." After saying that, he went to hold Zimo. Zimo refused his father's hug for the first time. Fu Shijin's hand froze in midair, and Zimo seemed not to see it. He pulled Lan Xiaoxiao, and Lan Xiaoxiao turned around. Zimo stretched out his little hand to wipe her face and slowly wiped her tears clean. Lan Xiaoxiao suddenly burst into tears and laughed. She scolded herself in her heart that she was really too impulsive to beg Fu Shijin for such an iron-hearted man. She spit on her. "Look, how good your son is. He also knows how to wipe her tears. How he feels sorry for her." Lan Xiaoxiao suddenly hugged Zimo, and Zimo did not struggle and was quietly held by her. At this moment, the picture was very warm, which was particularly dazzling for Yu Gunning. She wanted to destroy it, but she took a break when she saw Fu Shijin's expressionless face. "I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well and hurt you. Next time I'll cook you a meal to compensate you, okay?" Lan Xiaoxiao whispered in Zimo's ear. Zimo nodded. These short 2 hours of getting along with each other have taken Zimo closer to Lan Xiaoxiao's acceptance. Lan Xiaoxiao reluctantly watched her son being carried into the car by Fu Shijin, and she smiled. Until the car completely disappeared from sight, the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. She took out her mobile phone and opened the photo she had just taken while Fu Shijing and Guo Ning were not paying attention. It was Zimo's bruised hand. Then, it was sent to the lawyer. Fu Shijin did not send Zimo back to his old house. Zimo fell asleep not long after he got on the car. He simply took his son to the apartment. When he got out of the car, Guo Ning wanted to hug Zimo, but was stopped by Fu Shijin. She gritted her teeth with hatred and had to follow Fu Shijin obediently. "I really didn't mean it," she continued to explain. Fu Shijin came out of the room and glanced at her faintly. From today's point of view, Guo Ning really can't take care of the children. If it were Lan Xiaoxiao in this situation, she would probably try to endure fear and never hurt the child. Fu Shijin didn't know that after this short time, he had changed his view of Lan Xiaoxiao a little. He sat down on the sofa. "I will send Zhao Yi to check whether your uncle has come to City B. Don't worry, I won't give him a chance to get close to you, and you don't need to be afraid anymore." Guo Ning knew that her uncle didn't come to City B, which was just an excuse she found in a hurry. But she can't say it. "Sorry." She sat beside Fu Shijin, tears rolling. "So pitiful, I embarrassed you." Fu Shijin's heart softened a little when he saw her like this. "I said, you don't have to worry. I won't like Lan Xiaoxiao. Now everything is for Zimo." Chapter 41, Time Bomb. That's what she said, but she still felt very insecure. After all, Lan Xiaoxiao was Fu Shijin's son's mother. What's more, if Fu Shijin had known about that incident, would he still say that he would not like Lan Xiaoxiao? Lan Xiaoxiao is a time bomb. If she stays in City B for a day, she can't feel at ease for a day. Lan Xiaoxiao went to Xiaoting to pick up 2 small milk bags and had dinner at Xiaoting in the evening. Shi Bao Yeobao was full of sadness about the fact that her mother left them behind. Lan Xiaoxiao rubbed the hair of the 2 babies fiercely. Mommy didn't mean it. Mommy will send you to the training class tomorrow. Only then did Liang Bao smile at Mommy. After dinner, Xiaoting was going to send they went back. As a result, a phone call came from the hospital. He had to rush back and had to look at Lan Xiaoxiao apologetically. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled understandingly. Doctor. Xiao, go ahead. It's better to save people's lives than to build a 7-level floating slaughterhouse. You have countless merits now. For Lan Xiaoxiao's mocking, Xiaoting scratched his head shyly. I'll take you to the car before leaving. Okay. Xiaoting personally sent them into the car. Looking at the direction in which the car left, his heart was full. When will Lan Xiaoxiao be able to live with him directly with her child? In this way, you don't have to face separation. It seems that he has to put the confession on the agenda quickly. The corners of Xiao Ti's mouth rose. He was originally a good-looking person, but his smile was as warm as the spring breeze. After arriving home, Lan Xiaoxiao urged the 2 babies to take a bath, and she sat on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. She felt sorry that she couldn't take a photo with Zimo today. However, she also gained a lot. She didn't refuse her son's hand, and she didn't scare him when she hugged him, and he also took the gold bracelet. That gold bracelet is the inheritance of their Lan family, and there was only one. But she has 3 babies, so she customized the other 2, one for each of the 3 children. When checking the information, Lan Xiaoxiao found that 3 unread messages were displayed on WeChat. So she clicked on the word Xing Shiwen and remembered that it was the person who saved her that day. I still owe others a meal. During this period, she was thinking about Zumoa all day long and forgot about it. I happen to have time tomorrow, so I'll treat you. Lan Xiaoxiao clicked to open the dialog box and saw the message sent by Xing Shiwen. Sister Lan, what are you doing? Sister Lan, why don't you reply to my message? Sister Lan Xiaoxiao was so excited that she got goosebumps all over her body. Seeing these 3 sentences, she inexplicably, I remember the scene when Xing Shiwen called her sister that day. The little milk dog's grandmother was very well behaved, and her voice was also very beautiful, full of magnetism and not boring. Lan Xiaoxiao, I still owe you a meal. Are you free tomorrow? Xing Shiwen is always paying attention to his mobile phone, waiting for Lan Xiaoxiao's message at this moment. Sorry, sister, I'm still in the United States. Wait for me to go back. After separating from Lan Xiaoxiao that day, Xing Shiwen urgently returned to the United States the next day. He was busy until today and had time to send a message to Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao, okay, let me know when you come back. Xing Shiwen, okay, sister. It's really a word of not leaving, sister. Lan Xiaoxiao put down her mobile phone to check whether the 2 babies had taken a shower. The next Sunday, Lan Xiaoxiao sent 2 babies to the training class and sat there boredly. I don't know what hobbies Zimo has. I miss Zimo very me. At this moment, Zimo has returned to the old house and is painting in the studio. After Fu Shijie knew that he liked painting, he specially asked someone to install a room for his son as a studio, and both walls were full of paintings painted by the ink. At first glance, these paintings are full of childish interest, but after a few more glances, you will find that each painting seems to reveal a sense of loneliness, which makes people's hearts tremble and want to cry. Zimo's painting talent is extremely high, and Fu Shijin specially found a famous artist to teach. However, no matter what the famous family taught, he could not let Zimo draw a happy painting, and even later because of Zimo's illness, the famous family could not teach Zimo. Zimo drew quietly, and today, he drew a sketch. There is already an outline. With the description of the facial features, Zimo suddenly drew Lan Xiaoxiao. He stayed in the studio for an afternoon. It was not until Aunt Liu came to ask him to eat that he carefully covered the painting. He should hide this painting and not be found by others. Because I made time to accompany Zimo to see Lan Xiaoxiao yesterday. So Fu Shijin was very busy today. He just slept in the company at night, and Zhao Yi came in the next day. Boss, the monitoring of the kindergarten has been restored. We found a master on the internet. We thought there was no hope, but we didn't expect that he could repair it in 3 or 2 times. Zhao Yi was a little excited. He was so worried about this matter that his hair turned a few times grey. He thought there was no hope, but in the end, he listened to the advice of IT Director Liu as a living horse doctor and solicited for a fee on the internet. Unexpectedly, it was really done. Send it to me. Fu Shijin said without anger. Zhao Yi quickly transmitted the video to Fu Shijin's computer and said with a straight son, I heard from Director Liu that the netizen who helped repair it is a top hacker whose technology is more powerful than Cowboy. Cowboy is already a very powerful top player. Fu Shijin was dug up by Fu Shijin 2 years ago, but this person is actually more powerful than him. What kind of concept is that? Fu Shijin opened the video to watch and said, ask Director Liu to negotiate and tell him that if he can dig up people, I will double the half-year bonus for him. He won't allow the computer to be hacked last time to happen again. If the existing talents and technologies are not enough, we will continue to recruit talents. Yes. Zhao Yi wanted to laugh. Director Liu, who is stingy, is not a half-year bonus. In the past 2 days, he jumped up and down to find opportunities to perform. Fu Shijin's face suddenly sank when he saw Zimo being pushed to the ground in the video, and his whole body suddenly exuded a cold chill. Zhao Yi felt something was wrong and quickly came forward to take a look. I will contact the kindergarten immediately and ask them to fire them. Fu Shijin raised his hand to stop him. He was not in a hurry to let Zhao Yi do anything, but continued to watch. Until finally, Guo Ning took Zimo away, and Lan Xiaoxiao followed. They seemed to have a little friction. Fu Shijin squeezed his thin lips, and his deep eyes were deep, like a dark pool, which made people panic endlessly at a glance. The outline of his handsome face is also tight, and his bony hands are placed on the mouse. That day, he remembered that Guo Ning went to the kindergarten to pick up Zimo very early, but in the video, he saw everyone leave, leaving only Zimo and another child. Instead, when Lan Xiaoxiao saw that Zimo was bullied, she rushed up to protect Zimo as soon as possible, and also worked with the other party's parents. There was no sound in the video, but the picture was clear and the video range was large. Even Lan Xiaoxiao was blocked outside at first, and her eager desire to go in was recorded. Chapter 42, Disaster. Later, Guo Ningshan came late. Looking at her demeanor, she apologized to the other party's parents. The other party's parents proudly took their own children and left. No wonder Lan Xiaoxiao questioned and scolded him like that day. Shijin Guo Ning knocked on the door and came in. Zhao Yixing, Cao Cao not only came quickly, but also came by chance. Guo Ning soon found something was wrong. Fu Shijin looked at her colder than ever. He was stunned and asked softly, "What's the matter?" She looked at Zhao Yi doubtfully and did not dare to look at Fu Shijin. Zhao Yi didn't dare to say. Fu Shijin was silent, but the momentum all over his body made people couldn't help holding their breath, afraid that he would be doomed as soon as he took a breath. He turned the computer over and played the video to Guo Ning. Guo Ning's face slowly turned whiter, and his hands hanging on his side slowly clenched. His heart was very flustered, but his mind was running quickly. Why did Fu Shijin have this surveillance? She has obviously been destroyed by people. And how did he know that he was going to check the surveillance? Lan Xiaoxiao, she must have told Fu Shijin. Sure enough, Lan Xiaoxiao's appearance is a disaster. She is right. After the video was played, Fu Shijin stared at Guo Ning coldly and did not miss any change in the expression on her face. However, Guo Ning disguised herself well. She lowered her head to hide her guilty, and then glanced at Fu Shijin calmly. This is the play between children, and I solved it at that time. No one will bully Zimo in the future. She continued to explain, Zimo was not injured, so I didn't tell you. After all, you are busy enough at work. Fu Shijin was half skeptical of her. What he wanted to know was why she picked up the child so late. It's not whether she solved it and why she didn't tell him about it. Guo Ning was furied by Fu Shijin. Fu Shijin's eyes seemed to understand everything. She always had a feeling that no matter what she said, he would not believe it. Shijun, don't you believe me? Guo Ning frowned and coquettishly, and went behind Fu Shijin to help him pinch his shoulder. The child's parents have already apologized to me. They are still young, and it is inevitable to make small mistakes, and Zimo usually ignores him at school. Although the child pushed him, he didn't know each other. Fu Shijin's weakness is his son Zimo. As long as she takes Zimo, Fu Shijin will not investigate deeply. Sure enough, after saying this, Fu Shijin's face became much better. Why did you go so late? Fu Shijin's low voice came. Guo Ning didn't react for a moment. After a few seconds, his face changed slightly. I was stuck in a traffic jam that day. Isn't it rush hour? Is there a traffic jam? Fu Shijin didn't say anything more. Guo Ning thought he believed it and was secretly proud in his heart. Sure enough, the excuse of traffic jam was repeated. What's more, she was so careful about Fu Zimo before that Fu Shijin also saw it. It was impossible to deny her because she picked her up late. Guo Ning was relieved to see the resolution of the crisis. Zhao Yi, go and do it. Fu Shijin suddenly ordered. Zhao Yi looked confused. What are you doing? Fu Shijin's eyes swept over. What do you think? Zhao Yi reacted. Yes. Guo Ning also looked confused. Shijun, what did you ask Assistant Zhao to do? Of course, let them know the end of bullying. Fu Shijin's voice was low and pleasant, but it made people feel scared for no reason. How could Guo Ning not understand the meaning of his words? The He family is going to finish. Guo Ning's face changed and her heart was very complicated. Now she was not sure whether Fu Shijin would believe her words. But no matter what, it's good that Fu Shijin didn't blame her. As soon as Lan Xiaoxiao returned to her seat after the meeting, she saw Guo Ning enter the design department and walked straight towards her. She pretended not to see it and sorted out her information. Guo Ning came over and got to the point. See you at Ruijia Cafe at 2 p.m. I have something to tell you. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. I'm not free. She is not in the mood to listen to Guo Ning. I'll wait for you there until you show up. Guo Ning gritted his teeth, and half of his words were threatening. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't bother to pay attention to her. Guo Ning was so angry that he wanted to pinch Lan Xiaoxiao to death on the spot, but he still held back, stepped on high heels, and left in the envious eyes of everyone. Wang Qingxiao came over gossipingly. Xiaoxiao, do you know Miss Guo? I don't know. She doesn't want to know this kind of person. Then why did she look for you? I don't know. Maybe I'm more beautiful than her. Jealous of me? Lan Xiaoxiao's playful narcissism shocked Wang Qingxia to the point of falling off her jaw. Zhuo Yifan made a vomit. Xiaoxiao, I finally know why you are so confident, because your skin is thick enough, ha ha ha. Lan Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and made a grimace. The three of them joked and got busy again. There is another meeting in the afternoon, and they have to prepare. Especially Lan Xiaoxiao, there is no problem in business. However, I am not familiar with the company, and the process is relatively rusty, which inevitably slows down the progress. Fortunately, Wang Qingxia is more enthusiastic and will actively help her answer questions. Coupled with Zhuo Yifeng, who has just mastered various processes, Lan Xiaoxiao thought that she had to invite someone to dinner when she was paid. After lunch, Lan Xiaoxiao took a beautiful nap. When she woke up, she began to report to the conference room. As for Guo Ning in the cafe, she had already forgotten. In the cafe, Guo Ning was so angry that her face turned blue and white. Lan Xiaoxiao really dared to let her go. She really dares to let her wait here all the time. Guo Ning was so angry that she threw the spoon into the coffee. The dark brown coffee splashed all over the white table, and even splashed on her pink and white clothes. Looking at the stains on his clothes, Guo Ning was even more angry and took out his mobile phone to make a call. Lan Xiaoxiao is in a meeting, and Fu Shijin is also listening. Today's meeting is for all senior leaders and designers in charge of the show must participate. Lan Xiaoxiao sat in 3 positions diagonally opposite Fu Shijin, and the two did not know each other in the company. Zizi. Suddenly, a sound of mobile phone vibrating came. Everyone looked at Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao was so embarrassed that she picked up her mobile phone and muted it quickly. She remembered that she had clearly muted it, and how did she tune it to a vibration? Fu Shijin also gave a cold glance, and other people's eyes gradually turned into sympathy for Lan Xiaoxiao. You know, the boss is absolutely not allowed to make any voice except the speaker in the meeting. Otherwise, if it is minor, it will be kicked out of the conference room, and if it is serious, it will be fined or expelled. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly and apologetically, and then looked down at his notebook, pretending that nothing had happened. Anyway, she has made this kind of mistake abroad, and everyone doesn't take it seriously. Just a little small voice. But why did everyone show such strange eyes? Even the speaker on the stage didn't speak. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Chapter 43, The Mistake of the Meeting. Fu Shijin's eyebrows frowned slightly, and displeasure flashed on his face. Everyone immediately held their breath and looked at Lan Xiaoxiao more strangely. Lan Xiaoxiao looked confused. Chen Qiuyin, who was still sitting next to her, whispered to her, "Get out quickly." Lan Xiaoxiao, why should I go out? She didn't answer the phone again and muted it. The meeting can continue completely. Boss doesn't like other sounds in the conference room. Fu Shijin. What a quirk. Lan Xiaoxiao was speechless, but this meeting was to determine the direction of the future show. Is it appropriate for her to leave halfway as a designer? She looked at Fu Shijin fearlessly and asked directly, Mr. Fu, do I have to go out? If Fu Shijin gives in if she goes out, then she will go out. She will never fight with Fu Shijin in the conference room. She doesn't want to be known that she is Fu Shijin's ex-wife. Pop, someone's pen was so scared that it fell to the ground. This new designer is very bold. Sure enough, the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. He dares to ask this kind of question directly. Let's see how the boss humiliates her. Bah, how to scold her to death. Wang Qingxia was anxious about Lan Xiaoxiao, but she was separated from Lan Xiaoxiao. She couldn't remind her even if she wanted to remind her. Chen Qiuyin, like everyone else, was already confused. This Lan Xiaoxiao doesn't play according to the routine. She is dead. If you are fired, you will definitely be fired. Who asked you to go out? Fu Shijin's tone was cold, and his expressionless face swept to the speaker on the stage, and said in a low voice, continue. What's the matter? The boss didn't fire the person, but he hasn't kicked her out yet. Why doesn't the boss play cards according to the routine? Shocked. Chen Qiuyin was full of embarrassment, and Lan Xiaoxiao gave her a grateful look. The meeting continues, and everyone quickly pulls their minds back. If you are distracted, you will also be criticized. Next, it's Chen Qiuyin's turn to explain his design scheme. Lan Xiaoxiao listened carefully for a while, and the screen of the muted mobile phone lit up. She was prepared this time. She had already put the mobile phone on her lap and secretly glanced at it. It was a text message. She wanted to turn off the screen, but when she saw the word Zimo, she clicked it directly. Text message content, your maternal love is just like that. Since you don't want to know about Zimo, don't think that I haven't looked for you, and don't want to know anything about him from me in the future. Who sent it? Lan Xiaoxiao thought of Guo Ning, who was ignored by herself. Did she ask her to meet and talk about Tsumo? Lan Xiaoxiao can't be allowed to regret it, and she can't leave at all now. Wait. Lan Xiaoxiao stared at the number that sent this text message. The last number, 9695, this number is Guni's. Lan Xiaoxiao's hand holding the mobile phone was trembling, and her face was a little pale. Many text messages from this number appeared in her mind. Those memories forgotten by her gushed out again. So much so that there was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, and his lips turned white without knowing it. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you? Zhuo Yifeng, who was sitting on her other side, realized that something was wrong with her at the first time and asked her in a low voice. But Lan Xiaoxiao seemed not to hear it. Fu Shijing raised his hand to interrupt Chen Qiuyan's explanation. Everyone looked at Fu Shijing puzzledly, but Fu Shijing's eyes fell on Lan Xiaoxiao, and then everyone looked at Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao lowered her head so that she couldn't see her expression clearly. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. I don't know whether she was crying or laughing. Zhuo Yifeng quickly continued to call Lan Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao seemed to be stunned and remained motionless. Fu Shijing had a bad intuition. He hurriedly got up and came over and gently pushed Lan Xiaoxiao. Lan Xiaoxiao. As soon as his voice sounded, Lan Xiaoxiao suddenly raised his head, and his scarlet eyes were full of hatred. Lan Xiaoxiao, you. Fu Shijin's heart was shocked. How much does this woman hate herself? Lan Xiaoxiao was pulled back to her senses by Fu Shijin's voice and noticed that everyone was looking at her, and Fu Shijin didn't know when she came to her side. She quickly restrained all her emotions. In just 1 second, she returned to the confident and competent blue designer. Sorry, I just thought of something and got distracted. She gave a light explanation. Everyone looked at her optimistically. It was enough to make a strange noise in the meeting, and they were still distracted. Let's see how the boss scolded her. However, Fu Shijie saw that she was fine, returned to his seat with a calm face, and then signaled Chen Qiuyan to continue speaking. Everyone. Lan Xiaoxiao's hand on her lap squeezed the mobile phone. The corner of the mobile phone hurt her, but she didn't feel it at all, forcing herself to calm down. Everything is over. Now her heart is strong enough. The most important thing is that she no longer loves Fu Shijin, and those words can no longer hurt her. Lan Xiaoxiao directly put the mobile phone off. The above is my design plan. Chen Qiuyan finished. Fu Shijin nodded slightly. Do you have any different opinions? Chen Qiuyan saw that the boss was quite satisfied with his plan, and he was also a little complacent. This was what she got after staying up all night. As long as it can be implemented this time, she is confident to revive Jixio. Let's discuss it with each other. Most people had no objection. When Fu Shijin was about to make a statement and implement it according to Chen Qiuyan's plan, Lan Xiaoxiao stood up. Normally, junior designers will be very knowledgeable and will not be compared with senior designers, just like Wang Qingsha's intermediate designers dare not easily stand up and comment on senior designer Chen Qiuyan's plan. However, Lan Xiaoxiao, the junior, stood up, which made people's eyes fall on her again. She became the focus again. Lan Xiaoxiao is very serious about her work. She won't have ideas just because she is a junior. She also has to work hard to make a show, so free to see Zimo. The concept of the Jixio brand is Chinese national style. We have been following the traditional embroidery route. Designer Chen's plan has completely changed the overall style of Jixio to Western style. Although Western style makes money, it has run counter to our concept. Chen Qiuyan frowned. Designer Lang, I'm afraid you didn't listen carefully. My plan is to combine Chinese and Western styles, not completely change to Western style. Oh, I really didn't listen too carefully. It's even more shocking that there is no one who calmly admits that he is distracted in the meeting, but the boss turned a deaf look at it. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't want to argue with Chen Qiuyan. When she was in the United States, she often quarreled with her colleagues. But this does not affect their joking with each other outside the workplace. Chen Qiuyan's smile was stiff and he had nothing to say. Lan Xiaoxiao restrained his tone and said slowly and in an orderly way, although I didn't listen carefully, I read your design draft. The overall design style is mainly Western style, and the Chinese embroidery is not fully displayed. Ordinary people look at the product and only think that it is a sheep's head to sell dog meat. Chapter 44, Objectives. Lan Xiaoxiao showed an appreciative look. Of course, designer Chen's design ability is very strong. I admire him. I just feel that the style this time is not in line with the concept of Jixio. Maybe it can make Jixio make money in a short time, but it is not good for the brand in the long run. In the past 2 days, I have read the previous design of Jixio and the feedback from our old customers. 60% of the customers said that the works released by Jixio now have no national style. They originally bought it for national style, but what they bought was not national style. Everyone listened to Lan Xiaoxiao's words and felt that it was quite reasonable. Lan Xiaoxiao walked to the stage and transmitted the content in the USB flash drive to the projector. You can take a look at the changes of our new clothing products in the past 2 years. Lan Xiaoxiao also specially made a comparison chart and analyzed the design transformation at once. These are screenshots of the comments of some old customers. I don't think the show should change the style, but our designers. After Lan Xiaoxiao finished speaking, I don't know who took the lead in clapping, and then everyone clapped, and she was stunned for a moment. On the other hand, although Chen Qiuying was applauding and smiling, his eyes had become cold and his smile was extremely stiff. How about this? The moment the applause stopped, Fu Shijin slowly said, "You have a game." Then, Lan Xiaoxiao had an ominous premonition in her heart. As long as Fu Shijin opens his mouth, there is absolutely nothing good. When the new product is released next month, you should show your own skills. At that time, it depends on whose sales is high, and we will use whose plan in the future. To be honest, Lan Xiaoxiao has competed this kind of competition many times abroad. She took the position of manager to lead the team alone after 5 checkpoints and 6 stops. She was not afraid of the competition, but Lan Xiaoxiao took a complicated look at Chen Qiuying and scolded Fu Shijin in her heart. Primarily, the position has put her too many shackles, and there are always seniors to crush her. She needs this opportunity to emerge so that she can design smoothly in the future. Otherwise, Chen Qiuying will press her on her. How can she use her fists and feet to make the show as soon as possible? If possible, she hopes to cooperate with Chen Qiuying in this competition in the future. She is a good opponent. After the meeting, Zhuo Yifan admired Lan Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, no, I will call you Sister Xiaoxiao in the future. If you want to take your brother with me, I will follow you." Facing Zhuo Yifan's hippie smile, Lan Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "You are older than me, and you are willing to call me sister. Although I am 2 months older than you are more courageous than me." Lan Xiaoxiao was in the light of this meeting. The matter of her competition with Chen Qiuying spread to the whole department and even the whole company at lightning speed. More and more people are optimistic about the play, and more people say that Lan Xiaoxiao is not self-measuring. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't listen to this power. She only has one goal, to make a show. Then meet Zimo unscrupulously. For the sake of the child, she can ignore everything and kill the god through thorns all the way. Lan Xiaoxiao came out of the bathroom and happened to be Fang Wen coming in from outside. The two met like this. Lan Xiaoxiao went to the left, Fang Wen went to the left, Lan Xiaoxiao went to the right, and she also went to the right. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't leave and looked at her with a smile. Fang Wen snorted, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the design department if you have a background. Chen Qiuying's strength in the design department is obvious to everyone. Just wait to lose the game and cry. Oh, this is a joke. She's coming." Lan Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. She was half a head taller than Fang Wen, and she was much taller in momentum. She asked, "Do you want to see my crying nose?" Fang Wen couldn't figure out what she was on, and stared at Lan Xiaoxiao more and more meanly, but anyone who loses the game will be eliminated by the company. "If you beg me, maybe I can teach you how to draw a design draft, at least don't lose too badly." Lan Xiaoxiao covered his mouth and smiled, as if he had heard a very funny joke. Fang Wen was inexplicably angry. "What are you laughing at?" "Because you are so funny." Lan Xiaoxiao slowly stopped laughing, but the corners of her mouth still couldn't help laughing. Fang Wen felt that she had been insulted. She was so angry that she habitually raised her hand to hit Lan Xiaoxiao. With a bang, Lan Xiaoxiao high-fived Fang Wen in midair and quickly held her hand. With a flip, Fang Wen screamed quickly in pain. Let go of me." Fang Wen's other hand came to break Lan Xiaoxiao's hand, but Lan Xiaoxiao's hand was like a pliers, pinching her tightly and breaking her hard, as if to break her hand. Lan Xiaoxiao raised a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were cold. "You can watch my jokes or mock me, but you can't hit me, I will fight back. Remember, if there is another time, I won't let you go so easily." When the words fell, she let go, and Fang Wen suddenly fell to the ground. She was so angry that her head was smoking. "Lan Xiaoxiao, I'm in a position with you." Lan Xiaoxiao gently opened the door for a pause, then turned around and smiled like a big fox seeing meat. She pinched her finger joints, made a clicking sound, and walked back slowly. "Look at you, I just finished speaking, and you are going to stand out with me again." Fang Wen was so scared by her evil smile that her neck shrank and trembled against the wall. Lan Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped. "TSK, it's really scary." After saying that helplessly, he opened the door and left. Fang Wen was so angry that she gritted her teeth and trembled all over. "Lan Xiaoxiao, I will definitely let you get out of 4. At this time, the door opened, and Fang Wen thought that Lan Xiaoxiao was back again, so she was so scared that she wanted to hide immediately. "Designer Fang, what's wrong with you?" Hearing the voice of a familiar colleague, Fang Wen's face became very ugly. She hurriedly said nothing and went into the toilet. Lan Xiaoxiao returned to his seat in a good mood, and Wang Qingxia looked over with worried eyes. "Director Li asked you to go there." "Okay, thank you." Lan Xiaoxiao got up and went to find Li Manzu. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Li Manzu frowning. Lan Xiaoxiao probably knew what she was looking for him. "Xiaoxiao, you are too impulsive." Li Manzu believes that Lan Xiaoxiao has just entered the company and has not gained a foothold. Now, he is not suitable to compare with Chen Qiuying. What's more, she prefers that Lan Xiaoxiao and Chen Qiuying are a combination of swords. "I don't think I'm impulsive, Director Li." At this point, you'd better take a look at the results of the game first. She has no choice. She has her own goals to achieve. Li Manzi was helpless. I can't help you in this matter. You can do it yourself. If you win the game, I will apply to the boss to promote you to the senior level. Lan Xiaoxiao smiled, then thank you, directly. Are you free after work? Let's have a meal together. Li Manzi went on a business trip yesterday and did not attend the meeting. When he knew about it last night, he wanted to talk to Lan Xiaoxiao, but he still endured it until today. Let's do it at noon tomorrow. I'll treat you. Okay. Chapter 45, Good friends should play together. The two little babies are not very safe in China. Lan Xiaoxiao strives to get off work early every day to accompany them. Today is no exception. Lan Xiaoxiao came home from work to cook for the two babies. After dinner, Lan Xiaoxiao went into the study to get busy. The new product will be released in a month. Within this month, she must draw the design draft and make samples as soon as possible. When she was busy in the study, two small milk bags were nesting in the living room. As usual, Yuebao plays games, while Xibao continues to check the information. He went to the internal forum of Jishyo, and then saw a gossip about Mommy from many gossip messages. Mom is going to compete with people? Mommy will definitely win. Does Mommy have an inside story about joining the company? What inside story? Ah, damn it, he actually spread rumors that Mommy has an ender with the rich old man. He is so angry. The little guy clicked on the iPad angrily and made dozens of accounts at once. He sprayed the person who spread the rumor and complained again. That's great. I finally blew up the other party's account. This rumor-monging post was also deleted. Oh, why is there another one about Mommy? This post said that Mommy was distracted in the meeting and made a strange noise. Unexpectedly, she was not fired by the boss, suspecting that she had something to do with the boss. Another post that damaged Mommy's reputation, complaint, deletion. Xibao handled it neatly. Then search again to make sure that there are no more bad posts for Mommy. Xibao checked Mommy's company again. He looked at the content and stared wide-eyed. It turned out to be Fu's clothing department. How can Mommy work for the big bad guy? Will Mommy be bullied by big bad guys in the company? Xibao is very worried. If it doesn't work, he has to find a way. By the way, he can find Fu Zimo, the son of the big bad guy. The next day, after fooling Yuebao, Xibao successfully slipped out of the kindergarten under Yuebao's cover. Since he was almost found out by his mother last time, only Xibao went to Xingying kindergarten alone this time. In the gap when the security guard went to the bathroom, Xibao strolled over with his back, looked at the monitor hanging on the security booth, hooked the corners of his lips, and walked in without paying attention to the surveillance at all. He went to the lunch break room easily. The teacher sat at the door and played games. Xibao took a sneak peek. Well done. While the teacher was concentrating on playing games, he slipped in very quickly. The teacher seemed to catch a glimpse of something, but he looked up and saw nothing. The children in the room were also sleeping soundly, so he lowered his head and continued to play. Xibao came to Zimo's bedside and saw Zimo's eyes closed. A sly light flashed in his eyes. He quietly stretched out his hand to pinch Zimo's nose. As a result, Zimo suddenly opened his eyes and scared him. Seeing Xibao, a trace of surprise flashed in Zimo's eyes. Xibao whispered and said quickly, I can't stay too long. I want to ask you out after school on Friday. Zimo wrote his question on the paper, where to go to play. Go to your father's company. Zimo was even more puzzled. What's so interesting about my father's company? My mother works in your father's company. I want to have a look. Give Mommy a surprise, and you can also give your father a surprise. Zimo hesitated a little. Xibao was afraid that he would disagree, so he quickly said, aren't we good friends? Good friends are going to play together. Don't you want to be good friends with me? Zimo was anxious. He thought, of course he thought. Although he didn't know why he was willing to be close to Lanxi. Maybe Lanxi is very smart and can have a common topic with him. He promised, well, I'll ask Ajun to pick you up at school. Xibao shook his head, I'm coming to find you. Yuebao is still a little prejudiced against Zimo, and he has to find a way to make Yuebao change his impression of Zimo. I have a younger sister. She is very cute and smart. Although she can't compare with my IQ, she is also very powerful. She likes playing games very much. If you can play a few games with her, she will definitely like you. When it comes to IQ, Xibao can't help but be proud. Zimo is confused, sister. It's the little girl who was with me for the first time. Zimo had a good memory, and he remembered it at once, but the little girl seemed to be unfriendly to him. Because your bodyguard bullied my mother, she thought you were a bad guy. She also asked me to scare you with bugs, but I didn't listen to her. She is still a clingy person. If I don't take her with you, she will be very angry. But she will definitely beat you when she sees you, so you have to play games with her so that she won't beat you. I can't tell why. Zimo thought of the angry look of the little girl and felt cute. Would such a cute girl beat him? Zimo wrote, what game? Xibao said a name, and at the end, he added, you have to practice hard and don't be too naive, or she will beat you up. Zimo nodded seriously. Yuebao, who was nagged, sneezed in the quilt during the lunch break. which instantly attracted the teacher to check. When the teacher saw that Lan Xi did not show his head, he was afraid that he would be covered in the quilt. He was about to pull the quilt when Ye Bao suddenly burst into tears. The teacher hurriedly turned around to coax Ye Bao. "What's wrong with you, Ye?" The teacher came to hug her. Ye Bao sniffed. "Teacher, I had a nightmare, woo-woo." In order not to wake up other children, the teacher quickly coaxed gently. "Ye, don't be afraid, the teacher is here to accompany you." "Teacher, I want to sleep with you in my arms." "Okay." Ye Bao successfully dragged the teacher down. When Xi Bao came back, Ye Bao was unhappy, and she also wanted to sneak out. Xi Bao told her a good news indifferently. "I'll take you to play after school on Friday." Ye Bao, the little demon king, was immediately happy. As soon as he came home from school, Xi Bao erased the monitoring record of his appearance in the kindergarten with his mother's computer. In the past few days, Lan Xiaoxiao has received a lot of strange eyes at work every day, and Chen Qiuyan doesn't like to talk to her. Except for Wang Qingxia and Zhuo Yifan, everyone else thought that Lan Xiaoxiao was sure to lose and said bad things about Lan Xiaoxiao behind her back. Wang Qingxia doesn't think that Lan Xiaoxiao can win. She is just an intermediate, and she is also oppressed by Chen Qiuyan. She has no say and is usually very low-key. Zhuo Yifan jumped beside Lan Xiaoxiao and actively fought for Lan Xiaoxiao. In the model room, Lan Xiaoxiao looked at Zhuo Yifan with a smile. "You are an intermediate at least. Why do you hang out with me as a junior all day long?" Zhuo Yifan looked arrogant. "I'm willing to." Lan Xiaoxiao stepped on the sewing machine and stopped paying attention to him. Soon, her first dress was made. Putting the clothes on the model, Zhuo Yifan was so surprised that his eyes were about to open. "When I saw your design draft, I thought you were better than designer Cheng. I didn't know until the clothes were made. How strong is it? It's simply against the sky." Exaggeration. Lan Xiaoxiao continued to trim and compare. "By the time I got off work, I had almost changed this dress." Lan Xiaoxiao put away the design draft and put the clothes on the model like that. A minute after they left, Chen Qiuyan came in. When he saw the dress, his expression was unpredictable. Chapter 46, the famous scene of splashing coffee. In the evening, Lan Xiaoxiao continued to work in the study. When it was almost over, it was already 10:30, and the two little babies had fallen asleep. Lan Xiaoxiao just took her pajamas to wash, but she couldn't sleep for a while after coming out. She simply took out her mobile phone and looked at it. After the meeting that day, she called the number ending in 9695 but told me that it was an empty number, just like back then. In that situation at that time, there was no one else except Gu Ning who would text. Even if he is 100% sure that this number is Gu Ning's, Lan Xiaoxiao wants to show evidence. Otherwise, if we confront each other in the future, we will not make sense of ourselves. When she was pregnant 5 years ago, it was this number that sent countless messages of Fu Shizhen's happiness abroad, as well as some photos. But the woman's face in the photo was treated, but the caring and tenderness on Fu Shizhen's face was not fake. Those tender feelings were exactly what she wanted and needed most at that time, but Fu Shizhen gave them to others without mercy. At that time, she loved Fu Shizhen deeply and couldn't help but think too much in her heart. The other party sent a lot of threatening messages. In addition, it was very dangerous for her to be pregnant with triplets. She was always worried that the child would not be saved, and her heart was too insecure and particularly sensitive. So in that extreme situation, she became depressed. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't want to recall these painful memories. After 5 years, she finally knew who the owner of this number was. A trace of fierceness quickly flashed in Lan Xiaoxiao's eyes. It's okay if you don't know. Now that she knows, it's impossible for her to let this matter turn around silently. However, at present, she still has to fight for the custody of Zimo first. Only when the 3 children are by her side can they do nothing. Xi Bao opened his eyes in a daze and saw that Mommy was not asleep yet. He slowly squirmed and leaned against Mommy, and his voice was a little coquettish. Mommy Lan Xiaoxiao quickly put down his mobile phone and gently covered him with the quilt. "Well, did you wake up?" Xi Bao shook his head. "Mommy, go to bed. You have to go to work tomorrow." Lan Xiaoxiao lay down. "Mommy, I want to visit my classmates after school with my sister tomorrow." Have you made new friends so soon?" Lan Xiaoxiao thought that they would have to adapt to China for a long time. Xi Bao buried his head in response. "Remember to pay attention to safety and call Mommy as soon as possible. Lan Xiaoxiao will not care about the children. Although they are still young, the 2 babies are very smart. Xi Bao is sensible and mature, and Ye Bao is ghostly and strange. In foreign countries, they often go to play with their friends. Is the pocket money enough?" Lan Xiaoxiao thought that she hadn't given her child pocket money for a while. Enough. Mommy gave too little pocket money and ran out of it long ago. Last time, he received an order on the internet to help people repair a set of monitoring data and earned a lot. He and Ye Bao must have enough to spend. When he makes a lot of money, he can hand it over to Mommy. Unexpectedly, the 2 children were so economical. Lan Xiaoxiao felt sorry for them and didn't let them have their pocket money free. Lan Xiaoxiao hugged Xi Bao and kissed her, and then hugged Ye Bao, who dreamed of becoming a game princess. The next day, Lan Xiaoxiao had a meeting as soon as she arrived at the company. This meeting was held for the whole morning. When it was almost lunch break, Zhuo Yifan rushed over. Sister Xiaoxiao, the sample clothes you just made yesterday have been destroyed. Lan Xiaoxiao left the information in his hand on the desk and quickly walked to the model studio. Fang Wen and several other designers were there. Wang Qingxia frowned and stood there. When she saw Lan Xiaoxiao coming, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. What's the matter? When Lan Xiaoxiao approached, she saw a large area of stains on the sample clothes, and her face suddenly sank. Fang Wen apologized insincerely. I'm sorry, I just slipped and accidentally spilled coffee. Oh, Lan Xiaoxiao smiled. This woman is really unchanged. It seems that she is still too easy to bully. My feet are slippery. Lan Xiaoxiao snatched a cup of coffee from another designer and walked to Fang Wen's sample clothes. Fang Wen suddenly had an ominous premonition. Lan Xiaoxiao raised the corners of his mouth evilly and asked, how did it slip? Is it so smooth? As soon as the words fell, her feet slipped, and the coffee was accurately splashed on Fang Wen's sample clothes. No one was spared from top to bottom. Ah, Lan Xiaoxiao, you're going to die. This is the sample clothes I worked hard to make. Fang Wen screamed and ran over. Everyone else was stunned. As soon as Chen Qiuyin came in, he saw the famous scene of Lan Xiaoxiao splashing coffee. Looking at Fang Wen's angry look and about to have a square with Lan Xiaoxiao, Chen Qiuyin squeezed the corners of his mouth, but he still couldn't help it, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. She just praised Lan Xiaoxiao's design in the tea room in the morning and told her colleagues that she could not compare with Lan Xiaoxiao, and Fang Wen listened. Fang Wen didn't disappoint her. Looking at her destroyed sample clothes, Fang Wen couldn't wait to tear Lan Xiaoxiao apart, and her hand was ready to lift it up. How can Lan Xiaoxiao not see it? She coldly reminded her, don't forget the last lesson. I have learned taekwondo. Fang Wen immediately became cowardly. She was so angry that her eyes turned red and tears were about to fall. She pointed to Lan Xiaoxiao tremblingly. You wait for me. I must tell Director Li to fire you. Go ahead. Just ask Director Li to adjust the monitoring to see if you are intentional or unintentional. With Fang Wen's IQ, it's really a miracle to be a senior designer. When Chen Qiuyin saw that Fang Wen was at a disadvantage, she cursed in her heart as a fool. She stepped forward to fight. There are a lot of expensive fabrics in the studio. Everyone is a designer. You should know not to bring any drinks into the studio. Otherwise, once it is overturned, these cloths can't be used at all if they are stained with coffee. At the end, I also reminded you, if Director Li knows that you brought in coffee, you will be scolded one by one. Chen Qiuyin's words were more or less weighty, and two people holding the coffee quietly hid behind him. They came with Fang Wen. Fang Wen also came to her senses and glared at Lan Xiaoxiao viciously. It doesn't matter. Her sample clothes can be remade, but Lan Xiaoxiao may not. Thinking of this, Fang Wen was in a better mood. She snorted coldly at Lan Xiaoxiao, turned around and left. Lan Xiaoxiao didn't expect Fang Wen to be so patient. She was quite looking forward to Fang Wen's trouble. Anyway, she didn't take the initiative to provoke trouble from the beginning to the end. If Fang Wen makes a fuss and goes to Guoning for help, she can still have an excuse to teach Guoning a lesson. Even if you can't do it, a few curses will relieve your anger. What a pity for this good opportunity. Everyone dispersed, but Zhuo Yifan still looked sad and bleak. What's wrong with you? She is the one who was destroyed. How can Zhuo Yifan suffer more than her? Sister, your material subsidiary has such a little inventory. The next batch will not arrive until a month later. How can you remake the sample clothes? What? Chapter 47, She is so cute. Lan Xiaoxiao had the heart to beat Fang Wen to death. If she hadn't run fast, she would have really rushed up and beat her. No wonder Fang Wen suddenly looked at her proudly before leaving. How dare you wait for her here? Lan Xiaoxiao looked at Zhuo Yifan with great expectation. Is it possible to transfer goods from the factory? I have checked that there are few orders for clothes made of this material, and the factory has no stock. Damn it. Lan Xiaoxiao wants to be rude. What else can I do? I remember that Sister Zhong Yin received one last month. Can I see if she has any leftovers? At this time, Wang Qingxia interjected. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at Wang Qingxia like a bodhisattva and said gratefully, I'm going to find her now. Thank you. You're welcome. Wang Qingxia lowered her head shyly. Lan Xiaoxiao ran away like a gust of wind. Zhuo Yifan only felt a gust of wind blowing on his face. He muttered, will designer Chen be willing to give it to him? After all, the two of them are competitors now. Of course, Chen Qiuyin won't give it. Sorry, Xiao, I only have a little left. It's just enough to make a sample of clothes. I'm afraid I can't help you. Lan Xiaoxiao's shoulder collapsed decadently. Well, thank you. Back to her position, Lan Xiaoxiao was a little irritable. This dress must be made of this material, otherwise it is difficult to highlight its characteristics. If it really doesn't work, she can only redraw the design drawing, but in this way, she doesn't have enough time. Are you urgently buying from abroad now? Lan Xiaoxiao quickly inquired on the internet. However, this material was really rare. Many of them were out of stock. It was hard to find a merchant in stock. As a result, it could only be shipped by ship, and the new product launch was over. Zhou Yifan and Wang Qingxia returned to the office and saw Lan Xiaoxiao sitting there in a daze with her eyebrows locked. Zhou Yifan came over. I have contacted my colleagues and asked them to help me ask where I can get this material. Thank you. Lan Xiaoxiao looked at him gratefully. I also contact you. Wang Qingxia also said quickly. You guys are so kind. Lan Xiaoxiao was very moved. Although I met Fang was best when I came in, it was also a gain or loss to meet such a good colleague at the same time. On Friday, kindergarten left school an hour earlier than usual. Parents came to pick up their children early. Xibao Yuebao got off the school bus and left her school bag at home and went out immediately. Go straight to find Zimo after taking a taxi. Zimo was waiting in the car outside Jingying kindergarten. Seeing them coming from afar, Zimo rarely showed a little happy expression, patted Jun on the shoulder, and signaled Jun to open the door. Jun quickly opened it, and Zimo jumped out of the car to greet him. Xibao also saw the expensive and low-key Maibok far away and led Yuebao over. When Yuebao saw Zimo, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up with small flames, and her little face smelled bad. Xibao, you betrayed me. Yuebao hummed angrily. I have checked that he didn't mean to bully mommy, but those bodyguards were ordered by others. After explaining to her, Xibao came to her ear and whispered, he is very pitiful. He doesn't have mommy, can't talk, and has no friends. Mommy sympathizes with him very much, and we should also have sympathy. When Yuebao heard Xibao's words, he suddenly felt sorry for Zimo. Unexpectedly, he didn't have a mommy. It was so pitiful. Forget it, she should be generous and play with him. Seeing Yuebao's transformation from anger to a strange look, Zimo's heart flashed with a big question mark. What's wrong with her? The three little breasts got into the car. Zimo was very excited, but he didn't show it. He quickly took out the snacks and drinks he had carefully prepared. We can't eat other people's snacks casually, Yuebao said crisply. Xibao quietly gave Zimo a look. Zimo immediately understood with a sharp heart. His little hand took out 3 iapts from his school bag and handed them to Xibao and Yuebao, one each. Yuebao's eyes lit up when he saw the iPad. This is the top version. Mom was reluctant to buy it for them. Zimo wrote on the paper, I will play games with you. Yuebao thought for a moment and said reluctantly, okay. Xibao was also playing with him. After a game, he saw Zimo's skills. Xibao was surprised that he could play well in such a short time. Sure enough, his IQ is as high as his. If he is not sick, he must be very strong. At the end of the game, Yuebao's face was full of disgust. You shouldn't have been surrounded just now, and you should have sneaked from the other side to this side. Zimo's humble appearance made Yuebao very satisfied. Before the start of the second game, Zimo brought snacks again, and Yuebao reached out and grabbed a pack of potato chips. Seeing that Yuebao was willing to eat the snacks he had prepared, Zimo felt a little happy. Has he been forgiven? She is really cute. Xibao. Why does he have the illusion that his brother's position is not guaranteed? Jun, who was driving seriously, peeked at the 3 little guys behind him, and his heart was full of relief. The young master finally made friends. If the boss knows, he will be very happy and may give him a raise. Jun, who was single-minded, only wanted to get a raise, and the familiarity of seeing Xibao and Yuebao for the first time had long been left behind. Arriving at Fu's parking lot, the 3 cute little bears came down from the car and stood in rows, which was very dazzling. At this time, it was still at work, and there were few people in the parking lot. Zimo took Xibao and Yuebao to swipe his card from the president's exclusive elevator. Zimo was a little puzzled that Xibao Yuebao put on a mask after getting out of the car. We are so cute that we are afraid that we will take us away when we meet a strange uncle. Yuebao's playful explanation. Jun felt that the little girl was really not modest. Xibao also nodded in agreement, keep a low profile. Zimo also followed them. The elevator went directly to the general management office. Because he didn't know that his son was coming, Fu Shujin didn't leave time. At this time, an important meeting was being held in the conference room, and Zhao Yi was also there. However, the general manager knew Zimo, and Jun followed him, so no one stopped him. Zimo took Xibao and Yuebao directly into Fu Shujin's office. He said, this is my father's office. Looking at the huge office, Yuebao said, wow. There are all kinds of high-tech product models in the half-wall cabinet, such as drones, robots, and so on. Xibao quickly visited the idol office, took La Yuebao's hand, and then said to Zimo, we are going to find mommy. Zimo wrote, I'll take you there. No, you still have to surprise your dad. You give us the pass and we'll go by ourselves. Xibao stopped. Zimo thought for a more, gave them his card, and quickly drew a simple map on the paper for them. The 2 little guys couldn't wait to take the map and leave. Zimo, why are you here? A questioning made Zimo's little body stiff. Chapter 48, this bad woman must be taught a lesson. As soon as Xibao Yuebao left, Gorning appeared. Seeing Fu Zimo, Gorning was in a bad mood. Why did this son suddenly come? She still wants to make an appointment with Fu Shijin tonight. Zhu Mo stood with his hands down, expressionless, but he was very worried. Aunt Gore doesn't like him to make friends. If Aunt Gore knows that he brings his friends to the company to play, she will be very angry and may teach Leng Xi and Leng Yu a lesson. They are his hard-won friends, and he has to protect them. Zhu Mo wanted to find Xibao Yibao, but at this time, Fu Shijing came back and saw his son suddenly appear in his office. Fu Shijing was surprised and happy, and picked up the boy Mo. Why did you come to the company suddenly? His tone is very gentle, even if he has never been so gentle to Gu Ning. No wonder Gu Ning is jealous of a child in his heart. Zhu Mobi said, I miss daddy. Let's see if dad has eaten well. Fu Shijin smiled softly, don't worry, have a good meal. Now that you are here, dad will accompany you to dinner tonight. But Zhu Mo shook his head. I promised my grandmother that I would go back to accompany her. He wants to find Xibao Yuebao quickly. At present, he can't let dad know about the existence of Xibao Yuebao. Otherwise, Aunt Gore will also know that he will have no friends at that time. All right. Fu Shijin thought for a moment. He was afraid that he would not have time to go back to his old house today, so he had to tell A June to protect Zhu Mo. A June was about to tell the boss to make friends with the young master. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhu Mo pulled him and said, I want to go. A June had to shut up and talk about it next time. Fu Zhu Mo didn't stay. Guo Ning was the happiest one. As soon as Zhu Mo left, she stuck to Fu Shijin's side. Zhu Mo can't accompany you, so I'll have dinner with you, Guo Ning said tenderly. Fu Shijin did not agree or refuse. Soon, Zhao Yi came to remind him that he was going to hold a meeting. When Fu Shijin went to work, Guo Ning stayed in Fu Shijin's office to play with his mobile phone. Last time she was so angry that she accidentally used that card to send a text message, which scared her that she hadn't slept well these days. She is not sure whether Lan Xiaoxiao already knew that she was the one who sent the threatening text message back then. But to be on the safe side, she can only dispose of the card. Originally, 5 years ago, she should have lost this card, but I thought that maybe I could still use it, so I kept it, but who would have thought that Lan Xiaoxiao was still alive? But even if Lan Xiaoxiao knew, what could she do? She had no evidence to prove that those text messages were sent by her. And even if she tells Fu Shijin can't believe her. Thinking of this, Guo Ning felt more and more at ease. Xibao Yuebao did not go directly to the design department to find mommy, but went to observe every floor. The two little babies are very low-key and not noticed. Finally, when I went to the design department, I didn't see mommy. Instead, I heard someone saying bad things about mommy. I saw that her sample clothes were made of this material, so I deliberately spilled coffee to destroy her sample clothes. Now, the whole company doesn't have this material. Let's see how she can complete the new product release. Feng Wen stood outside the stairwell and made a phone call. She is sure to lose this game. I will definitely make her pay a heavy price, and I will definitely let her get out of Fu. Xibao and Yibao were angry when they heard it. They looked at each other and agreed, we must teach this bad woman a lesson. 10 minutes later, Feng Wen finished the phone and was about to go back to the office. When she walked to the elevator door, a little girl bumped into her. Ah! She screamed in a low voice, but no matter how fast she reacted, it was too late. Her clothes and shoes were instantly soaked in coffee stains. Where did the naughty child come from? Feng Wen grabbed Yibao's wrist. Yibao shrank his neck in fear and apologized with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, auntie, I didn't mean it. You didn't mean it. Do you know where this is and who your parents are? How can I bring my children to the company? Do you know how much my shoes and clothes cost? This is a famous brand. Feng Wen screamed like a shrew. Everyone came and went at the elevator door, and was naturally attracted by Fang Wei's angry scolding. Designer Fang, what's wrong with you? Someone asked curiously. I don't know whose naughty child poured coffee on me. My cup is very expensive, and I must ask her parents to compensate me. Fang Wen raised her head, like a proud peacock, as if her clothes and shoes were the most expensive in the whole company. Yuebao cried wow and cried loudly, Auntie, I really didn't mean it. My mother works hard to work overtime every day. I just want to send her a cup of her favorite coffee. Our family doesn't have money, and my father doesn't want me. It's hard for mommy to make money alone to support me. Auntie, I'll dry it for you. Jing, don't let us compensate. After Yuebao finished speaking, he wiped it with his sleeve. She wiped her shoes first, and then went to wipe the clothes. As a result, the coffee stains on the shoes rubbed on the clothes, so that the stains on the clothes became larger and larger. Fang Wen's face became darker and darker, and she pushed Yuebao away. Don't wipe it. The more you wipe it, the dirtier it gets. It's so stupid. Yuebao was defenselessly pushed down on the wall by her and knocked to the ground again. It was so miserable that she couldn't get up directly. Some people can't stand it any longer. Hurry up and help Yuebao. Are you all right, kid? My head hurts so much that I seem to have hit it. Yuebao looked very weak, as if he was about to faint, and his face gradually turned white. Xibao secretly gave a thumbs up to Yuebao's acting skills. He is worthy of being a little demon king who often pretends to be sick in kindergarten. Feng Wen, you are too much. How can you hit a child? Someone accused Fang Wen with righteous indignation. Take the child to the hospital quickly. Nothing will happen. Someone suggested it. Boy, who is your mother? How can Yue Bao say that mommy is Lan Xiaoxiao? My mother was. Before she finished her words, she fainted. At this point, Wen panicked. Someone wanted to call 120 and Joy Yifan squeezed in from the crowd. Don't fight. I'll go to the nearby hospital with my child in my arms. He carefully picked up Yue Bao from another person's arms. He watched the whole scene. He thought that designer Fang liked to disgust his colleagues with lower positions than her at most. Unexpectedly, his mind was so vicious that he didn't even let the child go. He has just taken photos and videos. He must post them on the internet to make Fang Wen famous. Here, Shi Bao seemed to be ready to pick up Yue Bao from the stairwell, but as soon as he turned around and entered the stairwell, he saw a familiar figure, which seemed to be mommy. And there is also a child. Shi Bao sent an instruction to Yue Bao with a phone watch, and then followed him curiously. Chapter 49, Unexpected Joy. Lan Xiaoxiao finished delivering the documents. It happened that she was about to get off work. The elevator was all occupied, and she had to wait for a long time. Anyway, it's only 5 floors, and she just went down the stairs. I never thought that there would be an unexpected joy, and I would let her see Zumo. Zumo, we meet again. Lan Xiaoxiao looked happy. She wanted to get closer. The bodyguard immediately stood by and stared at Lan Xiaoxiao with warning eyes. Lan Xiaoxiao was afraid of scaring Zumo, so she was careful. I've learned a few more gestures recently. Do you see if I did it right? After saying that, she started to use sign language. It's still clumsy, but better than last time, Zumo commented in his heart. What do you think? Zumo didn't say anything, but because of the last time we got along, Zumo was willing to be close to Lan Xiaoxiao. He said to Jun, don't worry, she won't hurt me. Jun didn't believe it. Zumo put on a serious face, and Jun immediately became cowardly and silently gave way to the side. Lan Xiaoxiao trotted over happily. Can I have a few words with you alone? She asked again. Zumo nodded and took the lead in walking downstairs. Jun staggered in place, neither following nor not following. Finally, this is in the boss's company, and nothing will happen. So he stood in place and waited obediently. Lan Xiaoxiao and Zumo went down 2 floors before stopping. Zumo, do you miss me? Lan Xiaoxiao's smile became brighter and brighter. Zumo didn't respond to her, but a pair of beautiful eyes were a little more brilliant than the last time she saw him. Can I hug you? Lan Xiaoxiao asked. Zumo hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lan Xiaoxiao gently hugged Zumo and was extremely excited. This was the 2nd time she hugged him. It has been a while since the last time I saw Zumo, and she misses her every day. Perhaps he felt the excitement of Lan Xiaoxiao's heart, and Zumo's emotions were also stirred up. His little hand slowly stretched out and hugged Lan Xiaoxiao's neck. Zumo's reaction made Lan Xiaoxiao so happy that she almost cried. Zumo, I'm sorry. Lan Xiaoxiao still couldn't help, and a tear fell on the boy Mo's shoulder. Zumo wondered why she apologized. Zumo, if you are not happy in the future, just tell your aunt, okay? If you are bullied, tell your aunt to protect you. Zumo let go of Lan Xiaoxiao and gently pushed her. Lan Xiaoxiao had to let go reluctantly. He compared, why are you so nice to me? Lan Xiaoxiao has been learning sign language in her spare time. Although she is not very proficient, she can almost understand even guessing. I'll tell you about this question when you are willing to confide in your aunt. Shall we exchange secrets then? Zumo didn't ask any more questions. Lan Xiaoxiao was afraid that he had something on his mind, so he didn't want her to get close to him anymore. He quickly added, now you just need to know that I love you very much and love you more than your father. Zumo became even more curious and opened his big round eyes. Lan Xiaoxiao was afraid that she couldn't help telling him now that she was actually his mother. Hurry up and hug Zumo again. Let the aunt give you a hug again. Zumo was quiet and did not resist. In fact, he also likes her hug. She has a warm feeling, and he likes it very much. Shi Bao looked at the warm picture of Mommy and Zumo in secret and was very surprised. Why was Mommy so gentle to Zumo, and even said that she loved him more than his father? He has seen Mommy to other people's children, who is gentle but has a sense of distance, but not to Zumo. Humph, it's almost more than him and Yue Bao. Shi Bao frowned and thought, does Mommy really just sympathize with Fu Zumo? Untaintly, he felt that Fu Zumo was a little similar to Mommy. Lan Xiaoxiao was reluctant to leave Zumo, but the bodyguard would definitely come down to find him after too long. At that time, if Fu Shijin knew, the dog man would definitely try to stop it. In order to avoid this kind of trouble, Lan Xiaoxiao whispered in Zumo's ear, if you want to see me in the future, you can come to the company's design department to find me. Zumo neither nodded nor shook his head, and then heard Jun's voice. Lan Xiaoxiao reluctantly saw Zumo off. Wait, Zumo, Mommy will definitely make you happy. Yue Bao finally slipped back after supporting Joy Yifan. All the way to the general management office, he did not see Shi Bao and Zumo, but saw a handsome uncle. The two stared at each other. Whose child are you? When Fu Shijin faced the child, half of the majesty between his eyebrows dissipated. Ye Bao was not timid at all and replied gracefully, I'm my mother's child. This answer. Fu Shijin's mouth twitched. Looking at the other party's beautiful big eyes, Fu Shijin didn't know why, a feeling of fatherly love surged in his heart. Take off your mask and have a look. He is not a gossip person, but he wants to see what the little girl looks like at this time. Inexplicably, I think she is very cute. You are so rude. Ye Bao is unhappy. Fu Shijin raised his eyebrows. It was also refreshing to be taught a lesson by a child for the first time. My mother said that you can't play with rude people, and you can't reveal your true face to strangers casually. Otherwise, strangers will kidnap me when they see me cute, and I won't be able to see my mother. Ye Bao's words are quite orderly. Fu Shijin silently praised the parent for his good education. He became more gentle, I'm not a bad person. My mother said that bad people can't write the word bad people on their faces. Fu Shijin. For the first time, he was speechless by a child, which made him think of Lan Xiaoxiao, who was also so clever. He said unconvincedly, did your mother tell you not to run around? No, so I'm going back to find mommy now. Goodbye, uncle. She finished speaking righteously, then turned around and left. Since Xibao is not here, she'd better leave quickly. The uncle looks at her like a piece of meat. He won't really take her home, will he? Ye Bao ran so fast that he lost his shadow. Fu Shijin shook his head gently, feeling that he was really bored and went to tease a child. However, if Zumo is also so lively and cute, isn't it? Thinking of Zumo, Fu Shijin's heart is fiercely pulled up. Forget it, let's put off the social gathering and go back to the old house to accompany the children tonight. Zumo finally found Xibao in the stairwell, and then found Ye Bao in the parking lot, and the three treasures finally converged. Zumo wanted to invite them to dinner, but Xibao and Ye Bao said that they would go home to eat with mommy. Next time we invite you to visit our house. My mother cooks deliciously. Ye Bao looked at Zumo's rejection and patted him on the shoulder with compassion. Zumo immediately nodded and agreed. Sanbao separated. When Xibao and Ye Bao came back, they happened to meet Lan Xiaoxiao, and the two little guys immediately stuck together. At night, mommy was busy, Ye Bao was playing games, and Xibao was thinking about what he saw today. Chapter 50, Younger Brother, or Elder Brother. Xibao drew a mind map on the iPad, and then combed it one by one. First of all, in the United States, mommy was bullied by a big bad guy, and mommy was also arrested by a big bad guy to go back to China. After that, why did mommy suddenly decide to stay in China? Then mommy made clothes for Fu Zimo, and was beaten by the bodyguard because of Fu Zimo. Mommy is so special to Fu Zimo, as if Fu Zimo is also her child. Xibao's eyes suddenly widened. Is Fu Zimo really mommy's child? But why didn't mommy tell him and Ye Bao? There are so many doubts that Xibao's head is broken and he can't figure it out. Then, there is only one way. Check the relationship between mommy and the big bad guy. It was necessary to check mommy's past. Xibao frowned, and his beautiful little face was seriously tense, thinking like a little adult. Mommy's past must be painful, because mommy has never told them. Even when he and Ye Bao were very young, they often saw their mother crying at night. Xibao was a little hesitant. Should he check mommy's past? Mommy certainly doesn't want him and Ye Bao to know the past, but if he doesn't check, how can he share his worries for mommy? Thinking of mommy's often frowning after returning to China, Xibao made a decision. Do what you say. After all, after 5 years, Lan Xiaoxiao and Fu Shijin got married very low-key and did not announce it to the public. Even now, not many people know that Fu Shijin is married. Xibao has checked for a long time and has not found any useful information. This weekend, Lan Xiaoxiao accompanied the two children at home, personally sent them to the interest class, and took them to play everywhere. Until Monday, Lan Xiaoxiao had not come up with a way to deal with the destruction of the sample clothes. As soon as he arrived at the company in the morning, Zhuo Yifan came over excitedly. Sister Xiaoxiao, Fang We's retribution is coming. What? Lan Xiaoxiao looked at him doubtfully. Zhuo Yifan took out his mobile phone and handed it to Lan Xiaoxiao. What happened when I was about to get off work last week, and I saw it with my own eyes, Fang Wen has now been exposed on the internet. The video of Fang Wen beating the child was spread that night. At first, it was spread within the company. I don't know who spread it on Weibo, and then it was forwarded by netizens. In addition to the tag of Fu's employees, the number of retweets is greater. It was sent to the hot search at once. Fang Wen was also abused by various netizens. You didn't come to work today. Lan Xiaoxiao watched the whole video as a mother of 3 children. She can't wait to get rid of this kind of child-beating behavior, so she doesn't sympathize with Fang Wen's exposure at all. Even Fang Wen was not arrested by the other party's parents. Judging from the video, although the child made a mistake, he apologized seriously, and he didn't mean it. The child's tutoring is very good, but Fang Wen is very aggressive. She has to pay money even if he wipes it clean. It's amazing. Sure enough, Fang Wen's retribution came. It's just. Why does the child in the video look a little familiar? The child wore a mask and his eyes were also coded. After repeated forwarding and filtering, the resolution was no longer as clear as the original video. Who is the parent of this child? It happened in the company. It should be the child of an employee. I don't know. That day, I personally sent the child to the hospital. As a result, she woke up halfway and said that she was thirsty and wanted to drink water. When I got out of the car to help her buy water, she ran away, which made me worried for a long time. Thinking of this, Zhuo Yifan is still worried. Run away? Why does this style look so much like the little devil? An idea flashed through Lan Xiaoxiao's mind. Can you find the video without typing code? Lan Xiaoxiao asked. Now, you asked the right question. I took a video at that time. I'll show it to you. Zhuo Yifan took his mobile phone and flipped through it, and then handed it to Lan Xiaoxiao. The more high definition the video is, the more high definition it is. Although Yuebao was wearing a mask, Lan Xiaoxiao recognized him at a glance. It's Yuebao. I didn't know how to tell her that she was bullied. This little demon king, you must beat her PP when you go back tonight. The little demon king sneezed, then rubbed his little nose, swaying his legs and sitting on the chair with Xibao. The two listened to the children discuss who looked like mommy and who looked like daddy. One of them said seriously, my grandmother said that if you look like it, you are your own, and if you don't look like it, you are not your own. There is a question, what if it is not biological? Maybe it was picked up in the garbage heap. The more the children said, the more outrageous they became. They all tried their best to prove that they were the biological children of their parents, not picked up in the garbage heap. Yuebao was bored and wanted to play some pranks. Suddenly, he was grabbed by Xibao's wrist. I thought of it. Xibao was very excited. He finally figured it on. No wonder he hasn't found anything for so long. Now, he can think about it at once. What do you think? Let go of me. Yuebao struggled for a moment. Xibao whispered a few words in Yuebao's ear, and Yuebao's eyes suddenly widened. Really? She asked in disbelief. Xibao said seriously, I want to investigate more deeply and make sure. Aha. Yuebao no longer has the mind to play pranks. After class, Xibao sneaked into the teacher's office under the pretext of going to the toilet and began to operate on the teacher's computer. Before, he didn't think about it. He just wanted to find out the relationship between mommy and the big bad guy, so he couldn't find out. The conversation of the children just now woke him up, reminding him that Fuzimo and mommy look alike, and he and Yuebao look very similar to the big bad guy. He suspected that the big bad guy was their father. After a while, Xibao found out mommy's birth records in Ringxing Hospital. It shows that mommy gave birth to triplets that year. But the adult and two of the children died of dystoy, leaving only one child alive. That child is Fuzimo. After Fuzimo was born, he was raised in the incubator in the hospital for a month. So mommy pretended to die and took him and Yuebao abroad, and then changed her name to live again. Xibao was shocked and stared at the computer screen in a daze. The little head can't slow down. Idols are big bad guys, and big bad guys are their dad. Even dad is also a big bad guy who bullies mommy. He and Yuebao won't recognize him. Now I understand why mommy hides the traces of his and Yuebao's life in the United States. Mommy certainly doesn't want them to be found out by the big bad guys, for fear that they will be taken away by the big bad guys. No wonder mommy is so kind to Fuzimo. Is Fuzimo his younger brother or his older brother? It is not shown on the information. Forget it, just think of Zimo as his younger brother. He is so thin that he must be his younger brother. Xibao suddenly burst into a sense of responsibility. As an elder brother, he felt that he had an obligation to help his brother return to his mother's arms. And mommy must also want her brother to come back. As for the big bad guy, that's not within his consideration. Xibao closed the page, restored the computer to its original state and hurried back to the classroom.